Hey Dallas, hey world, welcome to Tit for Tat, This and That. I'm Alvin, and today we are going to be joined by some members of the Short Stack Revolution, and we are going to be talking about homosexuality, whether it's amoral, immoral, and we also be talking about trauma. So first, let me introduce Bubs the God and Miss Stevie.
What's going on, y'all? Glad to be here. I'm excited to get into the conversation. Please share your thoughts. I'm ready. I'm ready. And it's good to be here with the queen as well, Queen Stevie. How you doing, boo?
I am doing wonderful, you sexy leprechaun. You.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate
Deshaun, he'll probably pop in here later.
it. Oh
Because
yeah.
he's gonna weigh in on the sexy leprechaun.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
We supposed to be talking about the homosexual shit and we doing the homosexual shit. Yeah. Oh,
So what I'm gonna do here first, I'm gonna start off with a with some videos, um, and feel free to have me stop it in between.
okay.
Hey, Spicy.
Hey Queen Spicy. What's going
Hey,
on?
spicy.
And then I'm gonna start off with some videos, and that'll kind of lead us into our panel discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and the first video I'm going to show it was from the Objectivist podcast,
Shout
and
out to them.
Boss
he's
man.
also
Yeah.
yeah, boss man. He's also a member of our short stack, and but he's also a member of the BMU network. And but this video kind of ticked me off a little bit. I kind of spliced it up so it's not the whole video, but it is about like maybe 15 to 20 minutes. But we're not gonna, we'll break it up as we talk about it. So we're not gonna just go watch the whole 20-minute video, right away, because I kind of want to stop it, and then we talk about a little bit what happened, because it kind of ties into what we're going to talk about a little bit later in our show, as far as trauma. And there's all types of traumas out there, and we'll each talk a little bit about our, if they want to share any, a little bit about any of the trauma that we may have experienced. But I particularly want to talk about religious trauma.
Yeah.
Because the Black community, we're a very religious, we're a very religious community, and then that trauma that can be inflicted on us, can cause a lot of damage, and it can cause lasting damage. So we'll get into that. But first, I want to show this BM Black Man Unfiltered Network, some clips that I chopped up. And,
Or BMI, body mass index. Either one is
body mass index, right? With them swollen ankles.
no shit. No shit.
I mean, and actually the nerve of them to get on and be discriminatory towards anybody, the views that they have, I'm not even going to get into that part of it, but, just the nerve that they have to get on and degrade, homosexuals, trans, or whatever. And then for them to say that they're not really homophobes. But anyway, I'm gonna play this video, and then y'all tell me what your thoughts are, and I'll interject a little bit on what my thoughts are. And I know we've covered this before, because we've covered this in Bubs' video, when Bubs went live. But and everyone make sure that you subscribe to Bubs to God. His
Thank you.
his YouTube channel is down there in the ticker, and so it's Miss Stevie's. Make sure you just subscribe to Miss Stevie,
Yes.
and they're also on Instagram and probably other platforms. But I know we're on the short stack on there. Miss Stevie, she's styled by Miss Stevie, and she be definitely giving beauty and style. So
Definitely giving
y'all go
looks.
check her out.
Definitely be giving looks.
And Bubs will definitely give it to you on his channel. So y'all make sure y'all check that out because he puts it out there and he do not hold any punches. Okay, so watch out because you might get slapped in the face.
Yeah, I'm a leprechaun in real life, so I got to fight a little dirty.
All right.
So.
So I'm gonna play this video here, and then we'll come back and discuss it.
Awesome. Okay.
All right.
And then I'll stop it at certain points also, and then also you all have the ability to go in and work anything in here also. So if you need to stop it or start a video or whatever in the middle, feel free.
How you do that?
Look at me.
I just gave y'all permission when
As of this day,
Oh, Mother Francis.
whatever sin the enemy is cloaking you with, do you want to be delivered? Do you want to be delivered? To go back no more that way. I curse. I'm not going to call him by his name. He knows his name and you do too. But you're a lying demon. God birthed this young man to be what he wanted him to be. And the blood of Jesus is against your filthy spirit, not by you. You lying demon, you filthy spirit. Deliver, deliver, deliver. Deliver, deliver. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. I'll show you. Let me tell you something, young man.
Oh, Mashanya.
I don't know you, do I? Let me tell you something that's going to help you. Amen. You're called of God. God chose you. God wants to salt you some more. Come out from among them sissified men that's been hanging around you. I didn't say you was a sissy. You understand what I'm saying? God can't use no men trying to be women. We call them faggots. I ain't calling you that. Understand that, understand it? But the ones that's been around you, they've been around you, haven't they?
Yes, ma'am.
Talk to me, boy. I don't play with God. Stay away from around them sissies, okay? Let God save them. But God has chosen you, and they know it, and that's the reason the devil in hell is trying to destroy you. In the name of Jesus, I curse his spirit. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Consider the following question. Is homosexuality moral? The answer, no.
Okay, so I just put that up there real quick, just so when we get ready to go, I'm gonna pull that video back up later, but I just want to put that question up there. So we're going to continue with BMU.
Oh Lord. Okay.
I get so sick of sissies, I don't know what to do. I'm sick of sissies. And half the time y'all bringing them in somebody's church, fanning over somebody's choir, I'm sick of sissies. Just sick of them. My God from on high. We ain't got no men now. They're either in jail on the corner or switching somewhere. God help us. God help us. Save us and raise us up some men. These girls need some men. We need some real men. Some whole men. Some masculine men. Some hairy-chested men. Some baby, I love you men. We need some men.
Whoa, wait, what the fuck?
The reason why I am saying that.
Okay, so she said, we need some men, we need some real men. But at the beginning of that video, she was laying hands on people, which, you know, that's a little bit too much for me also. But she was laying hands on, I guess, casting out the gay demons, the homosexual demons, or whatever this is. And but you know, this whole I'm against this or whatever, she's a woman, you know, a lady, she's a woman, and they preach against, if you're going to follow the Bible, you know what I mean? They preached against women. Women were like dirt in the Bible. Under men, women couldn't speak, they couldn't do anything if the man, you know, if the man told them to. So women were like considered like the lowest part of in the Bible, like dirt. Mm-hmm. So you know, and I know a lot of women don't want to hear that, but if you actually go into the passages, they actually speak of that type of stuff, you know, women, you know, of women being like that. So, but she's up on the pulpit. People don't, you know, men, you know, not all men, but a lot of men in society and people who follow that Bible, a lot of them say that women should not be on the pulpit, you know, preaching. And she's right up there preaching, but she's preaching against, you know, homosexuality and supposedly casting out demons. But so isn't it sinful for her to be up there too? So if we're sinful, what about her? You know, and what about all those other women who are lead? Because you can tell by all the white stuff they had on and them up in the front row that they are supposed to be leaders in the church, and women are not supposed to be leaders. They're supposed to be followers according to the Bible. And if you get into this, if you ever get into BMUN's network and start looking at any of their videos, they speak of this type of stuff where, you know, where women should be like basically subservient to them, you know, and stay at home and take care of the family, you know, or whatever. And they should not be out there like that. So what are y'all thoughts on that before we get into the this next clip?
Queen Stevie, you can go ahead and go first.
Well, I'm gonna start off with Mother Frances Kelly first.
Okay.
Mother Frances Kelly, honey, what are you doing? What are you doing? If it's not you, then it is Earl Carter, who is now falling out. That's a whole nother story. But both of y'all have spewed homophobic rhetoric for decades in the Church of God in Christ. And this is the type of stuff that King Jobs talks about on his channel. Now, I'm so sick of sissies that went viral. She said that years ago. And it's their mindset. It's the Bible. It is that old doctrine, that old-fashioned doctrine that we can do away without the gays. And we're seeing all of that now. And I put something in the group chat about manifest destiny. That also ties into Christianity. If you don't know what manifest destiny is, because Politics by Tabitha covered that on her channel, this is exactly the regime that we are headed towards right now, where if it is not white, Christian, straight, male, and what hurts the most is that we have people in our churches, the church, the black church, organized religion, has caused us to keep other groups of people oppressed. No, you can't be this. You need to be this. Are you ready to be delivered? And Bubs touched on this in his live about the ex-gays. That ties into the ex-gay movement because of fear. People have been programmed to listen to this and receive this because of fear. Oh, you need to fear these people. It's not the trans and the gays and the drag queens and the Jewish people and any other marginalized groups who just did what this individual did at Florida State University. That should be the least of your concern. You're worried about the wrong 1%. And I'm going to keep quoting my girl Laverne Cox on that. You're worried about the wrong 1%. It's not us that's going out here doing the outings at the schools. It's not us out here trying to take your 401k plans. It's not us out here trying to take away a woman's right to choose. It's not us out here trying to take your data, even though Elon Musk has all of our data, our college, all of that. He has all of that and hasn't yet returned it. When a federal judge ruled, you need to return this stuff back over to the correct people. It should be in their hands. He has not done it yet. But you're so worried about us, you're worried about the gays. Now, this old school mindset of, oh, you're going to hell, you're going to hell, you're a sissy, you're going to hell. And some of y'all will sit right up in those pew pits and listen to it. This is what Craig the Writer Stewart was saying. Hey, Deshaun, they were saying
Hey,
that.
Deshaun. Come
And
on in,
Deshaun shared
Deshaun.
videos to the group about that. I've shared videos to the group about that. This is to beat people into submission. Now, to Al's point about the women, because that is true. They don't want women in leadership positions in the church. It should be the woman should be the follower. That's how it should be. That's what that book says. But you have women that are on the BMU platform that are regurgitating the same hateful, homophobic, and transphobic rhetoric. And it's a certain individual on there. She has her platform and she does it. I think her name is Take Heed. And Bubs, I think it was either Bubs or Deshaun. I think it was Deshaun that shared some of her videos to the group chat. And it's just like, you can't be a woman and you're already experiencing misogyny. You're black as well too. They don't give a fuck about black women. And since I would fall in that space of woman. I'm not saying biological woman, but I would fall in that space of woman with me being a trans woman. I can tell you this right now. You're going to get misogyny either way. Either way, you're going to experience misogyny. You're going to experience racism and oppression. So it doesn't help for you to go out here and oppress other groups of people. You cannot be oppressed. You see how fast Candace Owens changed her tune, and now she's trying to image herself, remodel herself. All of the white supremacy that she has got on Fox News and other platforms and spaces against her own people. How can you have black skin like us and regurgitate the same talking points? It breaks my heart to see that on BMU with some of these men on there who said they voted for Trump. I can't even look at you. Because if you believe what he believes, that means that your children will grow up to probably believe what you're believing, because children emulate what they see their parents do. History repeats itself over and over again. But this is not about that. I'm bouncing all over the place. This is about the black church, which is where the issue is. I should be comfortable to walk out with a man, and a man should be comfortable to walk out with me and not have to worry about what the black community or the black collective will, whether or not they will shun him for just living and walking in his light and not having to be someone's fetish or secret. Because if you live in a lie, you're going to have to keep that lie up. Like Bub said in one of his lives, there is no closet door. And I've spoken with two black men when I did my interview, I think Thursday, with Germano Toussaint. He talked about growing up in the black church and how homophobia was in the church for him. I spoke with Bryce LP, who has done background for Patti LaBelle and so many other amazing female artists, Yolanda Adams as well too. And he talked about his struggle growing up in the black church as a black gay man and how they did not welcome him. When will it get to a point where queer people, we can go to a space and not have to be prosecuted or judged?
Right.
Let me tell you what I get when I go out. I get the stares. People pay attention to my hair and my nails. Again, I'm 5'7", and I'm very curvy, so you're gonna pay attention. But that's about it. I get the stares and everything. It doesn't bother me. But the snickering, the grinning is what really bothers me. And another example of that is what T.S. Madison has experienced when she's out in the world. How people are ignorant to her. It was something that went on with City Winery, her and Craig. So it's the treatment that we get not just from the black churches, but from society as well too. But that is, you have to go to the head of the snake, and the head of the snake is that black church, that organized religion. That is where the hatred stems from. And now we're seeing it in white Christian nationalism for telling people you need to fear these people. It's not us that you need to be worried about. We are living our life. And I shared something else to the group. They are now Kid Rock and this other conservative artist. I don't know, the ones that are supporting Donald Trump. They are now worried about Pride Month. Pride Month is in June. Worried about. We are living our life.
Oh yeah, mute yourself, Deshaun.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, but mute
Yeah,
yourself because
Yeah,
we getting the echo in the
We
background.
back.
All right.
Glad you're here. Sorry, go ahead, Queen.
yeah, and then I'm gonna give the floor to Bubs and then so forth. This right here, I was saying about how T.S. Madison, when she goes out, the stuff she has to encounter. I've had my share of it too. And it's just like you keep your cool because I'm in the red state of South Carolina. And just how they making people disappear right now, I fear for my safety too. And especially with having this platform, we all need to be aware and vigilant, especially for tomorrow. There are protests that are sweeping the nation, DC, from world to world to world. People are paying attention and they're listening. And I just hope that y'all are waking up. It is not the gays, it's not the trans, it's not the drag queens, it's not the Jewish people. It's not the Venezuelan people. Even though some of y'all voted for Donald Trump, you voted to deport your own people out the country into the most worst, cruel places. And you got Christy Nome out here like she's Farrah Fawcett from Charlie's Angels, taking pictures and TikToks in the gulags where these people are in cages, literally being treated cruel, inhumane. They're not bringing this man back. But Van Hollen stood on business and went over there and seen what was up. They let Republicans in, but if you're a Democrat, you were denied access. This is exactly how fascism and white Christian nationality combine together stokes white fear. And we see that white fear also from our own people, black people,
Yep.
because they fear what they do not understand. And we've had conversations educating people on pronouns. You've got people like myself, Bubs the God, Al, T.S. Madison, Craig. You've got people like Adrian Expression, Justin King of Reeds, Conscious TV, who's coming on Tuesday next
Shout out
week.
to the Kane.
Um, Reckless Logic. It's so many of us that can educate you. If you have questions, feel free to ask. It doesn't hurt to ask. Just be respectful. That's all we're saying. We're just saying, hey, we're here to exist. We're not trying to take away your GUNS, because that's another lie they came up with too. They said the Democrats, oh, they're trying to take your guns. No, they're not. We're not. We just want clean water, clean air, good health care, and to be treated as human beings in this country. The same when we go to church. We don't want to come in there and be beaten with the Bible. Or the first thing that y'all hit us with is Exodus. Now, when this panel right here happened on this panel, the first thing BMU broke out to was Exodus. When Bubs got up there and challenged him and JT. And JT literally jumped up like Sister Hot Pepper out of his jumpsuit, honey. The same way Miss Evelyn on the Braxton Family Values jumped up when Tamar said something and to Miss Ayala, and she said, say one more word and I got you. JT hopped up just like that, honey. He hopped up because Bubs challenged him. They don't want to be labeled as homophobic because they know it's going to affect their pockets. I can be anything in the world, but I can't be homophobic. Give you an example. The baby got up on stage, and I will never stop bringing that up. The baby got on stage at Rolling Loud and said all that homophobic stuff. And what happened? He started to lose endorsement after endorsement after endorsement. Bootsy got up there and said what he said at Planet Fitness. And they said, the place got what the Bootsy say? Bootsy said the place got roaches anyway. No, they banned your raccoon looking ass from there. That's what happened. Because you were being
Lord.
homophobic. You said all of this stuff about Zaya Wade. You misgendered her. And Planet Fitness saw that. And they say, no, you're not welcome here anymore. So when the homophobia starts to affect your bag, then you want to try to sing a different tune. Or if not that, you'll double down on it. And that's what the baby did. He doubled down on it. So it's not a us problem. It's a you problem. And until you unpack that homophobia, that transphobia, that xenophobia, what we're seeing right now, where it's fear from people who are outside of this country or people who are here to try to make a better living for themselves, who are here legally, being deported out this country. Lord knows what else is going to happen, but I can tell you right now, the manifest destiny is real. And I think that Boss Man will probably know more about it than I would. But I've learned about it through Politics by Tabitha. And if you don't know what that is, I suggest you look up Manifest Destiny and the Golden Age or the Gilded Era. The Gilded Era, the fashion was beautiful, yes, but it's an era where it was more so white, rich, and elite. And we are none of those things. We are black, unapologetically black, queer, and walking in our light and in our truth. And our existence makes you fear us. That's what it is. So I'm going to turn the floor over. That's what I have to say.
All right, Bubs, what you got?
Shout out to the queen for, laying it down like that. Appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Flip it, rub it, and what do you say? Flip it, smack it, flip it, rub it down. Whatever it is, you did it. And Deshaun, don't say nothing about no damn rub. That's all I gotta say. But first of all, when it comes down to Mother Frances Kelly, all I'm gonna say is y'all using the Lord to sell pussy on this corner. So that's all I gotta say to her. Um, Other than that, I've been reading this book as of late, and it's called Blame It on the Dress, the manufacturing of black homophobia and performative masculinity. And you will see the performative masculinity in a few once we continue with the video. But there is like a few excerpts I would like to read from that book that kind of really ties into this, if you don't mind. This is in
Oh, go
chapter
ahead.
2 of the book entitled Who Taught You to Hate Yourself? Um, and there's again an excerpt here. The first one says the role of the church in policing sexuality. Christianity is a colonial weapon. Okay, how forced conversion imposed anti-gay ideologies. We saw that in the beginning with Mother Frances Kelly laying her hand down on the individuals who still gonna be gay after the fact. Okay, to understand the roots of black homophobia, which we're talking about in particular, we must confront an uncomfortable reality, Christianity, as introduced to African societies through colonization and slavery, was not about spiritual salvation like they proclaim it to be. It was about simply control. European missionaries didn't arrive on African shores with Bibles out of benevolence. They came with a dual purpose: to conquer land and minds. And in their mission to civilize, they brought not only European religion, but European prejudice, including a deep seated intolerance for queerness. Okay? Before colonization, African spiritual systems were diverse and often accommodating of gender and sexual fluidity. But when European missionaries, arrived, they declared these systems pagan, sinful, and primitive. The Bible became a weapon and a shield used to justify colonial rule while demonizing indigenous practices, including same sex relationships and non binary identities. So, again, the, the queer phobia that we're dealing with in the black community is a byproduct of white supremacy. Because, again, when we do our research and we understand more about humanity outside of that book, we see that homosexuality is something that is natural. It not only happens in human beings, it happens in animals. Do the research. You can't sit up here and say that whenever there's an expression of homosexuality, that some way, somehow is a defect. When in actuality, God has allowed all of this to happen, whether you believe it or not, which is why those individuals who claim to be ex-gay still deal with the desires. You can stop the action, but then you have the desires there. There's something else that I want to read really quickly.
Go
Um,
ahead.
Now, this is the part where I think the black church and the queer community kind of gets into a tussle here, because we have to also think about things that have happened realistically in reference to the black church being pretty much a staple in the black liberation, especially in the 60s and 70s. Again, this is in the book Blame It on the Dress, the manufacturing of black homophobia and performative masculinity. by the Black Anarchist Podcast. Make sure y'all subscribe to him and support him by buying the book. This one says Black Church's Contradiction, Refuge, and Oppression. So this is the issue that queer people are talking about when we're talking about blackness. Like Queen Stevie said, whenever we come into those spaces, especially in the church, which again has been a symbol for hope, for salvation, for determination, for perseverance, for zeal, whatever the case may be, when we come in to get some of that, we're oppressed. It says the Black church holds a complicated place in the history of Black liberation. It was the heart of the resistance against slavery, Jim Crow, and systemic racism, a sanctuary where Black people found hope, solidarity, and strength. But it was also where colonial ideologies took root, including the belief that queerness was sinful, and not just sinful, but also destructive. Again, we're being blamed for the downfall of the Black community. The contradiction is not accidental. During slavery, white slaveholders encouraged Christianity among the enslaved, not to liberate them, but to pacify them. They preached obedience, submission, and the sanctity of heterosexual family structures, reinforcing patriarchal dominance. When enslaved Africans formed their own churches, they inherited these colonial frameworks, often without questioning their origins. I got one more paragraph and I'm done. As a result, the Black church became both a refuge and an enforcer of oppression. It fought for civil rights while preaching sermons that condemned queerness. It uplifted the community while ostracizing those who didn't fit neatly into heterosexual cisgendered norms. The same pulpit that called, here's the part, the same pulpit that called for freedom from white supremacy also reinforced the very ideologies white supremacy introduced. So with that being said, that is what is actually being manifested. Again, with Mother Frances Kelly, with her queerphobic speeches. Oh, I just hate sis. I don't know what to do. Why? Is it because they giving you competition? Is it because yo titties ain't sitting as perky as they used to be? Or some shit starting to drag and sag and now you using your titties as motherfucking house shoes? Is it because instead of you having this Coke bottle shape, now all of a sudden you looking like a busted can of biscuits despite having on 3 Spanx and 2 girdles? Is it the fact that the man that you like in the church, because let's be real, there's a lot of women in the church right now who ain't trying to get close to Jesus. Jesus is their man until the real man come. We thank you, Jesus, because the only thing that Jesus ain't laying down in the relationship with them and what they want is dick. So again, when you in the church trying to look for dick, you get mad when the dick start looking at the other dick and you ain't getting none of the dick. So with that being said, for those women, I have nothing really to say except pretty much love yourself and get your shit together, because you can't sit up here and heal other people when God ain't do it for your ass yet. Now, I can't wait to get into this next clip because I low-key was going to do a review of this, but see how the universe worked? Now I feel like I automatically have one. I didn't even expect this live to have this clip where it was going to be me in it. So I land my plane.
Yeah, all of that ticked me off. You know, when we were watching it, you know, and we were critiquing it in the background, and then you know when you did your you did a panel discussion on it, and we all came in on that. And I really had a lot to say, but you know, yeah, that whole thing just ticked my bubble. And then with that Frances Mary Kelly, whatever her name is, yeah, what I say about that is, it's just, you know, according to the Bible, you shouldn't be up there spewing any type of rhetoric at men at all, whether they're gay, straight, or trans or whatever, trans women or trans men. You should not be spewing any type of rhetoric because you shouldn't be up on the pulpit according to the Bible or the passages of the Bible. So, and go ahead, Deshaun, what you got? Go ahead, Deshaun, what you got to say? Is he gone?
Like I said, this is all a distraction. This is all a diversion, because the thing is, it's so sad that we have a group of people like these men right up here that are so freaking narcissistic is a shame and don't want to accept that there's gay people that exist in this world and try to force gay people to be straight, because that's exactly what it is, force people to be straight and everything else. And when you try to give them any information, they try to overtalk you. They try to do everything in their power. They're trying to tell you that. Then when you try to tell them, because of what they're trying to do, try to control something, then it's kind of like, because they're bullies, then they want to get angry and get more worse and everything else and try to be hostile and everything else. Bro, there's something wrong with you. There's really actually something wrong with you, because there's been gay people before you and there's gay people after you. There's trans people before you, there's trans people after you. When I did the research of actually trans people, there was trans people from the Mexican, over in Mexico. They wasn't called trans. I don't know. It's a Spanish word, but these men was wearing dresses and everything else. They didn't give a fuck. They didn't care. I mean, I don't understand why we are still in this freaking matriarch. We're in society today where this Bible right here is like black or white, where it's just a man and a woman when there is actually eunuchs on this earth. Look, I just looked at there's going to be more of this too, because gay okay, so this man admits to being gay to his baby mama, and I'm going to play you this. I'm definitely going to play you this, because this is what it is, and there's going to be more of it, because the thing is, they don't understand that gay people do exist. And I don't understand why these women, since you sense homosexuality and there's a gay demon, but you see a gay demon that's on the outside, how come your man is a gay demon? How come you can't sense it? But I'm going to play you this. I'm going to play you this. I'm going to definitely play you this.
So he's such a geek. Shit. And I don't know, we got a connection. Like, not even just on those sexual shit. With my knowledge shit.
So did he suck at it? Because I'm just ready for, like, I can't wrap my mind around you fucking with no nigga.
Yeah.
Did you?
No, come on, bro. I'm on my mama. We ain't doing none of that. Ain't none of that going on. None of that. I'm a man, bro. I'll be here, all this shit, I'm the man. Ain't no nothing soft about me.
Oh, you put that big old dick on that boy Fred.
Look at his laugh. Listen to the way he laugh.
Bitch.
I mean, do I gotta say it? Like, I don't feel like I gotta say it.
Fred, you out of line. You gay.
I'm like, bro, got my name set on so much shit.
Yeah, you gay, Fred.
Not really a fan of you.
Okay, so what is it again about BMU saying that if I see a man with nails, you can't protect my daughter. You can't protect my daughter. But here's a man that don't wear nails and shit like that, and he's secretly sleeping with men and stuff like that. And you say you're going to protect your daughter, but you can't protect your daughter from that. You couldn't sense that. This is the problem that I have with these people right here. And I'm not done. There's a Blue Diamond just sent me a video of Christian, what is his name? Charleston White. Here he goes with this homophobic shit again. I'm gonna play you this on the loudspeaker. Hold on.
I can't believe you fucking with no nigga. Fucking with some nigga. You fucking with some nigga? Oh my God, friend, you gay? You put that dick all on his face?
But you know what, Bubs? We just talked about it. We just talked about it on the other live. What you said is what this woman is saying, but in a different way, but it's still similar. It's still similar.
It was in a way of like, oh my God, friend, you gay, like, whatever.
But you had sex with him, and you have a kid.
For some people, dick is dick. And if if that is going to be the case, just walk in that truth. Don't demonize other people and them walking in their truth. Because if you allow people to walk in their truth, then maybe their truth won't manifest in the truth that y'all have that you didn't realize before. Because you thought that you were in a relationship with somebody else, and then boom, here comes the truth. So again, queer phobia is gonna always get you in the ass. Pause. Always. So you might as well deal with your shit now before it bites you in the ass again later on in life. Pretty much.
You know, as truth be told, a lot of times, even when when a lot of times when these black women find out that their guy is down low or DL or been sleeping around a lot with other men and stuff, a lot of times they still don't leave them, because sometimes women, they don't care what type the man is as long as they have a man. I know they get on social media or TV and or whatever and talk about, I don't want no bisexual man, I don't want no DL man, I would or whatever. But a lot of times these women do know that the guys they're messing with, not a lot, but it's out there, where some of them, even when they find out that they're DL or whatever, they don't leave those guys. Sometimes the guys end up leaving those women.
Yeah. Most definitely, because the prize in reference to the models of white supremacy, a lot of those individuals just want to be able to make it to wife status, because that's how you become a real woman, societally speaking, is if you become a wife. You know what I mean? But then again, you have these individuals who either did not have an opportunity to explore and see what is really for them, or they were gay but was just trying to conform to get into these relationships and marriages with those of the opposite sex. And again, there's a bunch of women that find gay men fine as fuck, be mad as hell that they damn gay. Be talking about, oh, I can put this pussy on you and change your damn life. No, you can't, ma'am. So it's like there are women out there that will do that, but the problem is that I think the women don't mind doing it in that capacity, because it just proves that how good they are and how just, I was able to turn this gay man straight. So it's okay for you to turn a gay man straight, but then if you fucking on a nigga and your pussy just as good and somehow he's still gay, that's very interesting to me. That's very ass backwards. So which one is it? Can your pussy change life? Or is it going to actually, is pussy going to change life in reference to, oh, I'm not gay no more. I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. Or is it going to be changing life in reference to, bitch, thank you for helping me realize that I was gay? Which one is it?
But
And
what's your snatch saying?
And what about them, like with that conversion therapy? Those guys are gay, been gay since they were born, but then they go through this so-called conversion therapy or some type of therapy or whatever, and then they say, God has delivered them, and then these women will still go in there and they'll go marry those guys, even though they know that guy, is gay, and in their mind they think, oh well, he's been converted, but really they haven't been converted. There's no conversion. It's a pretense to me. But some of them must still go marry those guys, even though they know that those guys were, gay or bisexual or whatever. So even with the church.
Go ahead, Deshaun. Sound like he about to jump through the damn screen.
I know, I saw those eyes.
Ooh, shit.
I'm serious. Look. If they want to live in their fucking delusion, let them. Because if they want to act like there's only straight people on this earth, let them. Because you know what? They're going to have to find out the hard way. Just like what this woman just witnessed. And the thing is, it's so sad, because the thing is, down with BMU, they don't talk about that. They don't talk about these dudes that be doing that, but they'll talk about gay people that's openly gay, though. They keep that shit quiet.
One of them.
What if their daughters witness the same thing that woman just went through? Well, she probably knows, but there's some women that do that, like you said. But, how is that gonna affect them?
With JT on there, one of them on there, JT, he don't even believe in that you could be bisexual or whatever. He just automatically thinks if you mess with a man or do anything with a man or whatever, that you're gay.
Let me get me straight.
So even DL, he doesn't believe that they're DL. He just believes that he believes if they're bisexual, DL or whatever, he still thinks, he lumps it all in there that they're all gay.
So basically, the majority of women are having sex with gay men. Then, so let's go back to that. Fuck all the bisexual women are dating gay men. Women are having sex with gay men. They have kids with gay men.
Right, they do. Yeah,
And
they do.
And I kind of want to just read another excerpt. Again, I'm not reading the whole book, but again, it's just the fact that I've been reading. No, I'm talking about reference. If the Black Anarchist podcast see this, so I'm not reading the entire book, but I'm free promotion. There you go. Praise the Lord. There's a part here where it talks about cultural surveillancing. Going back to what Sean was saying, policing gender expression and sexuality. The church didn't just preach homophobia from the pulpit. It wasn't just that. That was the place where it originates from, because now that's intermingled with your faith, which means that if you end up discriminating against these people, your spiritual credit score is going to look much better, to where God going to be like, oh, well, maybe we can do some financing. I don't know. But it says, not only did it just preach homophobia from the pulpit, it facilitated community policing of gender expression and sexuality. Boys were conditioned to equate masculinity with dominance, strength, and to the point of what BMU and them said, or BMI and them said, I'm gonna call them, and the title of the video where it says, talking about soft boys, whatever the case may be, I'm not looking at the screen right now, but heterosexuality. Because I was gay, I was no longer qualified, or I dropped out of the race of being a man. Any deviation from this norm, whether it's softness, doesn't mean just gay if you soft. Emotional vulnerability does not mean you gay if you have that. This here does, or attraction to other motherfuckers that are the same sex. Now that's gay. All that is met with ridicule, shame, or violence. So when you have that whole type of ideology being hammered into the minds of young boys, and there are some young boys who may feel that, they then have to, and as we will learn or go, like you said, T for T, later on in the live, as far as our trauma things, experiences, or sharing them, these traumatic experiences manifest in their lives, and it stays with them when they become adults. So that's why you have the community such as the DL community.
Yeah.
There are people who are doing it in the dark, and a lot of the people that are doing it in the dark are the very same people who condemn it in the light, but yet say they serve a master of light. But at the same time, you acting as if though God or the light can't see you. But you worried about, again, what man thinks, as opposed to what that higher being thinks. Where, like T for T said, when it came down to the ex-gays, they're saying they're delivered. No, y'all are delivered from the act of doing it, which is a conscious choice. But y'all not delivered from the actual desire, which is the innate thing there. That's the root of it all. And that is natural. Like I read in that book, again, blame it on the dress. That is a tool and a product of white supremacy. And it has done a hell of a work on the black community. The church could be a space and a place for black unity, including the queer community. But what happens is, when those individuals end up creating the spaces in which y'all lack to provide, all of a sudden now y'all want to try to destroy their places of worship and stand outside their places of worship and sing songs of warfare and tell them that they need to repent or perish. And no shade, but the niggas on the platform, if your goddamn titties is bigger than mine, you need to worry about repenting from the fupa as opposed to me repenting from homosexuality.
Don't they say that gluttony is a sin also?
It's one of the 7 deadly sins. Deadly. Shit. So don't be sitting up here just because, oh, you're an abomination and you deadly. So we almost in the same fucking category, my nigga. And didn't it also say a sin is a sin is a sin? No sin is greater than the other one. So again, if the gay is going to hell, to everybody that's listening under the sound of my voice, I will see you there.
And that's for the people.
I'm bringing the papers.
And that's for the people who actually, what you just said though, that's for the people who actually believe.
Deshaun look like he about to rip somebody's fucking throat open.
Yeah. I don't believe in sin, and I'm not an atheist. So you know, I'm gonna show some videos, you know, to here. One of them is one of the guys is an atheist, but I'm not an atheist, so people don't send me no comments saying, "Are you an atheist?" or whatever. You know, I'm pretty much more kind of agnostic. But
You
you know,
open-minded.
yeah, you know, I can believe and I
Objective.
can't believe. You know, it's a possibility and it's a possibility that it's not. But I'm not an atheist, so don't send me those type of comments. But anyway, and then Miss Stevie, don't worry about those people out there looking at you. They looking at you because you giving face, you giving body, and you're giving glamour. Okay, so don't do not worry about what these people out here saying or looking at you or whatever. So, you know, and they might need to be looking at themselves and look inward at you. But anybody else got any more comments before I
I
move
know,
on
because
here?
half of those people can't even dress like Miss Stevie.
And
They're just
she
looking at
definitely,
her. It's just jealousy. That's all it is.
she
You know, I mean,
definitely
Miss
gets
Stevie knows how to dress. I saw her get up and everything else, looking good and everything else. I mean, she looks great. I mean, look, she got every celebrity on her channel, like every single celebrity, singers,
all
everyone up there. I don't even. They should be saying thank you, Miss Stevie. I mean, I can't believe. I think I've seen you before. Like, don't be afraid to talk to her. Like, just say like, I think I've seen you before. There's some people that look at her, but they don't want to respond. Just say something. Like, don't just. It's kind of weird when people stare at you. Like, I just don't like it where they keep staring at you for a long period of time. Like, it's just really. It's like you can feel the energy. You could definitely feel it.
Yeah,
Even if you're not looking, you can feel it.
And I
It's
want
kind of
people to
like
understand. I'm sorry, go ahead.
vampires. They're like vampires. Like they want to know what you do, or they want to take away your success, even though you don't know it. They want to take it away anyways because they see what you got. As there's an energy there, and they want to have your energy and stuff like that.
Now I might need Louis on the interview with the vampire. I might need Louis to bite my neck though. So I might need a little bite from Louis. I need a vampire.
I'd rather have Louis bite my neck than that goddamn bloated ass vampire from Blade, the first one. I'd rather have that. Yeah, we gonna definitely get into it because again, this is a multi-layered thing. This is like an onion. We have to peel back the layers of it. And again, I feel like individuals like us are the ones that are actually doing it. We're thinking outside the box. We're not contained in a box like how, unfortunately, a lot of the gentlemen on that particular platform are. You have people that are objective, like Boss Man, that do go over there and share a different perspective that they say that they want, but then when that perspective happens to be more potent than the bullshit that you're used to spewing, then all of a sudden again it's quiet. Ain't nobody talking. What the little girl say? What she say?
When I'm not around, you want to be doing this, but then when I come around, you don't want to post up.
Yeah.
So
what I'm saying is like there are some people who are literally afraid of the information, afraid of it because for some of those individuals, and I'm starting to possibly believe this because again, I don't fuck with DO niggas. I like men that are openly gay, and I'm attracted to more feminine expression. Someone gotta love shit. I'm a leprechaun, they feminine girl. We gotta. The society's negatives will turn into a positive, bitch. Especially if you know how to do your math or whatever. But with these individuals here, it's fear. It's fear. It's fear. And like I just read the excerpts, these are tools that are being taught to us. First of all, y'all have so much allegiance and faith to something that you don't even know where the fuck it came from. You just been told all your life because your mama said it, your grandmama said it. And again, it's hard for black people to let go of the church because when we think of the civil rights movement, that was a place for us to meet. But white supremacy, see, they're somewhat learning from us. They're repeating the same cycle to see if we're going to do something different. But even though we don't do anything different in a sense, they're going to try something different, which is why they have infiltrated the church, which is why the church that was a beacon of hope. It was a safe haven. It was a place for people who were experiencing racism and oppression to come together and to be able to work these things out, just kind of like what we're doing here as the short stack revolution. We're coming together, we're sharing information, we're consoling each other, sometimes challenging each other, and trying to figure out what we can do to fucking survive. And now white supremacy has infiltrated that to where the churches is now a place of business. It is a place to profit. It is a big grifting machine, and it's being played on y'all emotions and y'all fears. Y'all really gonna let Mother Frances Kelly lay hands on you like she got power? But according to the book, she a female. Her husband got the power. And she's supposed to shut the hell up and whatever question she got, ask her damn husband at home. Or if she's going to speak, she needs to be speaking to women. And no shade. You trying to get rid of the homosexuality, you being a female and being considered the lesser thing. Don't you think you probably transferring that feminine energy onto that man to make him homosexual? So isn't that like a ass backwards thing to do? But again, when you operate in fear, you will believe anything to feel safe instead of the real fucking thing. And again, like I said, I'm kind of interested to hear what the hell gonna happen, because I know you probably gonna show the beginning part of this, and at that part, I'm just gonna say this real quick. At that part, are you sleeping, Deshaun? You okay?
Huh?
Yeah.
You okay?
Oh, I got
He looked
so
like
much-
he can ready to go off.
Okay, you roll your eyes. I'm like, okay, I'm about to shut up. I'm sorry, girl.
No, you good. No, I'm
No,
just
but
thinking of something.
Oh, you good. I was just playing with you. Just
But
trolling.
you know, they would have considered.
He's rolling your eyes. I was like, okay, girl, I'm about to be done, girl. Hold on. I know I can.
No. No.
No, but you good. I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
But in those biblical times,
Oh
they would have considered Mary Frances, whatever her name is, they would have considered her demonic. You know,
Hell yeah, they would have
for her
stoned
to be
her
a
ass.
woman, for her to be a woman and laying hands on a man or laying hands on somebody, saying she's casting out demons and stuff. Well, they actually would have considered her demonic and be trying, and they would either stone her or do something to cast demons out of her, because they would have considered her demonic for a woman trying to be a priest or a preacher or
And
reverend
we
or
can
whatever
even
it's
take it
called.
to the dark ages of the church, where shit, if your ass do some spiritual shit like that or try to be spiritual in a place where you're not supposed to have that access, fuck, they gonna find a way to get the demons out your ass by tying your ass up to a pole and burning you like they did the witches in the Salem witch trials. So
right.
again, it's these people's fear, and the scary part is that they literally know how to manifest their fears, because even though we're not going to see it, they're going to see it in their head. They're going to be so stuck in the sunken place that they're literally going to manifest these things, which is why, again, if you look at the statistics of queer people's lives and even the life expectancy of trans women, especially black trans women, it's jarring to see the number. It's a very young number. These individuals don't have the opportunity to really live long, full lives, a lot of them. So again, if you represent something of peace, if you represent something that is supposed to be healing, then why are you denying that healing to other people? And then have the nerve to use the Bible, but then when the Bible is used against you, then all of a sudden there is a way to justify it. So you can cherry pick, but we can't cherry pick. That's the fucking problem. And if y'all gonna do this shit across the board, then be bold and real enough to do it across the board. If we know you niggas ain't gonna do that. See, the saving grace, and I'm gonna end with this, is that with us as queer people, because we love ourselves and went through the trials and tribulations of life, we've already came to an acceptance. Something that y'all struggle to do, and you trying to get Jesus to do for you, when Jesus said that you can do it for yourself and do far greater works than even what Jesus did. But see, we had no choice but to believe it or die. Now it's about to be your turn. So instead of y'all judging us, y'all need to be sitting here asking us, how the fuck did y'all learn? Or let me put it in the way of the Bible. What must we do to be saved? We the one that got the fucking answers. I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just they just go by what they see in the Bible and what they heard, and then they just try to use that as an attack on gay people that didn't do anything to no one. That's all it is. Because the thing is, when you read Sodom and Gomorrah, those two people that ruled actually was in their low vibrational spirit, where they were lusting throughout the whole city. It was the whole city, whatever they choose, and there was nothing but slaves. And if you didn't do exactly what they say, you would actually be killed for it. Because the thing is, you have to have sex with them. But the thing is, this is what they don't understand. There's actually another gay rule somewhere else. and I just found that out. But they took it down back in 2017, where you can't find it. Where there was actually two pharaohs together, hidden in the trees. The two statues that was there, they were actually another gay rule somewhere in down is a pyramid, and I saw it, and I'm like, there's two pharaohs there. Where's the queen at? Where's the queen at? There was two pharaohs. Their pyramid. I think they died together in there in that pyramid.
Interesting. I mean,
They never told you this. If you look, if I showed you the information now, you would have been shocked. You would have been shocked. Two pharaohs. It's like they're hidden in a forest, and then there's a pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
Two male pharaohs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, they buried, you know, back then too, when they buried the pharaohs, also in their tombs and stuff like that, they buried their male slaves with them. They buried their male eunuchs with them, you know. So, you know, I mean, it was, you know, homosexuality, lesbianism, whatever. Even though they didn't really have the names for them back then like we do now, but that was all going on even back then. It was common. It was nothing. You know, long as they can still go produce some of them kings and pharaohs and stuff, you know, as long as they can go produce a child or something, you know, like that, they were allowed to have their, you know, now their men, you know, or whatever. Now as far as them messing with boys and stuff, a lot of that was, some of them were messing with young boys, but even back then they had different different laws and stuff as far as like than what we have now, as far as like we would consider all of that pedophilia and perverted with them messing with kids and stuff. But back then they did all that stuff, just like the you know, just like the people, a lot of them had more, you know, some of the men had a whole bunch of wives and stuff, and they would trade off their women and they would trade off their daughters and stuff for sheep and goats and, you know, and all of that type of stuff.
Seen as property,
so,
yep.
Right, as property. So they had different rules and stuff, different laws and stuff that they followed back then that do not apply to us now, you know, and we would have considered that pedophilia. But yeah, a lot of times they were, you know, they were buried. You know, their slaves and their slaves and their you know, or the eunuchs, because the eunuchs, you know, were slaves basically too. They were buried with them.
Sitting here talking about PDF files and stuff. Meanwhile, I think there's 44 states that still legalize child marriage.
Mm-hmm.
We at the gays is
And
powerful enough to be able to destroy the moral fabric of the black community.
I don't want my children around trans people. Oh, in the bathroom at my little girl. I don't want none of that. That's my child. I don't want my child to see it. I don't want my child. My child is in danger. My child is my children. My children, my kids. My kids.
My child.
Oh my God. My kids.
You doing all that shit because my child.
My kids.
You know, there's some senators now trying to legalize basically legalize pedophilia now, so where they can marry, or you know, like where they can marry young, you know, there's some states where they're trying to get that passed where they can marry young girls, you know, like 13 and 14 and stuff. There's a couple of senators that are trying to it might be the congressmen or senators, I can't remember which one it is, but they're trying to pass laws and stuff now, you know, so they can marry a 13 or 14-year-old girl. I mean, what kind of shit is that?
This is
all
all
states that do the child marriages.
This is all made by design. I'm gonna tell you why they're legalizing it. Because that now that we're in this paradigm, where people are going back to what they are from 1984, this thinkage, where gay people are after children and everything else, is to cover up where they are allowed heterosexually to access to have, you know, relationships sexually with children. So they're going back to that. They're actually going back to that. Everything is all made by design. This is all this was all a plan from the beginning, to have kids back to slavery through as sex slaves and stuff like that. They're talking about sex rings over in those islands and stuff like that. Oh, hell no. It's right here in America. And you be hearing stories of the teachers molesting the children, but like I said, they support it underneath the comments because it's like, ooh, this boy's getting something, or this,
I wish my teacher did that. I probably
the
would have
one
been an A
that
student.
when the little girl is actually saying, "Hey, mom, you know, this boy was molesting me. Your boyfriend, you must have had him. You must have had him. You cheated. You cheated. You tried to get my man." All that other stuff and all that other shit.
Yeah.
All that other shit.
It
This
sounds
is
like
what
the Handmaid's Tale.
I
Sounds
still
like
have to
they're trying
watch
to go
that.
to the Handmaid's Tale.
I still have to watch that. I have not
Dystopian,
seen that
that's
yet.
exactly how far they
Oh,
want to go
that's
back.
that's
To the
some
1700s.
crazy stuff there.
But it's a whole blend of it. It's like the 1700s mixed with the 50s to
Yes.
1984 to the 90s, where hypermasculinity was. But then they want to bring in sex segregation to mix that up. Ain't no one stupid here, because the thing is, the real reason why it's happening is because those people that are politicians, the elite, and everything else. Remember the story of those two gay dudes that was having sex in the Supreme Court office or something like that, and it was exposed?
I remember that.
Back in that's what happened. That story right there is where they can lose their jobs, and that's a no-no. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to use, they use religion. They're definitely going to use religion as an attack on sexuality even when a boy or a girl even try to have a chance in life trying to be gay or lesbian, that the parents have the ability to abuse them for being gay or lesbian and stuff like that. Once then, they can actually molest them, they can actually hit them or kill them, which is allowed. They can bring that back. Because remember when I told you about that Alabama father that I think he did something to his son, because his autistic son, because he thought he was gay and had a girlfriend have sex with the boy to make him straight, because it's to straighten him out and all that other stuff. But history is actually repeating itself, because back in 1997, a white boy dealt with that same shit too. They actually punched him, because I don't know how old this I don't think he was a dad, he was the grandfather. The grandfather was 60 years old. He wanted him to sleep with his wife. And he don't sleep with his wife, he will punch the kid. The kid was actually 7. Now, he told this story in 2016 or 17. I can look at this dude, this gay dude, and I can see the trauma in his eyes. Like, he's looking like, you know what I mean? Like, he's like, his eyes look furious, but he's like, I don't know how to put it. It's like, I can tell his energy. I can tell by his face. He looked crazy because of what he witnessed when he was a kid.
And that shit can transform people. All that pain and trauma, which again, I can't wait till we get to
Because
the
he
segment
said
about pain
that,
and
right.
Go ahead.
I agree.
Go ahead.
And then he said, if I smell the perfume from that woman, it sets me back to a trauma state. He had anxiety. He had anxiety attacks because of the perfume. The music, he had anxiety attacks. And you think that that's okay for you to abuse your son like that, to the point where he's freaking anxiety is all over the freaking place? Is that what you're going to do? This is what it is? You're making him more fucked up than what he already is. And the thing is, you created either which way he's going. You're going to create a society where he's going to kill everybody. But then it's like, oh, that ain't me. Yes, it is you, because you're the problem. You're actually the problem for this situation right here. You're the one that created this stupid ass shit that you created, thinking that gay people is the most worst thing in the world, to the point where you created this to a person that is who he is. When you create something like that, you create a fucking demon. The image of you is the image of that person. And that person can be destructive, even though who he is. He will still sleep with the same sex, but when he finds out, everybody dies because you created that struggle.
Correct. I agree. And to continue, I guess, with the expressions of queerphobia in Black men, I guess we can look at the clip, girl, BMI, girl, and how they also continue to, unfortunately, unconsciously reinforce queerphobia, even against a person who came in, and despite the fact that they're saying that I dropped out of manhood, girl, my manhood triggered the inner queens in them. So let's go ahead and take a look at that and see what that kind of gives me.
All right. And then and then I'll stop at different points. But if y'all need me to stop at any time in it, just tell me to stop, or y'all can hit that. You can hit the pause button too if we want to discuss something in between there. But here we go.
It's because this is my third time over here, and we keep having these type of conversations. The issue further is that you like to have these conversations with your compadres behind you to give you this false ass sense of security and sincerity.
The false sense of security. Oh, my kids are here. That's my security right there. Those are my kids, the ones I made.
But I'm having a conversation with you. I want to talk to the.
They got my daughter right there. Hey, baby girl, that's my daughter.
I don't want nobody else to interrupt the conversation. I need to talk to you. You called me here, and now I am here, and I'm gonna give you the live that you want and you need. So now that I'm here, now that you asked for me,
we're gonna do it my way.
Let's have a one-on-one right now.
We're gonna do it my way. We're gonna do it my way. You're gonna sit your ass there and have a conversation.
Your way will never be successful. Your way is
okay. Then, well, get the fuck on.
Your way is for views. No, you called me, and I'm here. You asked me to come here, and now I'm here. So we're here.
This is my channel, nigga. You don't get no. Let me go left tonight in front of my child.
Okay, well.
He's already done went left in front of his child. He
already did. He already said the N-word. He already said what he was going to say. He already said all of the things that he said.
Right.
So that means you're an ignorant nigga. You're actually more ignorant than ever, because the thing is, you can't even hold your mule. You actually look. The Bible said, hold your mule, hold your peace. You didn't even hold your mule. You didn't even hold your peace. You failed at that. Then you want to talk about Bob's sexuality and everything else. You failed at that. So that means you're judging. So you basically judged in everything else. I thought the Bible said don't judge, but yet you did. And I thought that the Bible also said that, during the other abominations, that you're justifying the wicked, and also is an unbalanced scale. So I don't understand. I really don't understand that. But
yeah. Does he sound like somebody who, they're on there talking about gay men around children and whatever, but does that sound like somebody who you would want around your child?
But see, the thing is, what about these men that be up there playing gay though? What about all these other men that's doing all these gay pranks and everything else, wearing wigs and stuff like that, that is heterosexual, such as Funny Mike and all of them, but yet when it comes to his son, dancing with a doll, and you don't know what this son is going to be, you cannot say automatically your son is gay by touching a doll. But yet you are the one that's actually wearing the wig. When the son grows up, guess what he's going to call you? You got the nerve to call me gay or weak, but I see you, father, wearing a dress and a wig and everything else because I found it online.
Ooh, come on. Out of the mouth of babes.
Y'all know better than that. Y'all know better than that. Y'all know better than that. If it's an agenda, why are you acting it? If it's an agenda, why are you acting it? If it's an agenda, why are you wearing wigs? If it's an agenda, why are you sounding gay? If it's an agenda,
right? Why
are you playing gay roles in acts in the movies instead of actually having real gay people playing the roles?
Because again, for those individuals,
go ahead, I'll be right back.
It's capitalistic. they making money off of. We talked about this before as well. So that's the reason why they emulate the queerness, because again, like it said in the book, when it comes down, their idea of masculinity is about strength, assertiveness, and being heterosexual. Anything that deviates from that, they're literally going to call it what it is. Again, the lie that they use, the title of it is called "The Soggy Bottoms That Dropped Out." This I can't even see because it's kind of faded. The Soggy Bottoms boys dropped out. So why are they talking? That's what they think, because again, we're only a part of the situation as a joke. Even when y'all was talking about Funny Mike coming in and we saw that clip of him, get on the ass, nigga. I don't want your grass. I want your ass. And I want, you know what I'm saying? That whole situation just being very over the top and exploitative about queer people. But yet when your son picks up a doll, he didn't say, oh, daddy, me, die. I want to be the doll. I can understand if something like that happened. But the fact that he picked up a doll, and again, like Deshaun said, that doll somehow enough, Barbie enough, has so much power. Fuck a Ken, fuck a G.I. Joe. Barbie has so much power, girl, that as soon as your son pick up the doll, girl, all of a sudden, like fucking Sailor Moon, he gonna transform into a fairy or something, according to you. So, like you said, like it's the hypocrisy for me. But again, it's reinforcing. God damn. God damn.
That's what for y'all with the Deshaun laughing at. I'm gonna play that every time Deshaun laughs.
That shit gagged me so much. I'm about to stand here like I'm frozen. My camera fucked up. Like that just threw me the hell off. I'm done.
No.
I'm gonna save my commentary.
That's enough power for you to say I'm done. That's a lot of power right there you saw.
No, it ain't the power. It's kind of threw me off. Just like how sometimes my thoughts kind of slip and I got to catch it again. That threw me the hell off. Oh my God. Imagine that motherfucker coming at you in the middle of the night. Or imagine somebody coming to you in church talking to you. How you doing? How you? The funk of 40,000 years. Damn. You can buy the apple through a picket fence, nigga. You sneeze, you bite a hole in your chest.
Oh my God.
Damn. Okay, you know, like I'm gonna say my commentary about this network at the end. I want y'all to sound off because I really want to hear y'all perspectives. I'm gonna mute myself. Go ahead.
Well, fuck about what you talking about, nigga. Hold on. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Before I remove you.
Wow.
We're gonna have a conversation the way I want to have it, or we're not gonna have it at all.
You're such a man. But when,
okay,
but when Boss Man dropped niggas on the platform, but when Boss Man dropped Trey on the platform, that was a bitch move. When he tried to mute him, that was a bitch move. So now you're gonna do the bitch move?
Let's do. Hey, boy, I got kids right here. My wife over here too. Hey, baby, I got a whole family over here.
You're grown.
Something that you would never have, nigga.
You're grown.
The black man is gonna bring on my family over.
My commentary is not.
Hey, come here. I'm gonna show you what a black family is supposed to look like. Let me get my family over here. Nigga, get the fuck out of here, nigga.
And I understand that.
Get the fuck out of here.
Respectfully,
you will never be what you will never be your delusion.
As a man
your delusion
does not have a fupa.
You're
a man who does not have high blood pressure. As a man that does not have water in his knees. As a man that can see his dick when he looks down.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. As a man who got corn on his dick from fucking niggas in the ass. As a man.
This isn't helpful, guys. But okay, all right. You guys want to have a combo? Have a combo. This isn't constructive.
Smell like piss because he let niggas piss on his chest. As a man who look like a trans man.
I'm saying, but the insults.
Where the piss on the chest? Pause. Bitch, not you over here exposing the goddamn categories you watch on Porno Tube, bitch. How you know about niggas pissing and shit, girl? What else? Motherfucker pissed on his chest. Is there some fantasy? Is there some fantasies you want to tell us? And I already told him that, girl, I have an electrical socket right here. I swear to God, I would go get some gasoline to douse myself and stick my tongue in it and blow this whole bitch up before I do anything with him. How you know? How does corn grow on dick?
Wait. I made this just for you.
Bitch.
Let me tell you something, bitch. Let me become real toxic masculine on your ass, nigga.
So that goes for them when they said that they don't make, when they said make homosexual, gay remarks, gay derogatory remarks. All through that video, they were calling people sissies. Not through the whole thing, but they were calling gay people sissies. Right there, they just went into the whole corn, got shit on your whatever on your dick or whatever. Just the title of their thumbnail, the Soggy Bottom Boys dropped out, lets you know that they're homophobic. I mean, just the title alone is homophobic rhetoric. So for them to get on there and say that they don't, that they don't have anything against gay people, or whatever. As we go on, you'll hear that type of rhetoric. So.
Oh, by the way,
so that's a lie. They're just hypocrites.
Wait, they act like they don't. They act like just gay people have, waste on their dicks when it's not straight people too that also witnessed it too heterosexually by their woman. I heard stories of it.
And then let's talk about it further.
Oh, wow.
And let's talk about that further. Okay, I'm gonna stay in this goddamn Barry White ass, Lou Rawls ass voice. Can y'all still hear me clearly? Do I sound my words enunciating? Here's the thing. No shade. And Deshaun gonna like this part with his nasty ass. Lord. I don't know what type of caveman demonic ass scat demons that y'all think gay people are, and there are some people who do like that, and God bless them so that I ain't gotta do it. But no shade. If you're trying to have a successful sexual gay experience, first of all, if there's one thing that I do agree about when it comes to Christianity, is the fact that cleanliness is next to godliness. Get your ass in the shower and do what you need to do to prepare yourself for that experience. Now, if you're dealing with somebody who's a bottom who actually cares about the experience and don't mind putting in the work, they will clean themselves out to make sure they are prepared for that. These niggas think that gay people out here just having sex through the messiness, and sometimes there are some nasty caveman ass individuals who do that, but I don't know them niggas by their first nor last name. So for him to assume that's what I was doing, it's like, oh, well, I already know what your mind is told. And then on top of that, bitch, the way you speak about it so effortlessly, and I'm over here stuttering, and he not, and he talking about all the goddamn categories. Let's check your web browser history. Let's see where you go to and what you look at night when you can't get no nookie cookie bookie, okay? And on top of that, I wonder what the private browser looked like, because from some of the people who are actually individuals who messed around with DL niggas, girl, their DL alarm is going off. And girl, when it come down again to me and that nigga right there, girl, I don't want the alarm to go off. Fuck the alarm. I'm breaking the alarm. I don't want the alarm to go off. There is nothing here that is of emergency between me and that individual, that sky bison, that water buffalo. Nothing here.
And he must have had his corn cob stuck up in somebody's ass anyway, because it pulled out corn. It sounds like he's been up in there so he knows from experience.
And I bet his big ass probably ate the corn too. I'm so glad I'm at somebody else's house and I can talk my shit, girl.
Oh my God.
Cause I'm gonna talk my shit somewhere, bitch. No shade.
I think I'm about to throw up.
I already threw up.
I
was live. I knew the shit was gonna pop the hell up.
Okay. Oh wait. Are you? Can you see me? Can you hear me?
We can see you.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. I want you to see this video. Charleston White again is talking about gay people again. Here we go.
Great.
Because remember when I told you about Charleston White, how back in high school he used to beat up gay people when they see him and all that other stuff and all that other bullshit, and how, because he was talking about Saucy Santana, I believe Saucy Santana, or was the other gay dude that's big or something like that. And he said, I would have that other gay dude beat you up, dude, and all that other stuff. And, you can't protect women because you gay, and you can't do this because you gay. You need a man and stuff like that. How you gay man gonna protect? Well, here we are with him again. And Charleston White speaks and share his thoughts on gay people again. So here we go.
Gays should be shot shot in the back of the head. And gays, homosexuals, studs, and even lesbians should be shot in the back of the head, execution style, on the next, during the Super Bowl. Super Bowl halftime show should be Kendrick Lamar. It should be execution of gays. Yeah, gay little boys need to be tortured, huh? Dwayne faggot little girl. Dwayne Wade's son needs to be hung by the neck and strung out in a tree before the world. So you can say all kind of mean shit on real. Yeah.
This shit therapy right here.
Dwayne Wade's son needs to be shot in back of the head. Alligator bait. Yeah, Dwayne Wade's son and any faggot little boy and little girl need to be used as alligator bait.
Get in there. Get in there. Get in there.
Help all the homosexuals.
Wow.
The WNBA women need to be brutally raped by the NBA players that's on the bench that barely get playing time. With that steroid dick. Yeah. WNBA women need to be raped with a steroid athletic dick. One of them UFC niggas, one of them violent motherfuckers. That boy had the BBA.
Giselle in here, she wanted to tell you she was a man because she didn't tell you yesterday, had you leading to think you were talking to a woman. That was egregious.
That motherfucker should be killed and murdered.
Wow.
Whoever that faggot is, he should be stoned to death. Live on America's Next Got Talent. You know that show that Nick Cannon used to host? That motherfucker, whoever that faggot man is, got on here sounding like a bitch, need to be stoned to death or electrocuted. Put in live on America's Next Got Talent. It's supposed to be aired or on The Voice.
Get in there, bro. Get in there.
Yeah. Who else y'all got coming up so we can humiliate? Find me some motherfuckers to humiliate. Yeah, gays should be shot in the back of the head. And gays, homosexuals, studs, and
He's
even
on a loop.
lesbians should be shot.
Okay, girl, we heard what the fuck that motherfucker had to say.
So what do you think? Okay, so see.
Yeah, we gonna break that down real quick.
It's you see people like him. This is where people have these ideas where I can kill my son if he's gay. I'm just gonna shoot him in the head. I can force him.
Beat my son, Kevin Hart, Tracy Morgan, and then Carisha from the City Girls. They said they would beat their sons if they found out that they were gay. That's dangerous. And Charleston White, where was that energy when Homeboy ran up on you on that stage when you call yourself doing, what was it, a comedy tour? Where was that energy? Then you had to have security there for you. So causing violence to queer people should be the last of your worries when it's already a target on your ass out here in these streets. And then you had to get a Kanifi and go out here and stab Homeboy because that's all you can do. He was going to whoop your ass. He was going to tear that head off.
I'm gonna wait. Anybody else wanna?
I just don't understand.
This is but go ahead.
But you know, the thing I want to know is for him like this, he creates people that follow him to go online of what he said. Any word that comes out into the universe, people will listen and then use that on their kids and stuff like that and kill them. They would simply just kill them. They would just simply kill them. If they find out or hear about it, they're gonna kill them. It's usually men that would do that though, because women, yes, they'll. But it's mostly majority of the time is black men that would do that because they don't know what to do with that.
That anger, that rage, they go and they listen to men like the Charleston Whites of the world. They go and they listen to the Bootsies of the world. They go and they listen to the Jonathan Kirk or the Babies of the world. They go and they listen to platforms like BMU. The same way that they listen to these platforms are the same way that Donald Trump and his supporters listen to Fox News. These demagogues like Fox News, they listen to Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, the Young Turks, all of these platforms, it's like red meat. You're dangling red meat in front of a tiger's face, and you're causing that tiger to be angry. You're tempting it, and you're making it angry. Your anger is misplaced, and T.S. Madison said that. Your anger shouldn't be with us. It shouldn't be with queer people. Your misdirected anger needs to be at the system that is keeping us all oppressed. Because if we keep it up, we won't have a democracy. And it's not us on this panel that has the problem. It is you that has the problem, Charleston White. Now, during this election, when Kamala and Trump was running against each other, you were one of the main ones. I don't want no woman in the White House. And it was men right along with you thinking the same exact thing. But she was qualified, overly qualified. What do you know? This man has 34 felony counts. And if I'm not mistaken, if we do a little digging on you too, Charleston White, didn't you get into some legal trouble at one point? So you have no room to talk about nobody, to judge nobody. Gays should be stoned. What is this, Africa? This is not Africa. This is the United fucking States. You don't get to tell nobody how they need to live their life. And you know how I feel about that word lifestyle. So let me not be hypocritical. A lifestyle is Paris Hilton, who I love. I love Paris Hilton. I wear her perfumes. But Paris Hilton is rich. She's a white woman. I'm never going to equate to that. Paris Hilton is rich. She loves to fly on private jets. She loves to go to prestigious fashion events the same way Kim Kardashian would. They're rich. That's a lifestyle. Me going and saying, hey, I want to eat healthy. I want to cut back off of eating fried chicken and pork chops. That's a lifestyle. Being gay or being trans is someone's individual mind. That's theirs. And you can't control that. You have no power or say so over that. So you can roll up on any trans person or queer person if you want to. We're not taking it. We're not about to let you take our lives. One thing we will do is we whoop ass. Queer people will whoop ass. If we don't whoop ass, one.
You better get that done.
Hopefully Queen come back. But I kind of want to take off what she said. Now, first of all, when it comes down to Charleston White, girl, no shade. Looking at Charleston White, I want to inform: if you are a female and you are pregnant, please don't smoke cigarettes, please don't drink, and please don't do crack, because Charleston White is what your ass is going to manifest, girl. No shade, girl. These are the crackheads of the black community, girl. No shade. They had hopes and dreams, but cocaine has taken it away from them. So again, why are we listening about community building advice from an individual like Charleston White? What has this goddamn slewfoot ass nigga done to help the community become better, instead of being a menace to society over here looking like a nigga with a broken head, like a broken light bulb or something? This is the epitome, girl, of what the black community stands for. This nigga literally said that queer people should be executed mafia style, which means point blank range in front of your head, boom. And to Queen Stevie's point, there are some queer people who are not going to allow that to happen, because y'all be over here underestimating queer people. And no shade, that's going to be to y'all detriment. And I say to all the queer people, girl, we already know what it's like to have to work 2-3 times as hard anyway. Employ that same type of effort to your self-defense. If you have a good enough record, get you a weapon. Get you something. I live in Detroit, so pow. Get you something. If your record is not clean, girl, get your ass a butcher's knife set from Family Dollar or something. Get some cheap shit so when you stab it in the bitch, and you can break it off in her. Do something to protect yourself, because they have, girl, when the crackheads start warning you about shit, girl, that's when you know it's getting real, bitch. Okay? And then on top of that, again, for the little bootsies of the world, I'm not going to listen to no man talk about uplifting and building the community when this nigga has literally opened up his mouth and said that every rapper that listens to me ends up dead. But you are the harbinger or the light bringer to the black community, bitch, when you yourself has caused the death and destruction of so many black men that queer people could never Sit your ass down. And maybe diabetes will do it this time, bitch. Because around your ass, girl, it look like it's whooping your ass, bitch. You in your 30s and look like you in your damn 70s, bitch. You might want to stop drinking that yak too. Unless you, girl, fuck them niggas. Fuck them. And
I
if
want
them
to
niggas
get
shoot at you, shoot the fuck back and hit for center mass. Empty the clip into those niggas. Because if you are going to unfortunately lose your damn life, I'd rather the headline read so and so lost their life. They motherfucking attacker and two of them niggas lost their lives as well. Change the narrative. Like T.S. Madison said, I'll be done. Home defense. Everywhere I am is home. Everywhere. My body is my temple. This is my home. Everywhere I'm at, I am at home. So protect yourself. And on top of that, I would love to see Boosie Badass and motherfucking Charleston White roll up on gay niggas. And didn't the gay nigga roll up on Boosie and he ain't do shit about it?
And didn't he have a gay assistant as well too? And
Yes, and said they
Boosie,
make
where
the
was
most
that?
money. They the best people and shit.
He did.
Boosie,
He
where was
definitely
this energy when you were sitting down with Mike Tyson? You know not to. You know not to. Mike Tyson asked you a beautiful question. He said, "What is your issue with queer people?" And then you quoted what your mother said. And you said, "Maybe I should shut the fuck up." That's what your mother said. Isn't your mother a school teacher? And she said, "Maybe I should shut." She's absolutely right. You need to just be quiet. You need to be quiet. I think what you saw in that prison cell when you were serving, when doing time, traumatized you. And that was a point that T.S. Madison said in her live. Why? I mean, they was riding, bro. They was riding. They was getting it in. Did it turn you on? Is there
Probably
something you want to
participated.
tell us, Bootsy?
Yo.
Right.
that
He probably
something about that
participated.
prison traumatized the fuck out of him. And ever since then, he keeps telling that story and stuff like that. It all because and that he blames the gay community, but these men were even gay. These are prisoners that don't wanted to get their rocks out. Got nothing to do with them being gay, unless whatever
Oh,
they want.
oh. And your daughter's also a part of the community as well, too. And what you said to
Oh.
her, you out of
Right.
pocket.
The
You were out
universe
of
works in
pocket for
mysterious
that.
ways.
What did he said something to the extent of you're contaminated. You said that your daughter was contaminated. Do you know
And
how
if
broken you broke her soul? She broke down crying in the video. You broke her soul. You out of pocket for that. Just because your daughter doesn't love the way you do or think the way you do. She's not homophobic at all. What you said affected her. You out of pocket. And I really think you need to go and seek some sort of counseling, Bootsy, and deal with that internalized. That's the problem with some black hetero men. You need to unpack. Well, we're done with unpacking. You need to pack that shit up in a hefty bag and
Hello.
take it on to the garbage. Because your homophobia will not absolve you from the fascism and authoritarianism that we as black people are all experiencing in this country right now from this administration. They literally want to erase the existence of black people, of queer people in this country. And if we don't learn to fix the issue within our own community of y'all thinking that it is us that's the problem, no, both of us together put our heads together collectively and tackle this authoritarianism. Like Dr. O said in the video Bubs played, it is time that we start calling it what it is. It is not a president. This is an authoritarian leader. This is a cult leader. This is a dictator. We are literally annexed from other countries. Whereas Ukraine should be our ally and working with us, Russia is now our ally. It shouldn't be the other way around.
Right.
But we know why Russia is our ally because you are afraid of Vladimir Putin. Trump is afraid of him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was Keon. Keon said that he is someone's puppet. He's Putin's puppet. Yes, Trojan horse all day. And he knows not to step out of line with his daddy, Vlad.
Ooh, Trojan man all up in his ass. Something about that gay booty. Mm-mm.
Don't mess
Something
with his
about
dad.
that gay booty. Ooh,
Uh-uh.
ooh. It is the sweetest whole. Help me, choir. I know. Doom, doom. It's a gospel song, but anyway. Yeah, it's it's crazy. And to Queen Stevie's point, yes, like maybe the way that nigga was, because again, I'm a top, so I understand. If you watch a motherfucker ride some shit, and I mean they taking that shit, and I'm talking about to the point to where they grab they damn head, the top's head, and put their forehead to their head, and be looking at them like this, and be talking to them, and the top just sitting there like this. I don't know. Maybe you wants to get turned out like that. And if that's the case, the universe will allow. I don't know. Maybe him and Charleston White should fuck each other, girl, because it seems like they're a good match. I feel like
You talk
Charleston
about
White would be the. Yeah, I feel like Charleston White would be the only motherfucker somewhat attracted enough to Boosie to fuck him. Or who gonna be the top and the bottom? Who y'all think gonna be the top and the bottom between Boosie and
But you know, it's so weird. They hate each other, but but they both hate gay people and trans people.
Yeah, it's hate,
It's
but
so
then
weird.
but imagine
They should have been best
in the
friends.
DL community, this them here. Look,
Man, let me tell you, I hate the motherfucking gay ass niggas. Yeah, me too. I hate them too, Boosie. And I hate your ass too, and I hate you too, nigga. Ooh, damn, nigga, why your motherfucking chest just looking like that, nigga? Just it'll be all that gay shit. This nasty ass gay hood trap ass shit. Girl, just the thought of Boosie and motherfucking Charleston White having each other, I low-key want to eject myself out of this reality, girl, because of that. Girl, where the Grim Reaper at so I can give him a blowjob, bitch? Thank you for coming through and saving me from this shit, girl. But who knows, like
that might again, like we said, individuals who are so so anti-gay are individuals who dealing with it within themselves. And the reason why these individuals need to learn about energy work is simply because they're queerphobic. The universe will send queerphobic experience into their lives, i.e., his daughter Ivy, who again idolized her father. But you talking about, oh, well, my daughters we went to go see The Color Purple, the musical, and I took my daughters out of that because The Color Purple was a lesbian classic. We just gonna ignore the fact that there was rape and molestation and all type of shit in that, but the queer stuff was so good. I don't think it was The Color Purple that could have influenced your daughter. If we're gonna talk about influence, well, maybe what influenced your daughter is your daughter kept hearing about how you like two red bones in the backseat kissing each other, and she kept hearing that on repeat from her friends. So again, if anybody made your child gay, nigga, it was you. But I mean, I can believe that to be the case because at the end of the day, niggas who looked up to you as far as rappers, again, out of your mouth, they all died. So again, if you believe in Boosie, bitch, unless you Boosie, you're not gonna fucking make it. So again, fuck them niggas. Let them niggas say what they want to say, girl. But then when they get motherfucking checked in person, girl, them hoes are quiet. A lot of these niggas are performative. And the reason why these performative niggas want to pop off is because they want to operate in the one thing that they know they can do that is their source of power, which is being violent. But what happens when the queer people starts to meet you motherfuckers on the same playing field of violence? Then what happens? What do y'all have next? Because that's the only thing that y'all have on queer people. And no shade, queer people, again, pick up your motherfucking cross, bitch. Okay, I'm talking about the crosshairs that is an attachment on your Glock, bitch. And if them niggas fuck with you, girl, pull it out and warn them motherfuckers. Leave me the fuck alone, girl. And if they try you, if you want to avoid going to jail for manslaughter or whatever the case may be, shoot below the waist. Down there, that's not a kill zone. Up here in your center mass, that's where your vital organs are at. Now, if you feel like your life is in danger, there's a gang of niggas, do what you need to do to survive the encounter. Because I'd rather y'all be judged by a jury of 12 than be carried out by 6. No shade. Change the narrative. Boom.
So, Miss Stevie, did you say that Carisha said that she would beat her son if she found out he was gay, but she was messing around with P. Diddy?
Oh yeah,
and he's bisexual. So what? I mean, where did that? I mean, that's a double standard. What the hell is that? I mean, she would beat her son if she found out he was gay, but she's messing around with a bisexual man.
See, this is how it happens.
Herself.
And it's more stuff coming out about the Sean P. Diddy Combs case. It's more stuff coming out, but she was served at her birthday party. all of that. We've seen that.
Alleged.
Yes. But she said that on the Breakfast Club. Oh, if her son was gay, she would beat him. And then Kevin Hart echoed that same sentiment.
Oh wow.
Tracy Morgan also echoed that same sentiment. They said it as well too. It's out there. So yeah, I mean, you have a hugely queer fan base. The City Girls, queer people love the City Girls. I mean, you had JT performing at Pride, you had Carisha performing at Pride, but it doesn't equate to just that. Your activism, your allyship means that you show up. And if you see somebody who says something, I've seen lives where Santana would go live with JT and or Carisha, and they would have dudes in the background, making homophobic comments and stuff. That's not cool. If Santana is your friend, why are you not showing up for Santana? Why are you not defending him? That's not friend. That's not a friend, and that is not somebody that I would keep around in my circle.
I agree.
We have to learn to separate the difference between the two. And I think a lot of some queer people get it mixed up. We're thinking, oh, this person is my friend. They mean well. No, they don't mean well. If they're not standing up for you and your existence, fighting for you, that's not allyship. And Hope Giselle touched on that, what true allyship means. True allyship means showing up. And I can give you an example of that, Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade.
Yes.
That's a perfect example of allyship. NLE Choppa, who T.S. Madison just recently met with, he's got backlash because of the gay baiting and whatever. I could care less about that. He's a handsome dude. But he stood on business. He is an ally. And until I see otherwise, you can't prove to me different. That's allyship. You are showing up. You are willing to educate yourself. Now, there are others who need more work, like a Tamar Braxton, who just recently got into it with Craig the Writer Stewart at one of the Fag Talk events. And then she said some things. Her and K. Michelle both said things that were questionable. Like, oh, if my husband doesn't sleep with me, so that means he must be gay. Something to that extent. It was way back when. This is around the time the real daytime situation was going on. But to that point, they also suffer from internalized homophobia. And you need to deal with that. You need to let it go, because queer people, we're not your enemy. We are here to live and exist as well, too, the same way you are. The only thing that is different is our sexuality and what we like. We are human just like you. We're black just like you. The same way your ancestors have been shackled in chains in this country, brought here, sold to the highest bidder, each and every one of us have experienced that because we are black. And we bleed red at the end of the day.
Correct.
Now, back to Bubs' point about us as queer people defending ourselves. If you don't have a marge, I suggest you go get you a marge. Carry you something on you. Defend yourself. I remember one live, and we talking about all of the pivotal icons that are in the queer community that we, idolize and look up to, that are out here doing the work, like the Hope Giselles, like the T.S. Madison. T.S. Madison did a live where she pulled out Marge, Patty, Gladys, every one of them. And she wasn't playing. She let you know, you roll up on her, you're going to have some problems. And plus, Madison has security.
Correct.
So some of us in the queer community are not that fortunate. We have to be our own security. We have to be vigilant. We have to look out for ourselves, because hate crimes have risen through the roof. You have trans men, not just trans women. Us, yes, we're under attack too, but our trans brothers are also being attacked out here.
Correct. Yes.
Trans men are losing their lives. Hope Giselle posted something a few days back where the story didn't even really get coverage. Our stories are not being told for all of us in the queer community. It's like they don't want people to know that we're losing our lives. You try to hide it. You don't talk about it in mainstream news. So we have to go to outlets like Gay Magazine. We have to go to the National Black Justice Coalition or the Human Rights Campaign, because our stories barely get airtime. Another example was Ty Underwood, a black trans woman in Texas, if I'm not mistaken, who lost her life. And her story almost didn't get told.
Mm.
So it's important that we continue to highlight this. Charleston White's rhetoric is dangerous. BMU's rhetoric is dangerous. You can't be black men and be out here speaking the words of the oppressor to the
Hello.
oppressed when you are your oppressed yourself. And you can get pulled over in any community from just coming home from work with red and blue lights on the back of your car. And they say, let me see your hands at the front of that steering wheel. Put them hands up. Don't reach down for nothing. And you can lose your life in an instant just for being black,
Right.
laughing while black, walking while black. So again, gay people, we're not your enemy. And if anybody's the enemy within, I suggest you take a look in the mirror at yourself. You're
Hello.
the enemy within. You
Hello.
are the traitors
Yep.
because you are disowning a group of people. And it's due to fear, organized religion, and that damn Bible.
Yep. Yep.
And that's what they said in their thumbnail. As if the Saudi bottom boys dropped out, so they're discarding us. Because they're saying we dropped out of manhood or out of the black community because we're gay or trans or non-binary. So they're saying that we dropped out, but they actually pushed us out. And then they wonder why we have trauma. This type of rhetoric and this type of stuff. They wonder why we do have trauma.
And you wonder why Blue Diamond is the way he is, and then he rages out and stuff like that. When every time I motherfucking do keep calling him a gay person, he starts biting their freaking arms and shit like that, and go crazy and all that other stuff because he had to because it's Blue Diamond. I'm gonna still call her she because even though she detransitioned, it's just that what she went through. When she told me the story of what she went through with all these DL men and all this other stuff, she said that she told me that when she was trans, all they did was use her for her body. That's it. She got tired of it, so she detransitioned. I mean, it's like fuck it, because it's kind of like what's the deal with this? What's the deal with this? She told me it is like. I'm really sorry. I mean, I'm very sorry what you had to go through mentally. They were trying to, try to fight her, everything. I was like, wow. But she had to defend herself too. She wasn't backing down. She ain't that type of person. Aries like that, they're not gonna go for it. Absolutely not. Not an Aries gay person, especially not her. Not in a Venus moon or moon something like that. No, absolutely not. Absolutely
And
not.
that's how it's also always been for us as queer people. We've always had to build up a wall. We've always had to be on guard, sitting on ready 24/7, because we are the most vulnerable, and people think we are the most vulnerable to target. And it's just like, no, not every queer person you walk up on, you try to beat up is vulnerable where you can catch them off guard and beat them and attack them or unalive them. That's not the case. Now, as far as conversion therapy, and to the Sean's point, I'm looking at this article on the Human Rights Campaign, and it says the so-called conversion therapy, sometimes known as reparative therapy, is a range of dangerous and discredited practices that falsely claim to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity or expression. Such practices have been rejected by mainstream medical and mental health organizations for decades. But due to conflicting discrimination and societal biases against LGBTQIA plus people, some practitioners continue to conduct conversion therapy, and minors are very especially vulnerable to conversion therapy. Now, in Texas, they're trying to make it illegal. This Madison joked about it on the show with her and Craig. They were saying that it's illegal to say, you can't say trans or be trans in Texas. You get a felony for that. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to punish people for walking into their existence. Republicans are literally passing all of these legislation and bills that are harmful to us. And it says also that minors, with them being vulnerable, it can lead to depression, anxiety, drug use, homelessness, and them just taking their own life. And to date, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Rhode Island, Utah, District of Columbia, Virginia, Vermont, Washington, Puerto Rico, all have laws or legislation that protect the youth from this harmful practice. Now, 8 of these states that I just named, regulations were enacted under Republican governors. You have Governor Greg Abbott in, what is it, Texas, banning trans women from sports. Why is that an issue? When the dictator from El Salvador, Bukele, came down here, that was one of the points that they made in their meeting. So they're not just looking to arrest homegrown people like this panel that I'm sitting on right now that are speaking out in opposition, but they're going after people who are marginalized. That means black and brown. And to the white people that voted for Donald Trump, if you don't think that you're not a homegrown citizen and that you can't be picked up and deported off of the streets too, you got another thing coming. You get what you voted for. And y'all are feeling that bias remorse just as sure as you know it. The man already told you what the plan was. The plan is Project 2025. You might as well rewrite it and call it Manifest Destiny or the Golden Age. And if you are not like an Elon Musk or Peter Thiel or Jeff Bezos or Linda McMahon, who can't even say AI, she pronounced it A1.
Oh my
Go
God.
get Vince. Go get Vince. Go take Vince McMahon, girl. Where he at?
A1 steak sauce, yes. A1
Oh my
steak
God.
Yep, steak sauce. Yep. A1 steak sauce.
That's
A1's sales have now spiked because of her just even mentioning the steak sauce brand. But this is where we are.
Girl, can't wait till I get random blessings like that, girl. Just mind my own business. My shit shoot up. Girl, what happened? Somebody that missed it says some shit. Yeah, but I'm definitely looking forward to getting into the trauma part of the whole thing because, and I like the way you set it up, T for T, because again, you're starting off with the expression of that. And these are adult men, grown men doing this. But again, also because I am also a grown man, I experienced this, but in more brutal ways when I was a child. Like when I was a child, it wasn't just the words, it was the fists and violence that came after that. On this panel, it's just the words. And I've gotten better with my words, but I've also got better in the physical part as well, no shade, because again, to Queen Stevie's point, I understand how dangerous this shit can get because I've lived this and survived this. But now that I'm an adult, I'm going to not just survive, but thrive. And if you get in the way of doing that, and you overstep your boundary from verbal to physical to harm me, to prove something within yourself that you are stressed out with, you ain't got to worry about all asking gay people questions and things about the queer community. You can ask God yourself and get all the answers. There you go. But yeah, I'm ready.
But again, this isn't gonna move the conversation. So I'm just saying I would like to hear a conversation, especially if you guys want to do it. But this isn't
this nigga the fuck up, nigga. I want to beat your bitch ass.
Well, Mr. Bennett, I will go live after this live.
Okay,
you ain't shit, bitch.
I will be willing to have the conversation.
Don't come insult me, you bitch ass nigga.
Okay, Bubs, hold on. Somebody's I think
it's Deshaun.
Yeah, someone getting a click in the video, so
getting like a feedback.
I'm hearing the clicking too.
Because there was let me see. Hold on.
Click.
Yeah, get the fuck.
Yes.
You hear it? Click the fuck. Click. Like you hear that?
Yeah. Let me see.
On stupid ass nigga. You are a man who doesn't know himself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can say all the insults you want to say about me,
real quick. I'm
but
sorry. know what I was saying? The reason why it was clipping is because he was yelling to the mic so much that sometimes it clips the audio to where the audio can't pick it up. So it sounds like he clipping it because he's yelling or getting all the way in the mic. So.
Oh, okay.
But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Husband. I'm a father. I'm an activist. I'm in my community. I take care of my children and other people's children. I got the receipts. Until you can provide all those receipts, whether you gay or not.
He's very insecure because if you're doing all that type of stuff, you don't have to go out there and brag about that type of stuff. You don't have to, put up receipts and stuff and tell people what you're doing. That's very narcissistic of him. It's all about him. What I'm doing, me. I can get this. I can get that. I can show you that. You're not doing this and stuff. He's very insecure. There's no reason for all of that bloviating and what I'm doing. And I did this in the community, and you can ask anybody. Is he not secure about what he's doing?
You need to be worried about the DoorDash bill. Go ahead.
When you're in the Muslim community, when you're helping children in the community, when you're out helping kids on the field, off the field, kids who have choke slammed their mamas at midnight, and you have to go over to their houses, kids that have to come to your house to take showers because their water off. You spending $200-300 on groceries for kids to have something to eat because their mama can't afford groceries. Until you can get on, I'm gonna do it the educated way. I ain't got to cuss and call you names. Until you get on that level, you are not a man. You are not a man. Show me your.
And you don't get on social media bragging about how much you're spending when you're supposed to be out there helping people. You're not a good Samaritan. That's not a good Samaritan. There's no reason you're out there bragging $300 and I'm doing this and I'm doing that. Well, you're not. That's a wolf in sheep's clothing right there. You don't get out there and brag about that type of stuff. And it sounds like he probably ain't did shit.
Receipts, and I'll show you I'll give you my receipts right now. I'll pull them up right now. I'll show you right now how I take care of other kids that's not mine in the community. For my kids, right now, I'm out of the state right now with my daughter, watching her play her basketball for AAU. Boy, I got so much going on in my life that I do for my family and others. I'm a husband. I'm an activist. I'm in the church. I'm everywhere. This is what men need to do in the community. Men need to take these sisters out the community.
Did you tell me to pause?
Wait, no, what did he say? Did he say take the sissies out the community? Is that what he said?
Yeah, he said that.
He said that?
Yeah.
Bitch nigga, you owe me $200. Bitch nigga, you owe me $200. He literally said, if I called you a name, if I ever called you a slur this entire time on the live or whatever, then I will send you $200. You said the word sissies, remove the sissies. That means me, bitch. So with that being said, Cash App $ Bubs the guy.
And he called you not just you. I guess he was referring to
bitch ass nigga and all that type of shit. And I got corn on my dick. So on top of that, nigga, you owe me $1,000. All the damn slurs, $200 a slur, nigga. Send me my shit. Send me my coin.
Soggy Bottom Boy is a slur.
But he gonna say, I can sit up here. I gotta call your name.
They don't have substance. All they have is the community. They're LGBTQ. Other than that, they have no substance. They have no money. They have nothing. Half of you niggas that suck dick don't even have a bank account. So get the fuck out of my face, Devin.
Believe it or not, most gay people have more money than heterosexuals. Okay, so don't get that twisted. Most gay men talking about we don't have money. Well, I ain't even getting into that because
actually these dudes are trying to manipulate gay men to be straight to lose money of the LGBT. What are they talking about? And also, they do have money because they have balls. They have RuPaul, the dragways, all that other stuff. They have even gay talk shows and stuff like that. Businesses talk about gay relationships that's online and stuff like that. They have money. What is he talking about?
Surprised. Just your average gay person has, is usually middle class to upper middle class. So that's bullshit.
Oh, wait, even better.
They don't know what they're talking about. And so what if we didn't have money? If we didn't have money, so what? What does that have to do, with the price of whatever in China? Everybody's not going to be wealthy. Whether you're gay, straight, or what, bisexual, whatever you are, everybody's not going to be wealthy.
Here's a good one.
This man has some issues. He's got some serious issues.
Here's a good one. How do we know there's gay people that are politicians?
Right.
There's gay people that are elitists.
Right. The log cabin Republicans. And a lot of them got money with their crazy asses, the damn Trump supporting asses. And believe it or not, because they throw all those damn black tie dinners and balls and shit all the time. And it's wealth running through there. But they'd be surprised just how many gay people, gays, bis, trans, whatever, have money. And if you don't, so what? You know, everybody can have money.
Even the pick-me gays also got jobs, such as Wad Smith talking to their own community like that, and talking about I forgot that exercise guy. What is his name that did exercise? He's the one that did
Sean T.
Sean T. That talks about Sean T. saying, "Why do you have a picture of your kids while OnlyFans and stuff like that when you're supposed to be worried about you and everything else? Why are you worried about another dude? And plus, that got no. Actually, no. It was a dance. It was a dance. All it was a dance. It was a dance. All they doing was dancing. The kid was dancing. They were just dancing, and he was talking about, oh, why are you dancing in front of your kid or something like that? Just simply a dancing. Just creating a freaking narrative so that people is out of fear. Oh my God. Oh my God, he's dancing with his kid. Oh Lord. And this is the reason why gay people, when they were just dancing. Nothing sexual, anything like that. But it's always your own that also put you under the bus. It's always your own. It's always your own, especially if they're to the right.
Right.
But I can give you lists of strippers, women doing things to their children, all that other shit, and they will never say shit about it. They will never say a damn word about it.
Because it's a woman.
7 years old. They won't say a damn thing about it.
Yeah, men think that's the right passage for them.
That are doing that to their own.
And women can get away with that. They allow that.
They have no balance.
Not for,
they have no balance. That's the reason why I'm like, they need to shut the fuck up. They really need to shut the fuck up. Because the thing is, until you talk about everything that's going on around this world that you can see that's online, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
You got the wrong one, nigga.
But when I come to these platforms who tell me that because I am a gay man that I cannot speak about heterosexual shit, but meanwhile, y'all have everything the fuck else to say about queer people, that's called privilege. And you ain't got to be white to have it, as we can obviously see. So if you actually were doing the right thing, you would educate yourself. But that's the problem with this platform. And I'm gonna have to say pause, because obviously you think whenever I'm giving men G that I want to suck their dick. If you actually understood the queer community, their standards are high, and ain't none of these men on the platform meeting them. So let's drop that right there.
I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear nothing about no goddamn LGBTQ community, because I can sit here and say I'm just for married men. I want to talk to husbands all day. No, I go to the school. I'm on the PTO, the PTA. I'm in the school with the kids. I'm going up there. I'll be there with my children. I want to hear what you do. I want to know your mayor's name. Ask me these questions. What's your mayor's name? Who is your senator? Who is your congressman? Who is the person? Who's your chief of police? I want to know these things that the people that I have relationships with. Who have I sat down in rooms with? I have pictures and documentation to show you receipts. What do you have? I want to, outside the LGBTQ community, what do you have to show in your community? Everybody on this panel have seen me. When they did the strike on the Muslims, I was at the airport when they wouldn't let them get on the plane. I got pictures right here. I was there. I was there for the Muslims. I was there for the people who for the Hispanic people who got taken out of Home Depot years ago when they were getting them out there because they wanted to sit outside and get work outside. I have the pictures to prove it. I'm that nigga. I am him. So all you got is jokes. Give me the receipts outside the LGBTQ community. Give me the receipts. Show me pictures of young men who got shot and stabbed, and now they're in college playing college football, and they send you tickets, and you go to their games, and they send you thank you letters and say, thank you, man. You saved my life, bro. I could have been dead. When you can show me what you've done for the kids. Show me what you've done for the elderly. I've sat and spent my own money. I got videos and shit to prove it. I've spent my own money. Me and my children and my wife have sat in the back of a U-Haul truck during COVID and handed out 200 boxes of motherfucker, a partner with Minnie's Food Pantry here in Dallas, Texas.
Damn, he's a bragger. I mean, it's all about him. Me. What I did. I wouldn't let my son nowhere near around his ass. So he talking about he don't want to be around gays. I would never let my son nowhere around him. You wouldn't be teaching my son football, basketball, baseball, all the stuff that he played, ninjutsu. You would not be nowhere near my son.
Well,
when he was
I
growing
think he
up.
threw all those accolades out because, again, he wants to create this narrative that he knows what he's doing in the community. And then he said not only was he doing things within the black community, as far as with heterosexual black boys and heterosexual black girls, but also going outside of the black community and standing in gaps with other people who are also what he would consider to be oppressed or downtrodden. But if you operate as that and operate as such a humanitarian and a stand-up individual, then why are you failing to do that when it comes to the queer community? And not even with me. When CTV and Reckless Logic was over there, it was the same bullshit. And y'all low-key do the same thing to Boss Man, but y'all just do it in a playful ass way. So again, my nigga, even though you've done all of that, and like I said in my response, I'm grateful that you've done all that as a black man. I wish y'all would actually do that. And it's so funny. You could do all that where the camera can't see, but yet you can't do a motherfucking live about Lil RT, my nigga, and show us what the fuck that looks like, not just out in the real world, but online as well. You didn't do that. You set that live up and set the rest of your niggas up in order for them to be failures in reference to their perspective of Little RT. That was a heterosexual young boy that was promoting more death and destruction than a fag could, more than Billy Porter, more than Saucy Santana, more than Little Nas X. Those three together with a Wonder Powers fag version combined, girl, could not even hold a candle to the death and destruction that Lil RT is getting, and he's getting all of the recognition. He's getting all of all these platforms that are popular and stuff, and he's young. He's not even, his balls ain't even dropped yet. But he's talking about nutting down the bitch's throat. How? He's talking about running a nigga down, which means shooting him down. And then on top of that, like I said in my response, I end up doing advocacy for the people that y'all cast aside. The sheep from the other folds that you motherfuckers are afraid to go connect with. I'm the one. Because again, they don't know about the short stack revolution. They don't know about the conversation that we have in there. They don't know about all of the fears and traumas that goes on and how we have healing conversations. I'm grateful that this nigga was able to change people's lives. But bitch ass nigga, I'm changing people's lives in the lives that you can't change. Okay? And maybe my presence is forcing you to change something within you because again, you are disturbed about my homosexuality. Is there something about my homosexuality that kind of just makes the queen in you kind of your booty hole twinkle a little bit, nigga? And I want to throw up even saying that. So again, you have all those things, but what have you done for the queer community? And again, the queer community is a part of the black community. And there are motherfuckers around me that are cool as fuck that know who I am, who are black, and treat me as a human being. That's the fucking point. But again, when your DoorDash bill is $10,000 alone, and that's just lunch, girl, no wonder you got to go out there and shake hands and do all this other type of shit, girl, because how you going to pay for that bill? If I had to pay for a DoorDash bill, I'll be out here working like a goddamn Hispanic ass motherfucker too, bitch. Putting up 10 roofs a day. Why you working so hard putting up 10 roofs? They're just going to give us another roof, nigga. Man, get the fuck out of here. Whatever. That was the end of the video? Or is
no.
Oh, there's more?
Here we go.
Oh, shit.
Look it up. And we fed 200 families with meat and vegetables and milk and eggs. And you motherfuckers will sit in the house doing nothing. So don't tell me nothing about you being no active in the community. When you can do what the fuck I did, nigga, then you a man. Till the end, you ain't nothing. I'm that nigga. I'm him, nigga. I'm him.
Who are you trying to persuade? Me
I'm
or you?
him, nigga.
Who you trying to persuade?
Nigga. No,
me or
no,
you?
I don't like.
Someone isn't insidious because of their sexual preferences. Oops. Wrong one. Sorry. Let me get to the right one. Boom. And that's the point that I was trying to make earlier. That was being insinuated earlier. The other point that I wanted to make was that when it comes to the whole sexuality thing, it's perceived that what someone does because of their sexuality, what someone does that might look the same but maybe a different shade or maybe a different lane, it's sometimes denigrated or demeaned or besmirched or even demonstrably excoriated to some degree, simply because of the fact that they are a different sexual orientation, which is not the same as sexual identity. Maybe not sexual identity, but gender identity.
I want to say this real quick. Bubs, I want to ask Bubs a direct question. Bubs, if I can get my 1001% brother-in-law who is gay on here to check your ass, what would you do?
I would love for you to do that because at least you're bringing someone on the panel as opposed to just speaking with hypotheticals.
Because I just told him to tune in and rewind and watch a little bit, and this is the text he just sent me. I'm going to read it to you. He said, "Who is this nigga?" He said, "I know he's not representing the LGBTQ community." He said, "Because we don't even claim niggas like this who act like this." He said, "In the LGBT community, we act like me, and who is this nigga?"
Not you ask Chat GPT to get you a motherfucking message, bitch. Not you sitting here with a phantom message girl asking AI girl, because this nigga use AI. Look at his motherfucker. Case in point, look at this nigga description boxes when he brings up his lives and shit. Sometimes the shit be in the description box. I'll be like, my nigga, we know you didn't write that. And if you look at the description of this actual live girl, it look like how he really write. So again, nigga, just the fact that Chat GPT was able to cook up something for you, my nigga, to respond to, and then on top of that, like I said, and if he is in the bushes, my nigga, you can definitely bring your friend on there. That's what I'll be asking you niggas to do. That would actually give y'all more reputable, make y'all more reputable in the eyes of, in reference to y'all argument. Bring these other motherfucking niggas on, girl, to come onto the platform, bitch. Let's do that. But see, you're not gonna do that because again, if I end up taking his ass out, pause, then you ain't got no problem. Then you got a problem and an issue with the shit. Kind of just like how, again, I believe the weapon that you tried to use against me, as far as boss man, how that shit has transmuted and actually worked for my good bitch. So again, I can understand why these niggas is mad. Go ahead.
And those are also known as the self-hating, self-loathing gays.
Yeah, he gay as fuck.
There are gay people who hate gay people too. There are gay people who hate feminine men too. There are gay men that hate feminine men too.
You ain't gonna bring your ass up on this. You ain't about to bring your ass up on this panel and sit back and try to put that jacket on us.
So
now either you gonna say
hold on, and that's the thing. Hold on. Hey, JT, I got it. Because he says in his commentary, he says, "I hate gay people." I got a gay brother-in-law. He ain't for the shit y'all be doing though. He ain't for the child shit and being LGBTQ around kids. He ain't for none of that shit. He said that shit is
bull. You don't know what's in there.
He said that's bull. He said that's bullshit. He said it's legit.
Wait. So no gay people around children.
No, he said he don't like the gay agenda towards children.
Okay.
Like the reading of the books and going dancing for the kids.
Okay.
And all
all right.
that
So
and now we got to deal with this whole fluid bullshit now. At the end of the day, it gets to a point where adults coming up, young teenagers coming up to be adults are just as confused as the ones that came through those ranks before them. Period. I don't care what nobody say.
And then when you're talking professionally, what I've seen, it may have changed. I've never really seen people who choose that lifestyle in corporate America be able to openly express that lifestyle.
I'm corporate, okay, and I never hid anything, okay. I was myself, always was, always will be, okay. There's no job that stopped me from being who I was ever, okay. And then they never tried to silence me or shut me down because it wouldn't have worked, okay. So they're so misinformed.
Because our community, the guys that choose that lifestyle, a lot of them, when they get to a certain point in life, they don't hide it no more. When they go all the way. And I think, they don't think about the harshness that may come with that because just the way life is. Everybody is not going to accept it. And I think, they've sort of pushed it in our face in a sense, especially to our community, that it's acceptable and it's targeting young men and young women.
I'm just saying, so people kind of assume that they might be gay. It might not be that, right? But there's certain things that you trust women with that you won't trust men. If I had a daycare center and it was run by all men, even great guys like you, I wouldn't even want to. I think I would think twice about putting my kids there.
I was thinking the same thing.
Think twice.
I mean, not because of you, but you know what I'm saying? You could be a great guy. I don't know that. But I don't want to be worried about it. Pause
it. Y'all don't know that. That's the problem. You niggas operate in the realm of hypotheticals all the fucking time. Even if you are a good man, even you don't even know this person, but because they don't show up a certain type of way in your motherfucking mind, in your warped ass mind, in your DL probably ass mind, you're thinking about all this type of stuff that's possibly gonna happen to your damn kids. The shit is fucking crazy to me. And then the issue about it, and that's why I was writing my shit down and also listening, is because these niggas never say anything the fuck new. It's always the same. It's always the same. You talking about lifestyle and what happened with that lifestyle. Okay then, bitch. Well, since you know about the lifestyle more than me, girl, you tell me. You tell me. Let me shut the hell up and you tell me about the gay lifestyle. Tell me about it, please. And if we're gonna do that, then I guess white people can sit up here and tell us how it is to be black. Oh, nigger, don't worry about it. It's okay. Shit, I'm white and I have a heart. Shut up. It's the same thing. But then when I say that, then it becomes a problem. It becomes an issue. And you trying to hijack the civil rights movement. It's like you niggas, and again, when we're finished with this clip, I want to read another excerpt from the book because what they're doing is scapegoating us to escape accountability. Because when you look at the black community, you see what has actually fucked it up, and it wasn't no fag in sight. And if so, you can't prove it. You cannot prove it. So until you niggas prove that, then that's when you can start speaking objectively. But you know what? It's okay. Let's continue to listen to Coach Trey Ferg or whatever. Tell me, girl, over here looking like a albino Blues Brothers girl with these sunglasses on and shit. Let's let him tell me what the fuck is going on with queerness, girl. Since I dropped out as a man, why don't you tell me about the dropping out of man shit? Or again, what they've been taught, like I said earlier in the book, again, shout out to the Black Anarchist Podcast, or what they've been taught to believe since boys on what to avoid about queer people. Maybe this was a reminder for them. Oh, well, we adults now and you still doing that shit. Like, girl, let's continue with the performative shit. It's very interesting to me.
Use kids either, right? Because they're the biggest offenders, but they're usually their own kids.
But stay right there, okay? What if you did have men, and it was an all-men school that was faculty was the all men? Do you think that they would have a lot of kids going to that school?
The president put an edict out that there's only two sexes, okay? Male and female. That's what he said. That's how.
Well, first of all, what the fuck is he talking about? All male schools. They've had all male schools since the damn inception of the United States. Hell, a lot of Catholic schools is all male schools. They have all female schools. They have all male schools. They have, and the teachers are all males in the male schools. The teachers are all females. You know, they're not supposed to intercross or whatever. So I mean, it's like they're so uneducated. It's like they don't know shit.
That's obvious.
And Payne voted for Hillary Clinton, right?
Ooh.
So you voted for Hillary Clinton, and again, I just said that a few minutes ago. You are regurgitating the same white supremacist talking points. It's the same thing on Fox News. Now, this what Trey Ferg said, what did he say? He said, we're pushing it in our face. Well, y'all get to go out and kiss y'all wives and y'all's girlfriends out in public. Well, stop pushing y'all stuff in front of our faces. Make it fair across the board. Gay people should be the last of your worries right now, brother man.
And on top of that, they also want to have sex with gay people too. They are pushing
you're upset. It's misdirected anger. You are upset because we are walking in our light and in our truth. We don't need your acceptance. Your acceptance is the least of our worries. We have people who love and accept and affirm us. So You're pushing it in our faces. And lifestyle, can we please retire the word lifestyle in 2025? I will pluck out every one of my eyeballs out of my eyes, every one of my stiletto nails off. If we keep talking about lifestyle, it's tiring. Lifestyle, again, I will say it again. A lifestyle is me trying to eat healthy. I
Correct.
I told Bubs and everybody I went to the doctor, got a good report, clean bill of health, everything. The doctor's concern is what she wanted me to cut back off of some of the fried foods. So that means no pork chop, no fried chicken, none of that. I'm still
Oh
gonna eat it anyway.
Lord.
But at the same time, that's a lifestyle. Wanting to eat healthy, wanting to cut back off of the things that you know that you're not supposed to have, but you need to in order to be healthy. That's a lifestyle. A lifestyle is Paris Hilton and Kim Kardashian, how rich they are, how they're able to fly on private jets, how they're able to eat caviar, drink champagne, go to all of these elite parties. That's a lifestyle.
Lifestyle of the rich
But
and
when it
famous.
pertains to gay people, it's a lifestyle. What about what you do? But being gay is the biggest sin that y'all can point out. What about gluttony? What about greed? Right now, we are seeing greed right now because Republicans checkmate on our asses, bitch, because they've got our 401ks and everything. 401k plans, they've got your 401k plans, and Elon Musk has your data. That includes you too, to the men on the BMU panel. That includes you too. They have your data as well too.
You
And
was
if
right,
you are a
plantation.
military vet, our pain, you're sitting up there, well-educated black man, you're sitting up here tap dancing. It makes no goddamn sense. You are doing something, the same thing that Tim Scott down here in my city of South Carolina is doing. I love this guy. And the beach photo was, I don't even know what this, I can't even say what I'm thinking about the beach photo that Tim Scott posted, bowing down and literally proposing to his white fiance. I've got so many thoughts on that. But to this panel of uneducated black men who do not know exactly how dangerous their rhetoric is, I suggest you take a look in the mirror and start with yourself. We're not looking for your acceptance. You're just one portion of the community. The only person on there who's been objective is Mr. Bennett. You have Mandrill, Shoo Shoo, you have Boss Man. And I would have known about BMU if I wouldn't have seen Bubs or CTV or Reckless Logic on there. It's literally like going into the Lion's Den and having to educate them, or going on Pierce Morgan or Fox News and having to educate these right-wing Republicans who are deeply rooted in racism. And they can't see past it because that's all they know. It's in their nature, it's in their DNA. It's to hate people. You don't even know. Barbershop talk, this is the same talk that queer people have been exposed to for decades. When we walk into, hey, you get you something, you got your girl. I remember going into the barbershop. This is way before Miss Stevie. And these were my ears would bleed from the conversations of these men, black men in the barbershops talking about how they slept with girls, how they did all of this. So you're talking about gay people pushing in our faces, pushing it up in your faces. Why are y'all pushing y'all shit in our faces? Make it fair across the board. You want to talk about your stuff, or you stay in your lane and I stay in mine? That's the first thing y'all always say. Y'all always tell gay people, you find out a person is queer or part of the queer community, you stay in your lane and I stay in mine. I roll like that. You know, you cool or whatever, but I'll stay with you. Well, we're not even checking for you anyway, because you probably wouldn't have anything that I want. 10 inches or 11 inches is better for me, sweetheart.
Oh Lord.
And I don't think you
Queen
could.
Stevie, you is a trooper. Praise the Lord.
I don't think you could handle that, sweetheart.
I don't think you're ready for it, feel it. But I do want to read something real quick. Somebody got feedback. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Want to be sure. I kind of want to read something real quick again from Blame It on the Dress. Again, the book is available on the Black Anarchist podcast. You get the link there and be able to buy the book. It's amazing. It's on Amazon. This is from chapter 1 of the book, called "The Blame Game: Why the Black Community is queerphobic." And there's a part here where it says everyday expressions of homophobia in the Black community, and I love what Queen Stevie did as far as the segue. So again, shout out to her. It says, step into any Black barbershop, okay, the so-called sanctuary of Black masculinity, and just listen. Within 20 minutes, someone's manhood is bound to be challenged, and more often than not, gay is hurled as the ultimate insult. Man, you look like a bitch. I've heard these words myself spat at me by a grown man when I was just 11 years old, sitting in the barbershop. I was just a boy, dressed like a boy, minding my own business. I hadn't done a thing to provoke it. I was targeted simply for how I looked, something entirely beyond my control. And then I got one more and I'm done. The barbershop, the church, the family cookouts, spaces meant to offer Black people refuge from a world determined to break us. Yet, for Black gay men, or I'm going to say the Black queer community, but in this context, Black gay men, they often feel less like sanctuaries and more like battlegrounds. Family gatherings aren't much better. Aunties exchange knowing glances and whispers about the funny cousin who never brings a girl around. Grandfathers grunt in disapproval at boys who don't walk or talk the way they think a man should. And in the age of social media, here and now, the judgment is even more unfiltered. And it's funny how the word unfiltered is here, but yet we're looking at BMU, Black Men Unfiltered. A quick scroll through Black Twitter or Instagram during Pride Month reveals a flood of homophobic slurs, often from those who proudly call themselves pro-Black. Again, I'm in the Black community. I'm over here with the kids. You talking about the kids that choke slam their mama, and they have to come over here and take a shower, and I'm the one shaking the male hand, and all this pro-Black shit. Somehow, the fight for Black liberation always seems to overlook, or worse, blame Black queer people. That is from the book, and this is explained right here. We got motherfuckers telling me, oh, lifestyle, you know, we used to do that type of shit. I know men and shit, and corn on the dick and shit. It's like they've been told this, and they've been told through the individuals like Funny Marco. They get the information from them as far as the funny aspect and the funny part of it. That's where they get that information from. And then when they meet queer people, they start to literally label them through that lens. And then feel some type of way when queer people come to fuck up there and challenge their thoughts and perspectives and they can't hang. Now they got to start doing other type of shit. And when you manifest above the guy, girl, I told you I'm a leprechaun, bitch. You want to know how I am, bitch? Watch The Incredibles. That little boy, Jack, can be 12 different motherfuckers at one time. That's what my ass literally is. And I had a dope ass teacher that taught me, girl. So no shade. There are things in the ethers that are working, girl, to where, bitch, unlike these motherfuckers, girl, I'm going to live my best life. And that's what they're mad about. Like Queen Stevie said, we are living our best lives without y'all's permission. And that makes y'all feel some type of way because y'all don't have control over your own lives. So therefore, you have to have control over other people's lives. No wonder they voted for Donald Trump. These are all narcissistic ass people. And now that a narcissistic person like him has been able to get the highest level of seat in the land, what aspiration do you think that gives to the other narcissists at the bottom who aspire to get to that point? Which is why them niggas do what they do. But that's why the universe will always whoop that ass, baby. The universe will always come through, bitch, with that reverse Uno, bitch, and have that goddamn draw four and get it and said Uno. I'm about to get ready to Uno out on your ass. No matter where you go in the spectrum, bitch, whoa, that's where we at. No shade.
The universe always comes full circle. Always comes full circle.
The whole exact words. How is that playing out in the community for this brother here, or for you with the way you think about things, boss man? How does that play out? Because he's trying to codify that in law.
What about the men who ended up raping male prisoners prisoners
gay.
of war? Were they all gay?
That's your community.
Wow. Okay. So the slave master abusing the slave. That's
okay.
Go ahead, Deshaun.
So what I don't understand about this dude is when Bubs the God said what about men raping men in prison? And then he says they're gay. But these dudes have wives at home that they might go back to. And then they'll live their heterosexual lives.
That part.
Ignorance is bliss.
Yes.
I'm going to say this again. Ignorance is bliss. And he's saying that's your community. No, that's not their community. It's not their fucking community. That is a crime. It doesn't matter who's raping who. It doesn't matter. It's a gender, nothing. No sexuality. It's a crime. That's a crime. How are you going to put that on gay people when gay people got nothing to do with that dude or what he's doing with another dude raping him?
Because when you operate in the realm of graping somebody, that is a non-consensual act to where you force yourself on somebody. And to your point, these individuals love trying to equate some sort of sexual trauma or abuse to gay people as far as something happening to them as boys. But y'all never really fully go down to try to explore what happened to the children. Fuck just the boys, but the children. But then when we start looking at who the actual edophiles are, it's not us. Again, we're the 1%. We're the 1%. Let them tell it. We are a small demographic. We are a minority within a minority within a minority. How have we been able to do all this stuff better than y'all when y'all are the majority? It's a form of projection. It is projection. That is it, and that is all. And to Deshaun's point, that's exactly how I feel. These niggas are playing in our faces. They say they want to have the conversations, but they want to control the conversation. No, bitch. When you're having a conversation, it is a back and forth. It is understanding the energy and the flow of the situation. And no shade. I don't give a fuck about all his motherfucking accolades, bitch. I'm connected to boss ass bitches in real life, girl, that will make whoever you connected to, bitch, look like a bitch outside selling lemonade in front of her house. Little Cindy and shit. No shade. Because I know powerful bitches, girl, that know God for real. No shade. No shade. No motherfucking shade. So with that being said, when I talk to motherfuckers, girl, I'll be on the phone with them for hours, because I know how to do this. And again, those individuals are triggered because I am a black gay man who is doing the one thing that they don't want us to do, which is standing up to those niggas.
Do they even know the difference between consenting and force on another person? But they use sexuality by automatically defaulting the motherfucking situation.
You better never tell nobody but God.
Do they even know the dictionary? Do they know how to read?
They never tell nobody but God.
Do they know the dictionary? Do they know the dictionary?
You'll never find blum 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 a fupa like mine.
That's your community. He's gay.
He gay.
No, dumbass.
Y'all are not listening to what I'm saying. That is y'all assumption. When you are gay, you are mentally, physically, emotionally, and sexually attracted to the same sex.
If you fucking somebody in the ass, you gay. You eating some
if
ass
you
of
are
another
graping,
man, you gay.
If you are graping them and going back to the
You
PDF
gay.
files, whether it
So does that make women? Does that make men gay, heterosexual men gay, if they're fucking women in the ass? Because he said if you're fucking somebody in the ass, he didn't distinguish between a male or a female. He just said if you're fucking someone in the ass, then you're gay. Well, what about heterosexual men who fuck women in the ass? Because there's some women who actually like that. Does that make them gay too? Or if he has ever fucked his woman in the ass, or have they ever fucked any woman in the ass, does that make them gay?
is straight or gay, these individuals, excuse me, yes. And going back to the PDF files, whether you gay or straight, it's about taking control of innocence.
and trying to destroy innocence. And any man that is trying to destroy innocence, any woman that is trying to destroy innocence, whether they are male, female, gay, or straight, need to be held accountable for that. So what I'm saying is, since y'all have so much of awareness about queer people and what they're doing, then allow us, the queer people, to sit up there and look in y'all blind spots. I got
it is what it is.
Yep.
That's what it is.
Based off of what you
all
think,
this
and that's
all
fine.
this non-binary and all this stuff that y'all try to do.
That's but non-binary is not the same thing, JT. I gotta correct you. It's not non-binary.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
You about to hop out his damn chair.
There's women, there's man, there's gay, and there's straight. That's it. You got those four. Now, all that other shit y'all want to go out there, I'll let everybody else play your reindeer games. I'm not playing your reindeer games. It is what it is. We talk about heterosexual shit, and this motherfucker want to stick his nose in the heterosexual shit. Man, you can miss me with that shit.
Okay,
I'm
listen.
not trying to be diplomatic with your ass no more.
Translation, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Right here.
Yes.
Right here.
This is
You
a
see what I'm talking
heterosexual
about?
man that's calling out the bullshit
You see what I'm
on
talking-
this fluid ass bullshit you want.
And it's
I'm not gonna be
funny that
diplomatic with
queer
your ass,
people,
nigga.
it's funny that queer
You
people,
gonna
y'all don't
sit
talk about
back and
queer
try to
people,
make it seem
but if you
like
go to their
I'm
live, if you go to the
heterosexual,
channel right
I
now,
ain't never
if
went
you
to
go on your
nobody.
phone
Let me tell you
and
something.
you click on
I
their
ain't never went to
platform,
one fucking
click on their
rally.
platform,
Not one rally.
click
I ain't
on
never been
live,
his- I ain't never
click
been on
on
this
live,
motherfucking platform and tried to
click
just
the popular
infiltrate this shit.
status, and look at their top 2 videos. They don't talk about queer people. They don't give a fuck about queer people and the queer shit. But again, if you go to their live right now, and if you go to their page right now and hit live and hit popular, you will see the first 2 videos are to lead or to pander. It's time to pick a side. The second one that they have that is the second most popular on the platform is emasculate the black man, the new frontier.
Nigga,
Y'all
you
giving
talking about
commentary about how y'all
titles.
feel about queer people.
You talking about quiet
and the
now,
expressions of
now,
queer
since
people.
you sit
Whoa,
back and
whoa,
Which
whoa.
y'all don't
Hold on,
talk about.
JT. Hold on,
for a
JT.
minute,
Hold on,
black man.
JT.
Since you promoted the shit,
Go ahead.
hold on. Since you promoted the titles, because those were just titles. Now ask people to go and watch the videos.
Please.
Exactly,
watch the
JT.
videos.
You took it right out of my mouth.
They're not gonna talk
I want
about
you to
the
watch
shit you
it.
talking about.
I want you to watch it. Pause real quick. Pause. I'm sorry.
That was it.
That was it? Okay, great.
That was it for that one. Yeah.
Okay, listen. I can't look at my phone because I'm using my main phone is being used as the webcam right now, but I can't pull up the information. I went through their entire YouTube platform from the creation, the inception of that platform, all the way to, I think, that particular live. They had over 30 fucking lives that they've done about queerness, with the time span being near almost 130 hours. If you look at my platform, I have literally got copious amounts of motherfucking weed and sativa, rolled the fuck up and sat there and literally, Deshaun, Queen Stevie, I'm pretty sure y'all can attest to this. I have done hours, sometimes even all the way up to motherfucking 8 hours worth of live, or 10 hours sometimes, responding to the videos that they're talking about queer people. You gonna sit up here and tell me y'all don't talk about queer people, but y'all talk about queer people. I could pull one up right now when the whole shit with the Olympics, with the drag queens reenacting that scene, even though so many other movies and TV shows and cartoons have emulated that scene, but it was because of the drag queens. Now all of a sudden, here's this emergency live where y'all spew y'all bullshit. Here's the thing. If this is gonna be Trump's America and it's gonna be fuck around and find out, I want you motherfuckers to understand that it is across the board. I don't give a damn who you worship. I don't give a fuck who you serve. I don't give a fuck who mayor hand you shook. I don't give a fuck what type of bitch you be fucking on. I don't give a fuck all about that shit. The main part, the human part, the spiritual part is the part that's going to remain. So again, these niggas are proving themselves to be ignorant as fuck. And the beautiful part about all this is that even though they're getting paid for this shit, it is being recorded, which means it will never, ever be wiped. And there will be people. There will be a generation. Hopefully it will be this one. But there will be a generation that will be able to actually learn from this and look back and see who was actually wrong and who was right. And the fact that me and the weapon that you tried to use against me actually think the same type of way shows that. So again, Bubs the God 3, BMU 0.
Okay, I just found prison rape. Here it is. I'm gonna read it to you. Prison rape. Rapes of prison rape has been reported affecting between 3% and 12% of prison inmates in the U.S. Although prison rapes are most commonly same-sex crimes. Since prisons are usually separated by sex, the attacker usually does not identify as homosexual. The phenomenon is much as less common elsewhere in the Western world. I'm sorry. This is partly because of the differences of the structure of the prison system in the U.S. as compared to the prison systems in Canada, Australia, Europe. Statistically, there are as higher as prevalence of mentally ill individuals who are in prisons instead of psychiatric. What is it called again? Psychiatric.
It's okay. It's all right. My bub shit done fell on you. Shit.
Psychiatric facilities. I'm sorry. These individuals are part of a high risk of sexual assault, according to the NPREC. 12 to 13% of rapes instances involved in individuals who are mentally ill, 8 times or more than the non-mentally ill prison population rape instances. The attacker is most commonly the other inmate. Basically, that's what it is.
Wow. And see how you was able to pull up that information?
As homosexual. So I don't know what the hell they're saying. They don't identify as homosexual because when whatever that goes on in those prisons, anything goes. So the thing is, when those dudes are in that place where I'm gonna get your butt, nigga, and then the dude has no choice but to submit, or they're gonna have to fight and kill each other, either one or it goes, and all that other stuff. But then when they did their 35 years, they go right back to their wives and stuff like that. And they're heterosexual again because you won't know his business. Because the thing is, whatever that goes on in the prison, you don't know.
Correct.
You're on the outskirts as a heterosexual man. You don't know what's going on in those prisons.
Correct.
You don't know anything about these men that's in the prisons. Because how does a man go throughout as a heterosexual man throughout a long time without doing anything? Because usually these men be looking at other men in these prisons. Well, if it's a long time.
Yeah, a hole becomes a hole.
Because the thing is, what about that dude, the booty warrior? He went back to his wife.
He told niggas he was gonna take it. He said you gonna give it to me. Ain't gonna be no arguing, nigga. I don't give a fuck if you gay, you straight. I don't give a damn if you Christian or not. If I like how your booty look, I'm gonna take it. At least I'm giving you the courtesy of telling you I'm gonna take it as opposed to taking it.
Y'all didn't say nothing about him. Y'all didn't say a damn word about him. And then what about all those other victims that I watched on YouTube about, when they were victims? They were victims of rape. They were victims of rape. So are they gay too? And they were victims. So you just called them gay. You actually called them gay. When they were raped, gangbanged, the dude from Africa was raped by 8 men. So you called them gay.
Here and now.
But even there's another African dude, he was gay anyways. But the thing is, he was also raped. Now he ain't gay no more because he was raped.
Wow.
For the long periods of time. But you might use that for if your son, whatever it is, so you can use that and say, oh, I'm going to give you all these niggas, man, so that you won't be gay no more. By rape. You probably might do that.
But the fact that these individuals keep throwing up all these excuses, and it's the last time I'm going to read from this book, no shit, I'm sorry, but it's just so many points that just really, really hit. And again, shout out to Deshaun, shout out to Tifa T, shout out to Queen Stevie. Make sure y'all subscribe to them, okay? And make sure you hit the like on this video, share, do what you got to do, and get this conversation going. Again, shout out to Deshaun bringing up again, the statistics. Excuse me, Andrew Caldwell trying to take my shit. But shout out to him for that. And I wish other platforms would do this. But let's get to what these niggas are really afraid of. And again, this is part of chapter 1, and this is the third segment in it where it says the black community's cowardice punching down to avoid accountability. Basically, at the end of the day, the heart of the scapegoating is scapegoating. I said scapegoating. Girl, Andrew, sit down. Scapegoating is fear. Fear of white supremacy, fear of vulnerability, fear of failing to meet the impossible standards imposed on black masculinity. For centuries, white supremacy had defined black manhood in brutal, unforgiving terms, so that was their control. Strength without softness, authority without empathy, success without compromise. Any deviation from this script, the script that BMU and the rest of these other niggas believe in and will defend till they die, any deviation from this script invites ridicule, punishment, or even death. But it's not just an internal fear. It's a fear of the white gaze, and not G-A-Y-S, but G-A-Z-E. What are white people going to think about us? Because we need their validation in order to become human. The world has long scrutinized black men under an unforgiving lens, eager to find weakness, to justify violence, to uphold the myth of black inferiority. To many, black gay men represent a crack in the armor, a challenge to the image black communities have worked so hard to fortify against white judgment. If black men are supposed to be unshakable, pillars of strength in a world designed to crush them, then queerness, feminized, vilified, and misunderstood, becomes the ultimate betrayal. It's easier to attack those who defy the script than to confront the truth that the script itself was written by the very system oppressing us all. I got a few more and I'm done. In the face of such impossible expectations, many black men seek refuge in what we see, boom, performative masculinity. A performance designed to shield them from both white aggression and internal insecurity. See, it's armor, not identity, built to project strength while concealing vulnerability. And nothing threatens that performance more than the existence of openly black gay men. We, by simply living authentically, expose the cracks in the facade. If manhood isn't tied to domination, if strength can coexist without compassion, then the entire illusion collapses. But confronting the truth means questioning everything: the standards imposed by white supremacy, the survival tactics passed down like gospel, the very definition of what it means to be a black man. That kind of reckoning is terrifying. So instead of facing it, the community lashes out. It's easier to scapegoat us than to admit that performative masculinity was never truth strength to begin with. And last, I swear I'm done after this, y'all. I land my plane. Gay black men become the convenient punching bags for a community terrified of confronting its own vulnerability. It's easier to call us faggots than to admit that white supremacy has made emotional repression, hear this, make that a survival tactic. It's easier to label us confused than to grapple with the confusion of trying to live up to an impossible ideal. And it's easier to treat us as outsiders than to face the reality that the same system that oppresses straight black people targets us with even greater ferocity. And if you want to read more of this book that is dope as hell, again, it's called Blame It on the Dress, The Manufacturing of Black Homophobia and Performative Masculinity. You can find that on Amazon. You can go to the a YouTuber named The Black Anarchist Podcast. If you go to my channel and click on post, you can go down my community post and you will see it there. Amazing book. I'm already in chapter 2, and y'all go ahead and read it. And it just breaks everything down. And literally the words that are on this book has jumped off into the screen. And not only that, you're dealing with people who have literally experienced that in real time. So what's going on, Cecil Edwards? And I'm done. I'm sorry, I land my plane. Thank you.
Alrighty. So
we're going to move on here to whether homo is immoral, amoral, or moral. And then that'll take us right into our trauma discussion.
Awesome.
Okay, so you want to eradicate homosexuality. Well, there are two ways that you can go about doing that. The first is to take people who are homosexuals and stop them from being homosexuals, which is impossible because you can't control your sexuality. It'd be a bit like me trying to eradicate your heterosexuality. It just wouldn't work. So the only other option would be mass genocide, which admittedly is more attainable in principle, but still not particularly favorable, is it? So which is it? Is it the impossibility or the mass genocide?
First and foremost, the shit is not normal.
Define normal. According to the dictionary definition, normal is conforming to a standard, usual, typical, or expected. So if we look at nature, look at the animal kingdom, homosexuality is rife. It's everywhere. I'm talking baboons, I'm talking giraffes and zebras and lions, pretty much everywhere across the animal kingdom. The only thing that's not normal across the animal kingdom is homophobia. So if anything's unnatural and not normal, it's you. Here's National Geographic.
Take homosexuality. Humans are by no means the only life form to have found same-sex sex. In the wild, homosexuality seems rampant, and for the most part, homosexual animals appear to experience very little hostility. The response is positive. In fact, among certain species, homosexuality is more common in those individuals with status.
You can't create, so if you're not creating anything, you're destroying something.
You're forgetting one key aspect here, my friend, and that is not everything has to be productive. You ever heard of fun? I mean, well, personally, having sex with another guy wouldn't be particularly fun for me because I'm straight. But if it's fun for other people, they should be able to do it. You know what else isn't productive and doesn't create anything? Playing video games, going out with your friends, going on dates. But you do them anyway because they're fun. Not everything has to be in order to produce something, to create life.
Now, what happened if that white man would have sat there and said, "Oh yeah, you're a black guy, so you're used to destroying shit"? Y'all would have been down his damn motherfucking throat. You can go ahead and press play.
Also, I have a question for you. Now, I don't know if you're in a relationship or not, but let's say that you were, and let's say that you want to have children at some point down the line, which quite evidently you do. What would you do if you or your partner was infertile? If you and your partner aren't capable of making babies and therefore you're not creating anything, you're not being productive, does that also mean that you should be eradicated and that you're not normal and unnatural? I don't think so.
And I think the shit is a sickness because anytime a man let another man stick his penis in his ass, you're sick, something is wrong with you. I think that shit need to be on the same platform as like a pedophile, a sex offender, or some shit like that.
What? So let me get this straight. You think that two consenting adults having sex in the privacy of their own home should be on the same level as somebody raping a child? I hope you can see how illogical that is. If not, then I have a serious question for you. Let's say that you had a daughter. Now, would you rather that this daughter had a girlfriend when she was 21 or was raped by a man when she was 6? Because according to your logic, those two would have about equal weight. Whereas according to my logic, I definitely prefer the first.
That shit is completely sick. These people are insane.
I would attempt to point out the irony of calling someone insane after comparing consensual homosexual sex to child rape, but I don't think you'd be intelligent enough to acknowledge it.
You know, it's not just
He called you a nigga
man,
in some
it's
way.
the woman too.
Oh, that's all right then. I was getting worried for a second.
And we ain't saving y'all hoes neither. It's off with your head.
Oh, okay, so it's the genocide then. It's off with your heads. My friend, you just called for the mass genocide of all homosexuals via decapitation. I hope you realize that. I was beginning to feel sorry for you because you're so stupid. I was beginning to empathize with your lack of intelligence until you called for the death of a significant portion of the human population for something that they can't control. Homosexuality isn't a choice. They didn't choose to be gay as much as you or I didn't choose to be straight. And if you don't believe me, I can prove it with a simple challenge. If you think homosexuality is a choice, why don't you choose to be gay for a week and see how that turns out? Except, of course, you can't because it's not a choice. It's not something that you can control. So what that means is that you just expressed a condonement for the mass genocide of a specific group of people for nothing more than an intrinsic part of their character that they can't control. I don't know where I've heard this before. I can't put my finger on it. I'm sure I've heard it before. I don't know if anyone's told you this before, but you're a massive hypocrite. You see, I know that this isn't the only video that you've uploaded to YouTube. You've got another video called My Views on Black Liberation, which is an incredibly interesting watch, having just seen what we've just seen.
But the key and the foundation of black liberation is we must love each other. We lack love. We do not love each other. You could do business with this black man, but you don't love this black man. We have to kill a nigga mentality. If we don't kill a nigga mentality, we will not go forward as a nation. We will never strive. We don't love each other. Love is the key unto solving our problems. We don't love each other. We kill each other. We hurt each other. We hate on each other.
And all I can say about that video is that you, sir, are completely right. We have to love each other. That's the only way that we're going to progress as a civilization. So why in the holiest of all hells are you condoning the mass genocide of homosexuals? Just think about this for a second. In your video about black liberation, you're angry because people are discriminating against a certain group of people because of something that they can't control. And you think that the only way that we can conquer that is by love. You then make a video discriminating against a certain group of people for something that they can't control and say that they should be put to death. Where is the logic in that? In most response videos that I make, I try and include something educational that people can take away from the video. But in this case, all I can really conclude is that you're an idiot. You're actually really, really stupid, and there's not really much that I think anyone can do about it. Like, it's not just that you're stupid because you have stupid opinions. You're stupid because you have stupid opinions, which you then completely contradict with other opinions. It doesn't really get much more stupid than that. So I'm pretty much going to have to leave it there and end the video. But in conclusion, you're pretty cute. Hit me up. We can go on a date or something.
Okay.
Thoughts?
Girl, what? That was a hell of a goddamn twist.
Yeah,
Did he just say you cute and hit him up? Cause see, my man.
He's heterosexual. He said.
Yeah, he's
See,
great.
my
It was
man.
a pun. It was a pun. He wasn't just being facetious. Yeah, he's heterosexual. His name is Alex O'Connor from the Within Reason podcast.
Queen, let's see if we can get Queen Stevie thoughts in here because I really want to get more of her voice.
You're gonna lose.
Hopefully you
your
still
mind.
here with us because you know around this time is the time where Queen Stevie be falling asleep.
You there, Queen Stevie?
Queen, you there?
All right, y'all go
Baby,
ahead.
Queen Stevie will fall asleep on your ass. Amen. That's the type of sleep I need.
I
I'll
would
call y'all tomorrow.
because I didn't want to hear like this dude's the way he was speaking. Look,
You gotta kill a nigga mentality.
no, I wouldn't trust that dude. I'd be way far away from that dude. Way far away from him. I don't deal with idiots.
Total 360 of the video.
It don't matter how many fucking pieces of evidence that you show them. We're talking about evidence that we are still discovering. When they were talking about animals, you have some people who respond and say, "Oh, well, you know, that was because that's some sort of it happened in some sort of manufactured way, or there's some sort of defect." And it's like you're talking about individuals who literally are so objective that they're literally discovering other species of animals and starting to see some similar behaviors in them. And then when you talk about that, they can be all over the place. They can be all over the place no matter what you show them as far as the actual information that is objective. It's always this. And at least that individual was saying what he said. That was how a lot of those niggas feel. And I'm glad that he was at least honest about it. Because Deshaun just shared a video earlier of Charleston White, IEP ass girl. Okay? Birth defect looking ass girl. The heels have eyes, the nigga version, the Temu version ass girl. He done sat up here and showed us a video about Charleston White saying that gay people should be executed. We're talking about mafia style. Boom, take you out, the whole thing, all that type of stuff. This man literally also just, Andrew Carver, get off my tongue, bitch. He literally, the guy that we just listened to, as far as the black dude, literally just reinforced the words of Charleston White. And we as queer people live these experiences. We see these experiences. We're the ones that's documenting these experiences. We're the one that's covering these experiences. And it seems like no matter what we bring to the forefront, there is always this issue here of denial. And what I, again, need queer people to understand is that these individuals, just like this system, do not fucking care about us. So protect yourself, because this trauma administration is going to give these people the green light in their mind to do things to harm you. I can only imagine what the fuck is up, their sleeve in reference to Pride Month this year.
Bro.
You don't know what the fuck is going to happen. So again, you have people who share the information, and these individuals don't want to get it. And if they don't want to get it, we got to think of something different. But I land my plane.
Meanwhile, you have videos such as these boys that was forcing these two boys to kiss as punishment and cutting their dreads off. Not only that, there was another video of a boy where they stripped his pants off, and this dude was watching him as he went, or whatever it is, walking and stuff like that, with his pants off and underwear off and stuff like that on Facebook. They're heterosexual though, but y'all don't have a problem not saying nothing about it. You don't say nothing about these kids doing weird shit, as if they hate that kid, they'll do gay shit to them to the point where it's kind of weird. You saying all this gay agenda, but why is that? Looks like an agenda right there. What they're doing, you're saying, oh, it's humiliation, but isn't that an agenda too? You're making it as an agenda to, he might like it because you created something like that where not only it might work by you doing that. You dumb motherfuckers. You're dumb. You're the dumbest motherfucking. These people are the. We went right back to the lowest IQ, right back down to
this
zero.
Baraka mouth ass motherfucker that keep popping up on the screen.
Yep. We went right back down to the lowest down, back down to the lowest IQ. It's embarrassing. This is absolutely embarrassing. America's done. America is over with. The intelligent level just went. It was gone. It's gone. It's absolutely gone. We are dealing with dumb people. We're dealing with dumb people that's through these medias now, and people follow them. We follow idiots. I'm not following them. That's not happening. That's just not happening. But the majority of these people that follow him, it's amazing what I be seeing up there.
But I think what will be a good, segue into the situation is that I think we can have conversations about like how certain people have gotten to those places. Because again, I do believe that it is trauma that happens to all of us. We've all been hypersexualized or overly sexualized as children. And just imagine the queer people who had to suppress themselves as children, especially like me when I was younger. Again, y'all can check out my Wonderfully Made doc on my YouTube channel where I document, my life and the fact that as a child I went through all that stuff. So I had to suppress me, and I didn't even know what the fuck I was suppressing. I didn't have the information to really like figure that out the way that heterosexual people do. So when I became an adult, I had to still heal from those things and find myself. But there's a lot of people that we grew up with who have not healed either. And they turn around and do a lot of the stuff. Again, shout out to Deshaun, baby, because Deshaun, as he be getting all the motherfucking tea, he shares so much in the group chat as far as what heterosexual people have done to children, how they forced children to quote unquote be straight, or how even some people unalived their children under the suspicion of them being queer. I remember I was listening to a live yesterday of Conscious TV where they were talking about queerphobia in the black community in pertaining children, and there was a boy who I guess he said online that I'm a gay ass bitch or something, and his stepdad and the mom found out about it. They shaved his head and then shaved the words gay in his head and said, "You like that gay ass shit?" Embarrassing him online.
On the porch.
So what do you think that sin? And then again, when you look at the comment sections, Father of the Year. Yes, it's what you need to do. I want to do this to my son. Oh, I see children that's feminine like him all the time, and it breaks my damn heart. Yeah, we need to stop being afraid and man up and do all this other type of shit. Like, it's inciting that type of information. The fact that I went on BMU and challenged the head nigga in charge, he didn't want to challenge me head on, one-on-one. He wanted to challenge me with all his cronies around, and the only way he wants to challenge me one-on-one is in a physical way. Again, the book literally, the words again just literally jumped off the fucking page. Like, how much more shit do you need to see? And if you need to see more, we can. Because there's so much motherfucking evidence that be sent in my motherfucking inbox and shit in reference to what these individuals are doing. And again, they're scapegoating and blaming us for it because we are the supposed chinks in their armor. They believe that they're strong and they're solid, but they're not. They're punching downward as opposed to extending their hand down to pull motherfuckers up. And there's people who are innocent casualties of this. And I share the same sentiments as Deshaun. Deshaun looks over, and I am too. Why does this cycle have to continue? And why do we sit up here and participate in it? But then we want liberation though. But we want to be free, but yet we can't give to someone else. Maybe the reason why we'll never be free is because until we know how to give, bitch, we'll never be able to fall in that alignment. And black people, we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do. I'm sorry. Dance, do your line dances and shit and salsa and rest. But when you are rested, we have work that we need to do in the queer community, the black community, which means that individuals who are queerphobic, let's see some accomplices or allyship in the black community in reference to queer people. Because you can't talk about black liberation without queer liberation, because it's all born under the same umbrella of oppression.
Part of the Bible, we'll find that it's got nothing to do with homosexuality and everything to do with the adversity of divorce. So I have no idea why they're trying to use this part of the Bible to support their argument, but let's carry on.
Look, Mom. I drew our family in school today. Oh, wow. I didn't have time to finish Caleb's face. Carrie drew two mommies. She told me they're married to each other. My teacher says that all that matters is that people love each other and that they're happy.
Well, people have their own ideas about what is right and wrong.
Okay, good start. The people have different ideas of right and wrong, so we should respect these differences and accept each other's choices.
But what matters is how Jehovah feels.
Of course not.
He wants us to be happy, and he knows how we can be happiest. That's why he invented marriage the way he did.
You mean one man and one woman?
Exactly.
Ah, yes. One man and one woman. Except for the multiple cases of polygamy dotted throughout the Bible, 15 of which are conveniently and alphabetically recorded here.
Look at Genesis 1:27. Jehovah created Adam and Eve, male and female.
Well, yes. Unfortunately, this doesn't support your argument. It's not homophobic to understand that, scientifically speaking, for children to be born, a male and a female must have sexual intercourse. I'm assuming that God knew this, so naturally he would employ a person of each gender to start populating the earth. This doesn't necessarily mean that he hates gays, just that he has a basic understanding of fundamental human biology. If I had the ability and the opportunity to populate a brand new planet with a new species, I too, being someone who fully accepts homosexuality, start with a male and a female. Because if I didn't, then there wouldn't be any people born to be gay in the first place.
Then in Genesis 2:24, he said that a man will stick to his wife.
Unless, of course, the man decides to, I don't know, have sex with his wife's slave or something. But of course, no one important actually does that in the Bible. Except fucking Abraham.
Later, Jesus said the same thing. Jehovah's standards haven't changed. It's kind of like going on an airplane. What would happen if someone wanted to bring something on the plane that wasn't allowed?
I couldn't go on the trip.
Right. It's the same with Jehovah.
Except it's not, is it, really? It may or may not have occurred to the writers of this cartoon.
Jehovah
There's
Airlines.
a slight difference between two consenting adults having sex in the privacy of their own home and the possibility of a fucking bomb being brought on an aeroplane. Homosexuality is not a threat to national security. Bringing prohibited items onto an aeroplane is. What conclusion are you trying to draw?
He wants us to be his friend and live in paradise forever.
Unless, of course, well, let's see, you are gay, unable to prove that you're a virgin, eat fat, eat pork, eat shrimp, worship Kim Kardashian, say, oh my God, don't mutilate your penis, work on a Sunday, ignore a priest, ignore your parents, get a rounded haircut, shave your beard, or live in Palestine. Other than that, yeah, sure.
But we have to follow his standards to get there. At Matthew 7:13 and 14, it talks about the road leading to paradise.
Ah, yes, this is a good one. Matthew 7:13 does indeed talk about the narrow path to heaven, but in the same fucking chapter, literally 17 verses beforehand, is the very famous, judge and you shall be judged. Look at this. Judge not, that you be not judged, for with the judgment you pronounce you will be judged, and with the measure you use it will be measured to you. Which is basically justification for me to make this video telling you, creator of this cartoon, that you're a fucking imbecile.
To get there, Jehovah says we have to leave some things behind. That means anything Jehovah doesn't approve of.
Well, then I wish Jehovah would be a bit fucking clearer about what he does approve of. With all the contradictions in the Bible, it looks like we're all fucked for the afterlife.
But I want everyone to get to paradise.
So does Jehovah.
And you know what? Turn into a damn
People
Super
can
Saiyan.
change.
That includes you, you ignorant homophobe.
That's why we share his message. So, what can you say to Carrie?
Well, I could tell her about the paradise. I could tell her about the animals and the resurrection.
Or you could leave her the fuck alone, you ignorant homophobe.
That's awesome. Let's practice.
They just randomly open the Bible to start learning more. Why don't we do the same? Thus, both the daughters of Lot became pregnant by their father. Let's go a bit further back. I do not permit a woman to teach or exercise authority over a man. Rather, she is to remain quiet. Third time's lucky, right? And I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and their daughters, and everyone shall eat the flesh of his neighbor in the siege and in the... Okay, maybe probably not the best idea, actually. The main idea in this abhorrent video is that you should inflict your harmful and ignorant beliefs on others wherever possible. What we have here is, look, kid, there's a few lines in this book that we've chosen to believe in that say homosexuality is wrong. Let's go and forcibly spread this message by knocking on people's doors and telling them that they shouldn't be gay. I want you to imagine for a second a Muslim talking to his child. Look, kid, there are a few lines in this book that we've chosen to believe in that say that we should decapitate those who criticize Islam. Let's go and forcibly spread this message by knocking on people's doors and cutting their heads off. I assure you, if a Muslim was using the same repulsively intolerable logic as you are, you'd have a lot more to worry about than a knock on the door and an uncomfortable chat. Look, I respect everyone's right to hold opinions. That does not necessarily mean that I have to respect the opinions themselves. Speaking of which, if you liked the video, make sure to hit the like button down below. And if you didn't, then give it a thumbs down. But do be advised, for every dislike this video gets, I'll be donating an extra £10 to the LGBT Health and Wellbeing Society.
Come on, Li.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, Deshaun, I was a little nervous. I was like, girl, please don't let this be round 2 of that chair whooping your ass. Girl, I was nervous. I was like, if that chair flip you, bitch, I'm done. But go ahead, let Deshaun speak, because I've been flying the plane for a minute. I'm trying to hijack the conversation, but go ahead.
I mean, look, this is crazy. I mean, you said these people say that if there's here we go with this dumb shit again, where they say if there is gay people, there'll be no people, and then there'll also be destruction of the family. How is there going to be destruction of the family when you, the main parent, can actually have another kid? But okay. And also, how is the gay person going to be destruction of the family when the gay person is going his way or her way, the same sex, same gender, loving, doing whatever they need to do, and if they want to have a kid, they can. But the thing is, the problem is you're trying to force something of their image as something demonic or something that's you're trying to demonize them as something that is wrong and it's really wrong with what you're doing. Actually, it's actually another sin because you're judging another person because of the person ain't doing nothing to you. You're doing a lot to them. And at the same breath, like I said, y'all doing the same thing as what they're doing, but y'all straight though. You're doing everything. You're talking gay. You're doing gay shit. You're actually going to movies that are gay. You're actually dancing gay shit. You're dressing like gay people and stuff like that. But you're talking about gay people. But you're taking their energy. You're taking their lingo. But you're talking about gay people. You're doing everything out of the sort. You men doing everything out of the sort. You're doing everything that gay people do. I think you're jealous. I think you're jealous. And I think that the thing is you are a demon. You're a demon. You're definitely a demon. Because these gay people actually are reincarnated into these bodies. And you're actually the torturers into this chamber. You are a torturer. But you are a demon. You are a Morlock. Guess what you are. Because not every gay person did any crime. Not every gay person. You're definitely. Because Morlock, because I'm going to tell you this, Morlock also sacrificed children, did things to children, everything else. And these are the parents that created this darkness called Morlock. They're Kabbalic spirits in their bodies that are grown, that are ignorant, stupid, dangerous, just like Charleston White and Boozy. And these people follow them. And they say they're going to do the exact same thing. They are Kabbalic, and they are Morlock. They don't represent no Jesus. They don't represent no Yahuda. They don't represent no Quatita. They don't represent Adina. They don't represent nothing. They represent a program where they are programmed by a TV that is telling them something of what to do, and they do it like a fucking robot to exterminate what they made. That's what they are.
Sean over here done got into contact, bitch. He looked up to the stars, girl, got that damn them lights going on, girl. He tapped in. But what he's saying is true. Like, again, when we look at the trauma part of it, there are people who have come together who have sat here and literally manipulated people's trauma and making money off of it. That creates the people, like he's saying, these Kabbalic ass people, these individuals who are agents of chaos and destruction. These are individuals who have not healed either, who have just became grown ass adults or grown ass children who are still them broken kids they were, before they became adults. So I just feel like we need to start. Black people just need to start healing. We need to start talking about our experiences, but there are people who are afraid of us telling our experiences because a lot of our experiences of trauma involve them. So a lot of times, how can you heal when you're trying to tell your story but still got to censor your story to protect someone else's feelings when they was doing some dumb shit to you, when they were low vibrational, when they were hurt? That's how karma works. And again, if these type of heterosexual people want to play these games or play the blame game, you don't want to play that with queer people because we will win every time. And that's why y'all want to harm us. Because our existence, again, contradicts everything that you've been taught. Keyword taught. Or like Deshaun said, indoctrinated or programmed to believe.
The real reason why they want to attack gay people is because they don't want to attack the real problem of their enemies that happened to them when they were children. So they attack queer people because they are the punching bag. They are the other energy which they can never have. That's the reason why.
Or they can have, but they're afraid to have.
They're afraid to have. Not only that, is because they have a trauma where what their uncles did to them or their aunts did to them, or a babysitter did to them, and they don't know what to do with that trauma. So what they do is take the hate on the LGBT community out of which way I don't understand. I don't get it. Instead of getting back at the person or try to find a way to get back to the person, you want to attack another person that got nothing to do with your situation, unless you need to tell the story to that person to understand it. You don't want to. So you have to find that trauma by attacking that person, making that person suffer, making them feel low so that they become the narcissistic person that they are and just give up on everything else and be this person to take everything of their own situation and their own community with them because of you. And you are the one that started this bullshit to create this domino effect, kamikaze, confused chaos energy throughout this whole country. You did this. But I send the Baphomet back. I send the Baphomet to destroy you. You ruined people's lives that wanted to be who they are and everything else. All of you try to control other people's lives, and you ruined it just because you don't like them and you feel safe if they change, then that, and everything else that's all wrong, that's okay. But one person of their sexuality is the worst thing in the world, but everything else of what children have to go through, what they have to suffer with, I send the Baphomet. I send to Tetrion, Megatron, and all those people to protect these children, all these deities to protect these children from you sick-ass, pedophilic, weird-ass, just straight weird-ass motherfuckers. Because the thing is, you are the ones that are nothing but destruction to create the Diddies, the R. Kellys, the freaking female R. Kellys, and the freaking female Diddies, and all that other shit. Y'all are the ones that are creating this and allowing it for your own agenda. To create this damn demonic bullshit that you preach, knowing that that shit is weird and disgusting. But don't you worry, because when that deity comes in, y'all all gonna suffer for it. But that's all I got to say for that.
Attractiveness. They're attracted fundamentally to other men.
Don't you worry.
Well, why would God make people gay in the first place?
Well, of course I would say it comes from God. If I didn't believe that, then I wouldn't be Christian.
Why would God make people gay?
Well,
if he didn't want them to engage in gay sex?
All people have proclivities or
Gay sex. It's about them loving each other.
Towards different sins, different things that we would call sins.
Yeah, but if that's like their fundamental attractiveness, they're attracted fundamentally to other men, like, or other women. Like, why? It seems like something that God gave them. Like, why would God give you an attractiveness, or why would you be attracted to the same sex if that was morally reprehensible, if that was against God's will? Why would he instill that lust and that desire and that feeling of being attracted and feeling of being in love with someone of the same sex?
I don't think instilled is not the word that I would use. I don't think God instills it. I think that one of the again, you want to get into Christian doctrine. I mean, one of the basic elements of Christian doctrine is that we're a fallen species, and so there are many things that come out of our kind of fallen human nature, and we all have, like I said, we all have proclivities towards sin, and no one's going to live a perfect life, to live a moral Christian life is really difficult. Requires a lot of sacrifice, no matter who you are. And that's it. I mean, it's.
Have you wrestled with these thoughts before? Have you had these kind of conversations and really like
Sure, absolutely.
Tried to figure out why would God create gay people? Do you think that God has created gay people, or do you think they have a choice?
God has created all people, so every person that's gay was created by God, of course. Where exactly does that proclivity come from? Like I said, I don't know exactly. I mean, to say that someone's born gay, I have issues with that go beyond theology, because now you're talking about, if you're born with any sexual proclivity, then that means that we're talking about like gay infants and so on. And
right, but don't you think people are born straight? That some people are born straight? Were you born straight?
It's an odd way of talking about it. Like to say that a baby is heterosexual. I think babies don't have a sexuality in that sense. That's something
but
that
eventually they will develop a sexuality, and a small percentage of them will be homosexual. And that's always been been documented. It's natural.
Yeah.
It's even natural in some animals.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we started by talking about laws and what laws are put in place. Now we're talking about Christian teaching.
But don't you think that
Christianity has I don't deny that Christianity has a challenging sexual moral code, but we're also, I'm not suggesting that the Christian sexual morality should be codified into law.
But isn't that what's happening
if
if that's how we define marriage? Because marriage is law. And if marriage shouldn't involve gay people, then you are saying that it's because of Christian fundamentalist ideology.
No, because I think you can talk about the marriage issue without even getting into biblical morality, which is what I was doing. I mean, you brought up the Bible,
right?
I didn't.
Well, I brought about we talked about Christianity, in particular,
right? But that's my point. It's like you introduced that to the conversation,
yes, because I wanted to find the reason why you opposed gay people being married.
Hey, thoughts?
He said, "I don't know." So the thing is, if you didn't know, why didn't
I'll be right back? Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Why didn't you do research on gay people if you don't know? The stats are right there of why people, and also trans too, because they also found out that trans also have a mind of a woman. They do. The DNA is up there as a woman, because you also got intersex and you also got trans. There could be a brain of a woman inside of a male's body. It could be a whole male, and then it could be a brain of a woman. I mean, there's so many reports of everything that's that's up there online that you can actually do research on. You can do research on this. I mean, this is the dude that is the one that I watched that you just posted. He's definitely homophobic. He's definitely he definitely hated not trans. He just keeps saying that they're men, they're men, they're men, they're men, they're men. But what about trans men? But the thing is, it's kind of like, this is just weird. Like, this dude is just all up in when it comes to trans and gay people. And the thing is like, he don't know. When that guy, the bald one, told him about, I guess gay people can be born gay, or and then he said that well, there's babies that have no sexuality, and then he said that if they have no sexuality, then gay people, then there's straight people and all that other stuff. I don't know, but it's kind of like, then there's gay people. There's definitely gay people too, because whatever they're attracted to when they're kids, when they play house and everything else, don't they have an attraction to whoever they're attracted to when they're kids? When they're kids, but the thing is, it's kind of like they want to police people of these kids of who they like. That's basically what it is, especially grown. It's because of their religion, but it got nothing to do with it. Didn't Jesus even say that there was units, or he didn't care who? Like, a man was made. If a man was made for a woman, a man can be made for whoever or whatever, because that's what King Jive said.
Yeah, I think it was something on the lines of like, there are eunuchs that were made eunuchs by the way of men, who are some who are born that way, some who did it in reference to the faith. Whoever is able to receive that, let him receive. So, and another term that they use on BMU that they call me girl was a spiritual eunuch. So I didn't even know there was a spiritual one, but bitch, I guess I'm that.
So
But,
if there's
continue.
a spiritual unit, let's go back to this. So if there's a spiritual unit, how come women didn't sense that when they were dating these spiritual units that are identified as heterosexual, that are sleeping with units in the side? Then they want to say, "Oh my God, my man is gay," but you should have known that before. But you can actually see a gay man across the room, and you feel like that there's a spirit there that shouldn't be there. But you didn't know your man was some weird shit.
I see you cross the room
weirdest
talking
shit.
to some men's.
So what he's saying about the kids, little babies and little toddlers and little preschoolers and stuff, little toddlers, we don't know that we are boy or girl until they start telling us. Once they start at a certain age, they your parents or whoever's raising you, they gear you towards a male or a female. They start dressing you in pink, or they start dressing you in blue. They start buying you girl toys.
I don't like blue. I like yellow.
And then so they actually steer us towards the sexuality or the gender, not the sexuality, but they steer us toward the gender that they want us to be, regardless of, like, there's some people are born intersex, right? Which they used to call hermaphrodites, but but they steer us towards the way they want us to be. And if a little boy plays with a little girl, now it's different because little girls, little babies and little girls, they can play with little boy toys. And then the parents do not get upset about that. Oh, that's a little tomboy if the little girl is playing. But as soon as the little boy wants to play with the little girl toys, then that's the problem. And, we got to steer him away because he's going to turn out gay, or whatever. But we don't know what our sexuality is. We don't know what our gender is until they actually start telling us, or we start getting a little older. And then we start hearing it out in school or something, in school or something. We're like, well, you're a boy or you're a girl or whatever. But we usually know that at an early age, usually somewhere around, start learning that between 1 and 2, because our parents and whoever's raising us gear us towards that. And they tell us you're a boy or you're a girl.
And the societal aspect that follows with it, like you were saying, the social construct. Again, boys wear blue, girls wear boys like blue, girls like pink. Boys wear pants, girls wear dresses. Boys play with army guns and G.I. Joes, and girls play with Barbie dolls and cooking sets. It's already been set up, even in children's content. Again, we can talk about all the Disney classics that always had some sort of romance-centered, that theme-centered situation going on. Again, you had Tarzan and Jane. You had Woody and Bo Peep. You had Simba and Nala. Hell, you had the motherfucking Belle and the Beast, girl. We get into some bestiality shit, girl. All type of dead. 2 fucking mice can have romance and shit, girl. Goddamn talking frogs and shit. All this other stuff can have heterosexuality, but the individuals who also are part of the experience, who are queer, when they start to be included in what God's source universe consciousness has allowed to happen, now there's all this backlash and all this bullshit. Very interesting. So again, y'all don't care about the children when they're heterosexual, only when they're queer. Got it.
Okay, here we go.
I don't know. Meaning that for the vast majority of people, I would assume that they have a biological drive to engage in that behavior. But the traditional sort of will point of view is that biological drive does not necessarily match up to the activity you ought to engage in. Right? Men, for example, have a biological drive to impregnate many women. That's not something religion is cool with either. Right? So the idea is that
but religion is cool with a man being with one woman and impregnating her, but you're not cool with a man being with a man.
So I can give you the religious explanation, and I can give you the
please.
secular explanation.
Okay.
So the religious explanation is that there is something different about a woman than there is about a man, and a man is made better through his union with a woman, and that if you pervert the sex drive to pursue mere pleasure instead of a lasting relationship upon which the basis of society is built, then you are foregoing the proper use of your sex drive.
Right, but if you
essentially.
wanted to step in and argue against that, you would say that just because someone can't get pregnant doesn't mean that they don't have a loving relationship that contributes to society.
Well, that's true, but it is also foregoing the more productive relationship of being able to bear and rear children.
But I agree with you on that, and I don't think it should be a part of public policy. And I think people should absolutely be allowed to marry and divorce and do whatever the fuck they want to do, no matter who it is. But why do you care? Like, as a person who's a rational thinker, it's pretty clear that people are gay. And I don't really think that this is a decision they make in terms of like, I'm going to make a clear choice to defy God and be gay. I think they're just gay.
Well,
religion, if a man is gay, in your religion,
Yes.
if a man is gay and they're in love with another man, they should just squash those thoughts and find a woman.
Well, ideally, they would be honest with the woman they marry, so they're not like messing up the
But
woman.
they would want to go and
ideally,
get a
ideally,
woman.
you would still get married and have children in a heterosexual relationship. If you're not up to that, then you wouldn't get married at all.
When you describe this to a gay man, they will tell you, imagine, Ben Shapiro, if someone said to you, you should stop being with your beautiful wife and you need to now marry a man because this is what God wants you to do. So you're going to have to shtup this man and he's going to shtup you. And because this is how the rules are set up.
Yeah, so far this
But
sounds pretty terrible. Sure.
Right. Well, this is how it sounds to gay folks when you're telling them they have to find a woman. Like, I like dudes. And the buy-in is you can't be gay.
Well, no, the buy-in is that you can have whatever sexual orientation you please, but there's certain activity you can't participate in.
So you can be gay, but you can't have gay sex.
Correct.
So you are just sticking to your rigid ideology in terms of like what you believe to be a sin and not believe to be a sin based on your religion, based on this very strict moral fiber that this religion is operating. But is there any room for growth in that when people have a better understanding of biology? If it was proven, if there's proven like, oh, this is why a person develops blue eyes, this is why a person is gay. This is why there's nothing wrong with it.
Right.
It's just a variation.
No,
it's red hair, it's freckles, it's gay, it's straight.
You can tell me that homosexual orientation is 100% biologically driven, and I will almost completely agree with that. I think that there are some cases where it's not, but those are rare.
But
this
do
is
you
particularly
think
true. By the way, the research tends to show that there's more sexual fluidity among females than males. Males, it tends to be either heterosexual or homosexual.
That research is all done by dudes who want their wives to hook up with chicks, but keep going.
Don't let me stop you. But
honey, let me just show you the paperwork. Is it possible that these laws in this religion were written when they're what? I mean, who do you think wrote the stuff? Do you think people wrote the stuff, or do you think God wrote the
I
stuff?
think either way, even if it were, I mean, because I am an Orthodox Jew, I believe that at the very least it's God inspired and God written, right? But even if I believed on a secular level that human beings wrote that stuff, do I think that people 3,000 years ago had never seen a gay person before?
Do
or a
you
person
think
who had
that they
homosexual
understood?
tendencies? Like the very reason to have a commandment is because certain people in your community are behaving in a particular way, presumably.
Right.
There's no commandment not to take your head and shove it in a meat grinder.
Well, this is also the argument against pork because they didn't understand trichinosis. They understand you have to cook the meat to 145 degrees and pork parasites, which are very dangerous for people.
So I think that the reversal of the kosher laws in the New Testament, from a Jewish point of view, where we don't believe in the divinity of Christ, I think that there you can make an argument that the Gospels, which were written,
He was just a prophet, and
significant. No, we don't even believe he was a prophet.
What do you think he was? What do you guys think?
I mean, what do I think he was historically? I think he was a Jew who tried to lead a revolt against the Romans and got killed for his trouble, just like a lot of other Jews at that time who were crucified for trying to lead revolts against the Romans and got killed for their trouble.
So he became legend and story, and it became a bigger and bigger deal as time went on.
He had a group of followers, and then that gradually grew, and then
Do you think
there
he
was
was resurrected?
No, that's not a Jewish belief.
Okay, I just want to check.
Yeah, no, we're not into
You're not
we're not
into
into miracle
zombies?
stories. No, that's
No?
not, no.
You don't have any miracles?
No,
in here?
not by Jesus. Right?
No?
They're ones
The
in the Old
God
Testament.
ones?
Yeah, you've got Moses splitting the sea and all that.
What do you think happened there?
What do I think happened there?
Yeah.
Well, I'll go with the Maimonidean explanation that there was. It says in the Bible there was a strong east wind, so there was a naturalistic explanation for a physical phenomenon.
That makes sense.
I mean, that's what Maimonides is constantly trying to do: is read nature back into the Bible.
Yeah. That is the problem with these texts, right? Is that you're trying to decipher translations from original texts, which were written in ancient Hebrew thousands of years ago and were told in an oral tradition for longer than that.
Right.
Does Judaism have one of those pray the gay away traditions?
No, that's not a thing. I mean, it's
what do they want guys to do? Like, what would you do if
not
you were
not to sin? But again, sin is a thing that everybody does, meaning that masturbation is not okay according to Judaism. I assume that a vast majority of young Jewish men, even the Orthodox, are masturbating. So people sin. I mean, that's a recognition.
Yeah. The real problem is like why is it a sin? Like who says it's a sin?
So again,
these rules you were assuming are influenced by God.
Right.
But clearly written by people. What would you do if a young gay guy came to you for advice? If someone said, "Hey, Ben, I'm an admirer of yours. I love the way you think and follow your philosophies, but I've got a problem. I'm a young Jewish man and I'm gay and I don't know what to do." What would you tell them to do?
I mean, I can't tell them to do anything. Meaning,
Right.
what
would you advise? Would you tell them to not act out on those feelings?
I would say you do the best you can as a human being. And from my moral perspective, you try to avoid sin as best you can.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody sins.
The problem is that sin, though, it seems to me that it was defined by people that didn't understand biology because they were dealing with humans that existed thousands of years ago.
Again,
no books, no real understanding of why people were gay.
I mean, right, like go do what you want to do. Like I've never had a conversation with Dave Rubin about him being a gay guy.
Right, but you did say that you wouldn't go to his marriage, right?
Well, I said right as a religious person, I can't say I can't actively participate in something that I consider to be a sin. But I would go out to dinner with Dave and his husband anytime. Like my wife and I would do that. Of course, we'd have him over to our house with his husband.
You don't find any contradiction between your religious perspective and your personal perspective in that regard. That you wouldn't be there for religious reasons, but that you would be there for personal reasons. Like if it wasn't, would you go to the after party? Like if you wouldn't go to the wedding, would you go to the after party?
Anything that was a celebration of same-sex marriage, no.
Wow.
So anything, but
you didn't even go to the party?
No. I mean, that's it. And that's that.
What if there's a barbecue the next day? Would you consider it a tag on?
Hey, what's y'all thoughts?
Go ahead, Deshaun. I'm about to eat some of these tater tots.
He shouldn't. Well, okay, so you don't want to go to this dude's marriage, but you go to his party. That don't even make any sense. And the thing is, it's like that Bible is an allegory. This is all cherry picking. Again, this is cherry picking of whoever wrote that Bible. It's written by a book of men. So the thing is, I thought it was a man and a woman, but then you're okay with women doing whatever and doing whatever, all this other stuff. I thought women were supposed to be women wearing skirts, supposed to be with a man and stuff like that. I guess that being lesbianism, being the dominant on you and all that other shit and everything else that's going on, that's okay, right? So the thing is, it's kind of weird. It's just weird how it's just weird. Like, it's just absolutely weird. This is just so weird. So you can't be gay though, but they can be lesbian.
That's why
they can be anything. They could be androgynous too. This is the weirdest shit I've ever seen. This book was written by men. This is an allegory. Like I said, this is absolutely an allegory.
But they found a way to make money off this. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, bud. What about you?
Hold on.
You got to get that tater tot out your teeth.
No, I'm sorry. I got the munchies kicking my ass now. Excuse me. I'm just saying. But fix my shit. Again, these individuals are gonna believe what the hell they want to believe. They're gonna find a way to transmute shit to make it work for them. And my thing is, if they're gonna play that game and project outwardly, they cannot be mad when they get that same shit back because it's really a mirror type of thing. That's why I can't wait till we start having more conversations that are more spiritual and more energetic, because that's where it's all at. That's where it's all at. It stems from that place first and then manifests into the physical realm. Which is why, again, No shade. We don't need their permission to exist. The fact that we have our own unique individual fingerprint that nobody else in the world has, that means that I came into this bitch already authorized to live this life. But a wise mystic once said, the hardest thing to do in this world is to love yourself while at the same time dealing with the world who's going to try everything in their power to prove to you that you're not worthy. All these other people out here that go for these titles and the money and the fame and the power that comes with all that shit. You got to drop all that shit when you die, pimping. Can't take it with you. That's the thing. You have these individuals who are attached to. It kind of goes back to what is said in the Bible in reference to be in the world but not of the world. These are of the world motherfuckers. These are motherfuckers who need some sort of definition that's rigid for them to follow, even though for a lot of people it's not going to suit them.
It's validation.
Go ahead. So I can eat.
It's all about validation. It's got nothing to do with the Bible. It's about validation to prove something to the next man. I thought you're supposed to love your woman and stuff like that and don't care about what the man thinks, but okay. But you have to prove everything to this other man that's that don't even like you, okay? So you can become like him, so you can become the same hate as him. I got it. I got you. Got it. I got you. Definitely got
I'm over
you.
here stuttering too, bitch. Got it.
It's just so stupid. Like these dudes are just so stupid instead of being their own person. They can't be their own person because the Bible got them.
I like Cecil's comment where it says they don't even understand that their own spiritual credit scoring system is rigged against them, and it's a system that they don't even completely understand, but steadily trying to convince us they do. That's a read. That's a word.
Okay.
Hold on. What are your thoughts, T for T? What do you think?
I know, T. I know.
Understand.
Just just process it, reprogram, program, lay it out. You know what I mean?
Here's the thing with this: it's like they go into all this religious stuff, but they're not taking into consideration that there's still a large segment of the population who are not religious at all or spiritual at all.
Correct.
Who are not
Correct.
Christians, who are not Buddhists, who are not whatever. They can be atheists or they can be not atheists. You know, they can be agnostic or whatever. Everybody does not believe in that King James version of that Bible, but they take it and they inflict it on all of us. And it's just right, you know, because what about the people who don't believe in that Bible? So that means that they have to live by your rules because you believe in that Bible. You know, so they're inflicting their agenda on us. They always want to say our agenda, but they're actually, you know, not just heterosexual people, but it could be gay people too. They can inflict that Bible on us or on themselves and cause harm. And the trauma that comes out from all of that, you know, but everybody doesn't believe in the Bible. So that means that you telling them they can't get married or they can't have a same-sex spouse or that they have to they can't be trans or non-binary or whatever. What if they don't believe in that Bible and that doesn't apply to them? But still you want to inflict that on people.
Because they all need an enemy. They need an enemy.
Yeah.
They need an enemy. But it's not that. Well, the goal is to people that's coming in here with their own belief systems and stuff like that. They're trying to make everyone Christian by their book. Such as, like, let's just say a Gaza person came in and is in America. Well, he can't use that because the thing is, you got to use Christian. So you have to change Christian by force. Remember, they put a law there for that. So, like I said, if you have a disbelief, oh no, you have to believe in God. We'll force you to do it. We'll force you to do it by force. And the thing is, the Bible even said you're not supposed to do that, because the thing is, you're making them run away and stuff like that. And other people have a reason to run away from you too, because you're absolutely crazy and you're a bully and stuff like that. And that's not how it works like that. If you want them to seek God, let them seek God for their own salvation. You don't do that to other people just because you have an authority to do that. You can't do that. If they said no, then go on about your business.
Well, I'm like earlier in our broadcast where the guy, where Alex O'Connor said, "Leave us the fuck alone."
But it's the same thing as what Jesus
Leave
did.
us alone.
Just follow people. If he knows that there's he just goes his different way. He got all his followers and stuff like that. He didn't do that, and I don't even think they read that part.
They don't read that. They just skim over it, or they listen to what the preacher or whoever's preaching from that pulpit. That's what they listen to. They don't actually go and read and understand, or even look further into, the other books and stuff of that Bible, or the scribes or anything. They only go by what is usually spewed from that pulpit, and those pastors, a lot of times with their narcissistic asses, they can spew, disinformation. A lot of times they do spew disinformation, and that's all so they can collect a dime. They can use the homosexuals and the trans and the queer people so they can make money off of us.
Yep. No. That is the truth. That's why I ate them tater tots, because this intellectual conversation had my ass stimulated too. You know what I'm saying? The munchies and stuff. I done smoked like 2 small joints because I try to conserve my weed, but no shit, you're absolutely right. Like, again, religion has been turned into a business. Not turned. Call it tough. Delivered. It's been turned into a business. They are the torturers who also offer the remedy. To your point, the reason why a lot of these people are not going to sit down and read the Bible is because, for one, they don't have time to. Everything is moving so fast. I got to get this done, get that done, whoop. And they put the responsibility on the pastor to do it. And again, if you look at slavery, that same model of Christianity was done to us first. They needed to have somebody who was a slave who could be a pastor to show them the way to the Savior, the Master. Who is the Master? White Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been taught that for so long. And again, like I said in the book earlier about blaming it on the dress, the church has become a place. Oh shit, we got CTV in the building. Hey, the Kang bitch is in the room.
CTV?
Come on in the room.
CTV?
Come on in the room, because Jesus is my doctor. Yes, he is.
You mean conscious?
Right. Oh, yeah, girl. Yes, conscious with a Z.
Hold
I know
on.
a place where you can recharge your soul.
Wait,
Yes.
hold on.
But
We just lost Instagram too. So then Davion was in there. Hey, Davion. And,
he was watching
we just
Instagram.
lost,
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that, again, it's a system that, again, going back to what I was saying, I'm sorry, excuse me, I lost my thought. Getting it back now. In reference to the civil rights movement, again, it was a place for black people to meet, and it was a staple there. So they found a way to be able to transmute that or infiltrate their quote unquote supremacy into that, to make that space a place where we can turn it into a den of pain, because they say that the church is a hospital. Well, isn't the purpose of a hospital is to make people better and to help them not come back? But the church is the only hospital that is dependent on its sick ass patients coming back every fucking Sunday. And when they're able to colonize your mind in reference to organized religion, they have power over you. I forgot the name of this or the actual saying as far as verbatim, but it says something along the lines of when the colonizers came, they had the Bible and we had the land. They then taught us how to pray, of course, with your eyes closed and head bowed. When we finished our prayer and we opened our eyes, we had the Bible and they had the land. So again, they're trying to rebrand that. That's the era we're in right now, the Gilded Age, the Golden Age, the age of rebranding. That is what they're trying to do. And there's so many layers to this stuff. It's not just one thing. That's why these conversations are very important. There are so many intersections that make this shit so complicated. But if we were to operate in love and, yes, heal from our traumas, healing is going to be something you're going to be doing for the rest of your life, but it makes your life better. It makes your life better. And we deserve that, especially as Black people, especially as queer people. We've already dealt with the Pennywise clown and shit when we were fucking kids. There is no way we're going to deal with this shit as adults. And you know what's crazy? The queer youth are looking up to people like us because we're the only representations that they have, which is why we also have a responsibility to better ourselves so that we don't have to keep saying, oh, well, it's not going to be my generation, or maybe the next generation. Where is the generation that's going to say, fuck it, bitch? We're going to risk it all enough to where we are that generation. Because the gag is the powers that be and those on the opposition, they already think like that. We're the ones who don't think that way. They're unified. We're not. We're so divided, and that was done on purpose. So when you have platforms like BMU, when you have platforms like Jay Lethal, when you have platforms like Lance Scurv, when you have platforms like Hardly Initiated, or We Need to Talk, or all these other spaces that spew queerphobia and femphobia and all this other type of stuff, it's up to us to speak openly against it and challenge the thought process of it, because they're operating in fear. We spent our lives trying to conquer that shit. So bitch, y'all hoes can't really tell us nothing. Y'all mad because we survived. Because now we get to tell we're the ones who really get to tell the story of what really happened, as opposed to you having your side. And obviously you're so afraid for me to tell my side, because if you're walking in truth, you should let me talk for as long as I want to, because you got that truth. But again, that's why you have to silence the voices of queer people, because if they were to get their voices heard and there was empathy behind that, the one thing that y'all claim that Jesus does not walk in, the one thing that y'all claim has caused this whole woke agenda bullshit. Girl, let me shut up. I'm done.
Damn. But let me tell you,
these
Jesus,
niggas ain't gonna know until it happens to them.
But the thing is, you know what? I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, I agree with you. They're not gonna learn anything. They're not gonna learn anything. It's like being a dead horse. You know what I mean? It's absolutely sad that what we're going through right now. We're going back to the past. It's like history is repeating itself again. I told you, like, the years go where it fluctuates. So the year will be like 1 year or like 5 years or 10 down the line, they'll love gays again. Then it goes back to I hate gays again. Then it goes back to I love gays again. Then it'll be quiet of gays, but then they'll start hating gays again. But the thing is, it's like they're so focused. And the thing is, the crime is not actually happening. They keep getting these crimes of white gays. Like, let's just say this. Oh my God, the I don't want my kids in the bathroom. Like, for instance, there was a white man that was just dressed as a man saying that he's trans. He's not trans. He's a whole man in the bathroom, and it ruined the whole opportunity for trans women to go into the bathroom because of a man saying that he's trans, knowing that he's not. A white man. Anything of any crime of white, the whole LGBT, including the black LGBT, or black people that see it, you will get the harshest punishment because black people saw what white gays are doing. That's the crime of what they're doing. So that it goes to the Republicans. They report it to Fox News, and then all of the black people and everything else, they see it. Oh my God, I don't want my kids to be gay. I don't want my kids to be trans. It's like, oh, I'm gonna beat them up or something like that because of the crime of whites, whatever they're doing. goes to this side. You understand? And that's exactly why I'm like, yep, this is all a plan. This is all a freaking distraction too, because the thing is, and plus the thing is, all those people that's up there that's a politician is also gay too, because they also be sleeping around with the young youth too. They be doing that too. Some of them that are actually homophobic are actually sleeping with other kids. They're sleeping with the same sex too of kids and little girls too, because I be hearing all this shit too. The real reason why they're trying to do this, the no gays and all this stuff, passing laws of the anti-gay shit and all this bullshit, is because they don't want to get exposed. That's the reason why. They're doing it because they want to suppress gay people because they are suppressed too. It's because they got to go along with the system. This goes into a connection. It goes to the elites. It goes to the politicians. It goes to the media. The media is also the attack. Words have power if you're up there with a lot of money.
Okay. We're going to go into our, getting ready to get into our trauma section here.
Okay.
This, after this right here, this is going to take us into
Make sure I hit that like button.
Wait, let me clarify that. When I say no, that homosexuality is not moral, I don't at all mean to say that it's immoral. Rather, what I want to imply is that the question as a whole is erroneous. As soon as this so-called debate is brought up, as soon as somebody poses the question about homosexuality in this manner of morality, they've already committed a grave fallacy. The mistake being made here is an ungrounded assumption that homosexuality as a topic, or an act, or an orientation, falls within what I call the moral sphere, that is, things that can be viewed and judged in the context of morality. My aim is to show you that no, homosexuality is not inherently moral, but it isn't immoral either. It's got absolutely nothing to do with morality, and you therefore have no right to morally judge people for it. Now, there are two boxes that must be checked in order to say that something does fall within the moral sphere. The first of these is that there must be a conscious agent committing the action, and the second is that the action must have some effect on human well-being. We can see that whether we believe in God or not, and whether we believe morality is objective or not, we can all agree that morality is based upon the well-being of living creatures. Now, in order to help us with this, I've drawn a very high-quality table which has 4 sections. I don't know how well you can see this, but I've split it between conscious acts, unconscious acts, things that affect well-being, and things that don't affect well-being. As you can see, an action has to be both conscious and affect well-being to fall within the moral sphere, and I'll explain why. And I'm sorry that I have to spell this out, but there is a reason for it, so just bear with me. If an action does not affect well-being, then as we've already determined that morality is based upon well-being, it doesn't fall within the moral sphere, and can't be judged accordingly. For example, if I decide to lift my hand, that's a conscious act, but it doesn't have any effect on well-being, and therefore doesn't fall within the moral sphere. You can't judge me for doing it. Likewise, if I were to roll over in my sleep, that's an unconscious act, but it also doesn't have any effect on well-being, and so I definitely can't be morally judged for it. So now we can consider acts that do affect well-being. So take the following example. If I were to sleepwalk one night and knock over a glass of water in the kitchen before returning to bed, and do so completely unconsciously, and the next day somebody slipped on the water and died, I've committed an act that affects well-being. However, I wouldn't be held morally accountable because I didn't consciously do it. And you can see that that means it doesn't fall within the moral sphere. On the other hand, if I intentionally trip someone up, causing them injury, then I've done something that definitely affects well-being, and I've done so consciously. That means it falls within the moral sphere. Ding, 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 I can be held morally accountable. So an act must be conscious, not by chance, not by accident, and must affect well-being, be it a positive or a negative effect, to be considered either moral or immoral. If these conditions are not met, the action is amoral, and no rational person can judge a person for committing it. To do so is to fly in the face of rationality. It would be like holding a volcano morally accountable for erupting. So now we can apply all of this to homosexuality. Firstly, does homosexuality affect well-being? Well, of course, we can talk all day about the benefits and detriments of gay parentage or the inclusion of homosexuality in sexual education, but these are separate issues from simply being a homosexual, and gay marriage for that matter too. Both of these things do not affect anybody else and therefore do not fall within the moral sphere. So in theory, we could conclude here. But for the benefit of those still unconvinced, let's check homosexuality against our other moral criteria. So, secondly, is homosexuality a conscious choice? Now, there is a debate about this. It's a fatuous debate, however, and we can largely dismiss it. The problem with the debate is that it's usually framed in the following way. Either homosexuality is natural and determined by birth, or it's instilled in a person by their environment and upbringing. But think about it for a moment and you'll realize that even if being gay is determined by upbringing and environmental factors, it's still not a choice. Did you choose your music taste? Here's a trait that certainly doesn't come from your genes, but rather from your environment and your upbringing. Still, it's not a choice. And if something is not a choice, then you cannot be held morally accountable for it. But don't take my word for it. Take Immanuel Kant's. You may have heard of his ethical idea, ought implies can. What he means by this is that to suggest that somebody ought to do something or be a certain way, there must necessarily be a possibility that they can do so. If they can't, that is, if it's impossible to do something, then you can't say that they ought to do it. That would be like saying to a person of colour that they ought to be white, and furthermore, like telling a gay person that they ought to be straight. It just doesn't make logical sense. But here's the key point, and this is what explains my statement at the beginning of the video. Having proved that homosexuality does not fall within the moral sphere, there's another claim that we cannot make. We can't say that homosexuality is moral. We can't say that it's a good thing. We can't say that it's beneficial for the exact same reasons that we can't say that it's immoral or detrimental. All we can say is that it's amoral. Morality doesn't even come into it. Homosexuality has nothing to do with right and wrong and is simply an innocent sexual orientation that nobody decides upon. As soon as you start trying to make a link between homosexuality and morality, you've already lost the debate. So the next time that somebody tries to argue to you that homosexuality is immoral, don't engage them by claiming that it's the opposite. Instead, explain to them that they're thinking about it in the wrong way and need to reframe the entire discussion. You could even show them this video, I promise, I really wouldn't mind. If somebody asks you about the morality of homosexuality, respond to them as if they've just asked about the morality of skin colour. Say they were to ask you, but do you really think it's moral to be black? This is a palpably stupid question. Of course it's not moral to be black. It's not immoral to be black. It's something that's out of your control and has absolutely nothing to do with morality. And so is homosexuality. And that means that you have no right to morally judge somebody for their sexual orientation any more than you have the right to judge them for their colour of their skin or the shape of their ears. So no, homosexuality is not moral, but it's not immoral either.
Okay, what are y'all thoughts?
I agree.
I agree. It's not immoral. See, what they do is, like I said, they take whatever that they heard and then blame the whole community for it. It's gaslighting. That's all it is gaslighting. So you're going to take your anger out on a gay person that's just consenting with another gay person just because you don't like it because of what you heard of another, like a he say, she say. Of whatever you fantasize in your mind in. But they're the bad guys though. It's absolutely sad. It's absolutely stupid of what they be saying.
That's
Absolutely
fear,
stupid
baby.
what they be saying.
Organized religion did its big one. It did its big one. Go ahead, Sean.
Definitely did its big one, most definitely, because it worked very well. But at the same breath, and I had a conversation with Spirit at work, and let's just say it was a celebrity. And Eartha Kitt, she told me that how are you actually religious, but you actually are having sex with children in the pulpit? How are you religious and you're talking about homosexuality, but you're doing homosexual sex with the youth that is actually in Florida having sex with a freaking 14-year-old? How are you religious and you're being a slut and a freaking whatever you are? You're talking about everyone else in the freaking pulpit, but you ain't talking about yourself. You're mainly talking about yourself here. You're talking about everything else. You're trying to tell them to be on the right path, but you're actually teaching them how to be on the wrong path by overly sexualizing children so that they can grow up to be overly sexualized. You need to pick a struggle because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. They're actually they're actually poor teachers. They're actually poor teachers of the flock. They're the ones that are actually the leaders. You're wolves in sheep's clothing. You're absolutely wolves in sheep's clothing. And there's so many of them in the freaking pulpit. They're all up in there. It's absolutely sad. I wouldn't go to their church. I know better. I know better than that. I would never send my kids there because I don't trust them. Because you might touch my motherfucking children. I won't let you do it. I would not let you do it.
Baby. Sean said Eartha Kitt came through and said, Marcas. Marcas.
Because the thing is, but we had it, but she said that everything is all a program. Everything is all a program. It's all about control. The thing is because they don't want to get exposed. The elite's already been exposed before, and we heard about it. And the real reason is why is because, oh my gosh. So they had to use the media to actually try to control the masses by saying that gays are this, gays are that, so that they start saying populate, and everything else. But the thing is this is all about the elite, because before they said that we need to depopulate the population. Now we got to repopulate the population. But the thing is, they're actually they got rid of half of the immigrants. Then they want to go back to slavery. So now they want to go back to slavery. Then they want to use segregation. It's all a distraction. All of it is a distraction. Then they fall into it. All these people that's in the soil are falling into the distraction. It's all this is all a program. This is all a program. This is all a plan. They don't see it. They heard it, but they're still freaking going by it. They're falling white in line for it. If you heard it back in 2007, why are you following in line with it? You know it. You heard it. You heard about the Skull and Bones. You heard about the secret society. You heard it before. You heard about the Illuminati. Why are you falling in line to it?
Because it gets to a point to where, like I said earlier, people have to make a choice. Either be in the world but not of the world. These individuals are broken people, narcissistic people who have found a way to get into power. And they're projecting their hurt and pain because they have everything that society says you should have to feel better and feel worse by having it. So now they project onto other people. And those individuals will get what's coming to them. It's just how the universe works. But see, people not ready for those type of conversations, though. Those type of conversations I'm ready to have. No shade, because to Deshaun's point, this goes deeper. We keep scratching at the tip of the iceberg, and we ain't doing no real motherfucking damage. That's why I say at this point, with America falling apart, black people, what are we going to do? What are we going to do?
I've been here for 33 years, and they fell right into the system. They fell right into their little trap. These ex-gays talking about, I did this because of my sexuality. It got nothing to do with your sexuality. It could have been what you have done, such as being whatever. It got nothing to do with your sexuality. You can actually be a Christian and be a gay person, like King Jives was, like is now. Because but he actually met God, and God told him he loves you just the way you are. He said he loves him just the way he is. So now he doesn't love you for the way you are. So you had to change your sexuality to straight, which is impossible. So you had kids saying what? Now you're right back to a man again. So you wasted all your time with her, and you wasted her time. You wasted that woman's time, the marriage, so the money gone down the drain, all the divorces, all that down the drain. So you wasted that woman's time.
But that's why they have to keep the lie up in reference to you have to change yourself in order for God to love you, because if they knew that God loved you where you were, their whole game is over with. It's kind of like the pharmaceutical company. We look at the pharmaceutical company, girl. We look at big pharma to help heal us. Instead of healing us, what do? They give us something to deal with it. And then after dealing with it for so long, here comes these new side effects. Instead of teaching people how to heal. And if we teach people how to heal, that's money out of their pocket. All of this is what Deshaun is saying, what Tifa T is saying, what I'm saying, and other content creators are saying are pieces to the puzzle. That's why it's important for all of us to come together with our own different perspectives, our own different viewpoints, and try to find the gray area, because there is a gray area. Even CTV says religious people are power hungry. They use religion because attaching God to their power puts people under hypnotic mind control. Using God puts the message in people's hearts, not just their minds. And not only that, they reinforce that message in people's hearts and minds with fear.
Right.
Fear. What will happen to these people? If you know these people, be on the lookout. Organized religion telling you that you need to be on the lookout for these other people. And on top of that, these are the easy scapegoats, because if you want to distract yourself from your sin, go pick on the queer person. It happens a lot in church. Let's talk about some of the traumatic experiences since we get into that segment. I said in my Wonderfully Made, I remember whenever it was Men's Day, I would hate going to church on Men's Day. And my father at the time would make sure that I would sit in the balcony in the front so he could see me. Because it's like, yeah, this is what men, it is Men's Day. And it never failed. Every fucking Men's Day, there came a male pastor who always preached about homosexuality. And when he did, the church was on fire. The church, where the community, the people who live in the community around the church come to, they all were cheering and chanting and literally co-signing what these ministers, these pastors, these reverends have said. So you don't think they're taking that same ideology out into the world? So this whole time, this live, y'all done seen fucking queerphobia in our fucking faces, especially mine on that platform with BMU. Then we jump to Charleston White and another nigga saying that queer people need to have bullets in their fucking head and put their ass in the ditch. Then you have all these other people who are intellectuals who are trying to argue or justify the demonization and the erasure of queer people. Like, what more proof do y'all motherfucking need at this point? If history keeps repeating itself, I'm gonna say it. A lot of y'all a bunch of dumb bitches if history repeats itself. Y'all keep falling for the lies. And no shade. You can't really feel bad or play the victim card when you keep falling for the lies. It'd be one thing if you were unconscious of it. But y'all not unconscious. Y'all conscious, which means y'all are scared. That's the problem. And if your ass is scared, then you need to deal with that. Because your fear is going to prevent you from getting where you want to go. And I know that in my own personal life, I'm about to have some upgrade shit happen to me. Fear and trembling. But if it's for a better life, and I can contribute not only to myself in a greater way, but contribute to other people in a greater way as well, I might as well do that. CTV also says it's also a way for them to avoid accountability when things go wrong with their agenda. They can blame it on God, devil, rather they themselves be held accountable for the damage of their messaging. Shout out to
Exactly
in the motherfucking building there.
Exactly. It's their messaging that is actually damaging to other people who wants to love
Shit, you
God.
want to come up, CTV? Shit.
Yeah, he can come up.
It's absolutely
Link in the thing,
absurd.
boo.
Yeah, he can come up most definitely because
Because if he come up, I'm gonna shut the fuck up and listen, bitch. No shade. That's the only nigga I know that can make me shut up and be like, okay, girl, let me just sit here and bask in the ambience of the knowledge, bitch, of the wisdom.
This is just absolutely sad. I mean, I can't believe Charleston White. Oh, gay people need to be shot in the head. Gay people need to be shot in the head, and everything else that's going on, they need to be strangled, and gay kids need to be freaking strangled to death. Yes, off of their head.
Death.
Charleston White said that. Conscious TV.
And then you had.
I just gave you the link. Like, this dude is absolutely fucking crazy. Like,
and then you got the females in the background talking
and they
about some.
follow him. Boozy and him should date. Boozy and him should date because they both hate homosexuals. Boozy and him should date. They should be kings and kings.
You see, Boosie, my man. Boosie, my man. He don't be playing around with you faggots. Cause see, Boosie, my man.
Boozy, my man.
Boosie, my man. He Charleston White, my man. He don't be fucking with y'all punks like that. He don't play that gay shit. Cause see, my man. Like, girl, please. They be those be the niggas that be on DL that be laying the towel down to catch the boo-boo.
Nasty ass caveman ass niggas, girl. Fuck them. Boosie over here look like an old crunchy stale ass backwoods bitch. The fuck. Then Charleston White lock pighead ass bitch. Motherfucking turtle face looking ass nigga, girl. The fuck. And they are the leaders of the community, girl. They're the ones that's supposed to be the upstanding citizen of blackness, girl. If that's the case, girl, I might as well become white, girl. Maybe the Republicans own the something, bitch. If motherfucking Charleston White and goddamn Bootsy is the prime delegates for the black community, girl. I might as well drink bleach now. There is no hope if those niggas are the standard.
Wait, I got a question. So Bubs.
What?
If there was no people on the earth, right?
No, and hell to the no. I'd be like that nigga off a scary movie. I'm gonna be like that nigga off a scary movie too, bitch. Move, bitch. I can do it myself. I don't need your help. I'll break my ribs, girls, and please myself. I'll figure it out.
You knew what I was about to say.
Hell yeah, I knew where the hell you was going. The spirit, I already knew, bitch. You think spirit just talk to you too, bitch?
It's like you have a power where you sense the future. Like that's so Raven power or something like that.
Girl,
I don't know what it is.
Shit. Look, if that, I'm gonna have to grow in that power. If you saying that's the case, I'm gonna touch and agree, girl, because I'm gonna try to figure out how the fuck do I find the future of the fucking Mega Million Powerball or something. Can we use that gift in a great way? Shit. But T for T, what are your thoughts? Like off of everything that you've seen thus far, with everything you showed us, and just some of our own experiences that we shared in the passion. Like, what do you think about like what are some of your traumatic stories that you don't mind sharing as far as like how you were able to transcend certain things or became visible of, shall I say?
Well, I'm gonna share that in a little bit when we get to this trauma part of it.
T for T said, "Girl, let me run my show."
Oh no, that's okay. I didn't actually grow up in any trauma. The only trauma that I done experienced would be relationship trauma. Once I got grown and dealing with these crazy ass.
We gotta do a whole live for that one. Jesus,
So that's
gonna be a
that's
10-hour
the only
live.
trauma, because I didn't grow up in a family where where there was homophobia or now there was a little colorism, but there was not no homophobia.
Okay. That's not correct.
In my family, actually, I think they preferred the gay boys. I think they preferred the gays or whatever, but I don't know. I'm just saying that. But no, I didn't have any of that growing up, and I actually didn't even know anything really about homosexuality or anything. I just knew at an early age that somewhere around kindergarten to first grade that I was attracted to both boys and girls, but I was more attracted to boys. And I was never told that I couldn't be attracted to both. I was never told that I couldn't play with dolls or like we talked about before, my sister's easy bake oven. I was never discouraged from any of that, just like they weren't discouraged from playing with our toys. I got up while my mother was reading a book in the bed one time, and she had her high heel shoes on the thing. I put the high heel shoes on, traipsed across the floor with my hands on my hips. She looked up from the book, went back to read, never stopped me. My father and them, they never said it. Grandparents, aunts, uncles, nobody has ever said anything. I get along with all of my relatives. There's no homophobia that ever comes. I mean, even my distant cousins, when we're around, no homophobia comes up. Nothing like that. So I didn't grow up. In my family, we didn't grow up with that. I started, I started feeling the trauma, just getting into some of these, a couple of these relationships I've been in. But other than that, I haven't had that type of trauma. I never dealt with it at work, so there's homophobes there, but they never confronted me about it, and they knew they couldn't. So and I was always myself. I never tamped down. I never code switched. I've never done that ever in my life. High school, I didn't get called gay or anything or nothing like that, or whatever. But I also didn't go around making fun of gay people or doing anything like that. So I didn't have any of that type of trauma. But I do understand it because my friends that are, a lot of them, like I told you before, a lot of them aren't here now. They don't. A lot of them back home in Cincinnati, they died from AIDS early on. So, they went through a lot. I saw the trauma through them, and them being kicked out on the street, by their mothers, mainly by their mothers, but some of them by their fathers and by both their parents, but being put out on the street, out there hustling, at 13, 14, and 16. My friends that are, one of them is still here now. One of them actually lives in California, and he's a psychiatrist right now. But they were all out there, they were, prostituting, male prostitutes at an early age, teenage prostitutes, because they had to make a living and stuff.
Survival sex,
sex survival, but they were my friends. I didn't look down or discard them or nothing. I take them home with me to my, they went home, my mother loved them. My sisters, brothers, they loved all my friends and stuff. I can take them home. I can take boyfriends home, and which I have. I've taken my partner home, my one that I had for 8 years. I took him home, and they just loved me. So I didn't go through any of that trauma type stuff that way. It was just more relationship type stuff. And I'm still traumatized by it. Shit.
Look, trust me, we all can have some healing from that perspective. But what I am grateful for is that I'm glad that even though you did not have that traumatic experience, and I'm grateful for that, because there's a lot of queer people who don't, which is why, again, the fact that your parents were willing to open their home up to allow queer people who don't have what you have to experience that love, that's very transformative. And the fact that you didn't judge them, because again, with all these laws they're trying to put in place to erase queer rights, which means getting jobs, what do you think they're going to do? They're either going to have to steal, or they're going to have to resort to survival sex. And then with all those things, the system ends up benefiting from their downfall. So the fact that your family was able to create a safe space for them, we definitely need more of that. So shout out to your family. Shout out to them.
And it goes back to you too, just like with you and your family. I wasn't raped. I was never touched. There was like nothing, and nothing was like presented to me like, thrown in my face like gay stuff or whatever when I was growing up. And just like most people, I had heterosexual parents. I saw heterosexual stuff. I saw heterosexual stuff out of my grandparents and stuff, like that. They just were not homophobic, and that and they liked they really liked everybody. Like I told you, there was some colors going on in my family, but that's neither here or there. But it didn't traumatize me. I just know it was there. And then that mainly came out of my grandmother and some of them, and she's gone now and stuff, like that. And as I got older, she kind of changed that, she kind of changed with the color and stuff. But they were into all of that, the hair and the light skin and stuff, like that. And if you're too dark or whatever, it was that type of stuff. But as and it wasn't my mother, and my sister, my sisters or whatever. Now I got one brother now. He's still kind of like that. But the rest of us, we didn't get involved in that. But one of my grandmothers did.
And now we walk around with the Wilhelmina G. McCrae ass mindset. If you darker than a brown paper bag, then you is a dirty nigga. That's what my grandmama told.
Oh yeah. Speaking of William McCrae, so I watched the Times report, right? So there's Thais, then it was Larry, and then it was William McQuay. And Larry was saying that why not have William McQuay the leader of the church? You know, as the, you know, I forgot what position he was supposed to be in. I think a bishop or something like that. I think that's the lead. I think that's a position, bishop. So it's Bishop William McQuay or Dr. William McQuay or something. Well, they're trying to have a vote because they said, hey, listen, they have you wanted it, you got it up there on the preaching. So why not have William McQuay? You know what I mean? If they have you know, him up there, you know, you already know who I'm talking about. I can't right now.
They would probably tolerate Andrew Caldwell more. So
Andrew Caldwell, yeah.
They would tolerate him more than William McQuay because, again, William McQuay come in with the extended nails, hair like a woman, dress like a woman, all that type of shit. They don't like that. But again, it goes back to the policing of sexuality. Like, again, we can talk about this until we blue in the face. There's so much information there. What are we going to do? Because they're not going to get it. That's the one thing. They're not going to get it. And it's really not our job to change their mind. What our job is to protect ourselves. That's what the fuck I'm on. How do we protect ourselves? Because what we're seeing is only going to grow more. Even to the point to where it might start getting pretty dangerous for queer people. And as a queer person saying that can be very scary. But that's why, again, self-love is real. And the goal in life, the cheat code, is to die before you die. Because when you can do that, girl, you can really live, which means standing in your truth. And these other individuals are not going to do that.
No.
So, I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. You wanted it, and you got it. Okay. Shia. Oh, Mashania.
Okay, Deshaun, I'm gonna show this video here. This is what me and Deshaun was gonna do a live on a few months ago, and then we actually didn't do it. So this is a little dated, but and then
Hold on.
Okay, and then we'll go right into the trauma after this, but which we're already into it anyway. But this is what Deshaun wanted to talk about, and so we can weigh in on a little bit, and then we'll move on.
Okay.
And Deshaun, you're going to remember this because you sent it to me.
Yeah, I would definitely remember.
Okay. I wish Miss Stevie was still here, but she done passed out. But I wish she was still here.
She's gone.
She would weigh in and go off probably. All right.
Of course, because we're in this new regime, you know, everybody's screaming out, man, you're a man, man, dude, sir, fat ass nigga. I was getting a lot of reads from a lot of black people, a lot of reads from a lot of women, It was a lot of women, black women was up under there, whatever. And I like a lot of those women that was on there saying my body was sloppy and I was a man, and because a lot of those people that had these opinions and shit about me or whatever, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but I'm also entitled to my response. Am I right?
Yeah.
So me being somewhat of a celebrity doesn't make me, you know, not able to give my response. So I responded. So there was one Spanish man came up under my I don't know if he was a punk, a straight guy, I don't know what he was. So he was up under my comments. So I screenshot his motherfucking thing and I said something to the fact of, while you up under my comments, honey, you need to be up under the bed, bitch, because ice outside. So on Twitter, I have the entire Latino community feeling some type of way about me because, you know, I said that. Now, there was so many black women up under there. I was tearing them black women up, you know, saying all kind of shit to them. I said all types of shit to them black women. I said all types of shit to them black men. I posted it. You know, ain't nobody say nothing. But the moment I told that nigga to get up, bitch, to get from up under my comments and get up under the bed, bitch, because ice outside, we got the whole Latino community ready to stab me in my motherfucking throat. Oh, now the community, the heck go all the Spanish saying I'm racist. No, I'm not racist. I'm a fighter. and I'm supposed to just like let it all roll off my back. The reason why we are in this situation right now, we're in this country, is because too many people let too much shit roll off their back. I fight fire with fire. I seen a motherfucker on there telling me, "Oh, I'm gonna have to come apologizing to the Latin community." No, the Latin community did apologize to themselves for voting for Trump. Those that did, don't tell me. And the niggas, the black ass niggas who SNAP benefits done got stomped on. The black ass niggas who child care done got cut off that was funded by the government. The black ass niggas who thought that because they were doing something that was going to get rid of the faggots and the trainees.
That's all it was. That's
and the
all it
training, y'all
was.
could get behind that. Y'all thought y'all was doing something big, bitch.
That's all it was. That's all they heard.
Because it was fuck the trannies.
That's
Y'all
all
thought y'all
they
was
heard.
doing something big. And I'm talking to
Even
the
my
colors
family.
now. Bitch, you know Big Mama on Medicaid. You know your kids get wigged. You know you on housing. You know you getting welfare. You know this. You know it's a lot of shit that affect you, bitch. You know a lot of y'all hoes that had those good jobs that you only got that good job because, bitch, they had to staff because you were a Negro. You knew this stuff. You voted against yourself because you were trying to do things to fuck up a faggot or fuck up a tranny. You pull up to my house and you ring the doorbell and you come there with malice, you gonna get just what you came to the door for. I don't give a fuck if you're 8 or 80.
8 or 80.
Cripple or blind. Man or woman. Espanol or English.
Espanol or
Francais or goddamn German.
Beyonce.
You come, you slide up over here and you want some of this? I'm with you.
It's a selective outrage. What do you expect? I was about to say, this is a selective outrage. When he was, look. When
That's on period, bitch.
When that gay dude went on T.S. Madison talking about, oh, you look like a mess or sloppy or something like that, and T.S. Madison had to bring that same energy and talk about, they all went up there. It's a selective outrage. All these Latinos came up. That was a selective outrage. They should have went on the gay dude, because he is, with his lips looking like he had injections. Talk about T.S. Madison like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't just him. There was an old man talking about, who is this big fat man and all that. And T.S. Madison had to roast him, saying that you're almost dying, half foot into the grave. There was a woman that looked, I don't know, she just looked weird. Got the nerve to talk about T.S. Madison. And T.S. Madison looks better than her. All these women look better than her. Talking about her. Just talking about her. And then there was another video. I think there was another video. There was more lives of T.S. Madison where T.S. Madison had her long hair. She was with Gio. Side by side, the fit guy.
Yeah.
They were talking about her. And Gio saying, oh, Gio, didn't Gio know that's a man? That's a man. All of them talking about, because the thing is because in their mind, it's like, why is this man talking to a trans woman? Side by side with a trans woman. He knows that. So why do you have to remind him of that? Why are you so concerned about that? That got nothing to do with you. You're all up in this woman's bed. And why do you even care? And why are you on T.S. Madison's timeline saying that? That is absolutely crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Now, that's mentally ill. Absolutely crazy.
Read that either T for T or Deshaun. Read that.
It says, actually, if Conscious TV is still on here, this is where I got that comment from. I was in. Shout out to Conscious TV. I was in one of his lives several months ago, and this is where I got that comment. And the comments were flying, and there was quite a few women in there, going off on the trans and the gay people, or whatever. But this is where I got that comment from. And it's just like they have such, they just have such an issue with trans people, even more so than they do with the queer guys, the gay guys or whatever. It just seems like, and it seems more with black women than, I know there's some white women that have an issue with them too. But mainly it seems like black women are, have such an issue with trans women, and it's just ridiculous to me. It's like, how does it affect their lives? It has nothing to do with them, really. But they just go off. But anyway, it says, as a biological woman, as a logical, realistic human, I stand with Claudia, Jess, and Tasha K. Y'all gave them too much space. I remember the days when they got bashed in the face by real men, and we real women protected them. And we real women protected them. And now here we are. They have more rights and protections than us women. Put the whole damn community back in the closet. I'm sick of it. And then somebody up under there says, she's talking about Claudia Jordan. She stayed calling out the bullshit despite what folks got to say. And it was really, Conscious was doing a show. This was back when Armand Wiggins, did that roast on Al Reynolds, and and Conscious did a show. It was his live was really good too, because them comments were flying, but he put out some really good points and stuff throughout that.
Oh yeah, Conscious CB's back. Yeah, he's back now. Conscious CB's back.
He says, I remember that. Yeah, because he had a nurse on there. She was like nurse somebody, and she came up and talked. But while she was up there talking, them comments were down there flying. And then Conscious is really fair. He'll let anybody have it. So but anyway, but that comment came from there.
Yeah, but the thing
and
is,
I know he's friends with Claudia, but I had got into it with Claudia. Not personally face to face, but through some comments and stuff when Funky was on. I forgot the name of the show now. When they were all on that show,
TGIF.
Yeah, TGIF, and they were all on there, and then she had made some disparaging comments about trans, and she was throwing off on Funky, or whatever, and but Funky can defend himself, but she had made some comments, and then I had just went in and commented her, and gave her a piece of history as far as like men wearing dresses. The damn mosquitoes are coming in here. Damn, too hot down here. She had made some disparaging remarks about men wearing makeup and dresses, and she was throwing off on Saucy Santana, which is fine, but I just sent her some information like, know your history, because men have been wearing makeup and wigs and all that stuff, since they could, all the way back into the ancient times. They have been wearing. I sent her pictures of all of that type of stuff, and then she came back with some retort that was kind of hateful, but it is what it is. And then and I had just let me see. Oh, Conscious. Let me let Conscious up in here. Hey, Conscious.
Hey,
shit.
Hey,
What's
y'all.
going on?
Not much. I'm loving the build. I'm loving it. It's amazing.
So, well, thanks. We be going over this stuff in our short stack, that Bubs created, and Deshaun, he hooks us up with everybody, and
I'll be on it with the
sends us
content.
all these videos. So we got in here and just started talking about it, and then we kind of got on this BMB, whatever they are. I didn't even know who they were. Yeah, I didn't even know who they were until
narcissistic
BLT.
Yeah, BLT. I didn't even know who they was until Bubs, sent it to us, and we got into a little chat. Here comes somebody else. Oh, he left.
StreamYard kicked me out.
Oh, that's okay. And then we got into a little chat about it, and then I went over and saw what you know, when they looked up your interview, you know, when you were on his show, you and
disappear again.
Yeah, and I went and watched that, and it just kind of the whole thing just kind of went all through me. So we're talking about it again here, you know, and a few other things, and the trauma, you know, like because we're getting ready to get into this trauma section here in a minute, and you know, because a lot of this stuff, you know, especially with some of this religious, you know, this religious trauma, it's just, you know, it hurts a lot of us.
Well, you know, also they also the religion also use other people's trauma and then blame the LGBT for it too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that too. So they try to, because you know they're so narcissistic. They don't want to know that there's gay people that are very innocent, and then there's gay people that could destroy, and then there's gay people that are self-destructive and take everyone with them. They don't know the three difference of gay people that's on this planet because they created the gay person that's destructive, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Oh Lord.
And then they want to complain, oh, why is he like this? Oh my gosh. Oh my daughter got shot in the head by this dude that's DL. Oh my God. But yet you just couldn't figure out that he was who he is, and you should have let him be who he is, and you should have felt the energy, like you felt the energy of an openly gay man, but you can't feel the energy of a dude that's in the closet, but you want everyone in the closet and you can't feel no energy. But that's when things get deadly, because the thing is, like I said, like I heard a story of I heard a story of a dude that admitted that he said he was bisexual too. He used to be bisexual. He's ex-gay.
Mm-hmm.
Lies. Had 2 children, I think 3 children by this woman, 4 years down the line. And then when the woman found out on the phone that he was with a gay man, the gay man actually sent texts to her phone. She said she wanted to leave. She wanted to leave. He wouldn't let her leave. He shot her, shot himself, and the kids is just motherless and fatherless. There's more reports, and it's not just him. It's a whole lot more reports than that.
Yeah.
I have a question for y'all too.
Mm-hmm.
Because speaking of like those sentiments that were left underneath the video, you know, I am somebody who tries to be realistic about our like expectations of other people, and I try to make space to even accept other people's belief. And you know, like this is probably where I deviate from my peers on the issue of things is I'm not interested in per se like a managed society. Like I'm okay with what people believe. I'm not okay with enforcing what you believe. If people could believe what they believe and feel what they feel without it ever intruding upon civil rights and human rights, I would be perfectly okay with folks just not liking gay people or just feeling like it's immoral or unnatural. But the issue becomes is that it don't stop at just a belief. It becomes something that turns into violence. It turns into socioeconomic violence. It turns into material violence. It turns into oppression. You can't simply just hold a belief and move on with your life and allow other people to have a dignified human experience. And my grandmother is a prime example of that, because she is a Bible-toting Baptist, Pentecostal, Kojic, every damn piece of God that exists in my grandmother religiously. And yet my grandmother had the capacity to say, you know what, grandson, when I came out of the closet, I know it's shocking that I actually had a closet to come out of, but grandson, you know, I know what the Bible says, but at the same time, I love you. you're my grandson, and I want what's best for you, and I support you. And for me, I felt like that was a perfectly balanced middle ground where you did not have to give up your beliefs, nor did you also have to rebuke or be resistant toward my humanity. Both of those things can have a shared space together. Your religious belief separate from your humanitarian worldview. And I think if people could just like stay out of other people's way, that can be okay. So my question to y'all is, because I know for some of our peers, like they need people to change their minds. Like it's like I want you to change your mind about it. Like I want you to shift your thinking about it. What do y'all think about, the people who ain't gonna change their mind, but they're not gonna get in your way either?
I'm fine with them.
That's fine.
You don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to agree with me or even understand, whatever, long as you don't do any harm or hinder me or take away my rights. When you start taking away my rights, my civil rights and my liberties, or doing something to harm me, that's where it becomes an issue. Because I don't agree with everything heterosexual. They're just, they're more, a lot of them are more dysfunctional than what they say gay people are, or whatever. So, but I don't care, long as you don't do any harm for me, it's never, it's never stopped me from, getting a job, college, no one bothered me or anything and stuff like that. So long as you do, and even now, even like the neighborhood I live in and stuff, like that. My neighbors, nobody bothers me. I'm friends with all of them. They don't, if they have those type of views, they don't express it towards me. And that's fine. And that's the way it should be. As long as you leave me the fuck alone, then I'll leave you alone. But when you start getting in my face or you start, posting stuff, or whatever, or even coming on my platform and putting stuff in the comments, you're going to hell and, that type of stuff, then that's where it becomes an issue, or if you start attacking me with it. And I don't get that. I don't really get that, but people around me do.
Right. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask, do you think that maybe because you have a passing privilege as a masculine, aesthetic, masculine presenting man? Because I have noticed that our more masculine male peers, because they can blend in. Because you even hear a lot of heterosexual people say, why you got to be gay like conscious and not gay like tick for tack, like they would prefer the more masculine presenting, same gender loving.
But they don't say that to me because they know that I would not accept that coming from them. So people who are around me, I don't get that because, I'm not gonna stand for that type of stuff. I have heard it out of other gay men. I've never heard that out of the straight people or whatever. Because I'm gonna act any way I want. And if I decide I want to flame out, I'll flame out in front of them. I don't care. If I'm at work, if I want to flame out and curse somebody out, whatever, hell, I did it. So, but I've heard that more out of gay, black gay men than I have never heard that with straight people around me. But I've heard that out of.
I think that, yeah. I think that femininity is attacked in all angles because they did that to Boss Man when Boss Man was up there on the piano and stuff like that, and he has a wife. He has a wife, but he had his hair back like this. He looks like he even had his nails done, and they were talking about he must be a cover up. He must be that wife must be a beard or something like that. Saying all these things to Boss Man and all that. He's in the military. He can cook. He can clean. He's very clean and stuff like that. But the thing is, but what about the masculine man that has a wife that also is sleeping around with other men? But they won't say nothing about that. You see how the biasness is. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like
it's biases.
You can't win. It's
you
either
know what?
you do damned if you don't.
But you know what? I even with my son, and he's 21. He's 21, getting in a couple of days, he's getting ready to turn 22. But even growing up, I didn't hide, I didn't hide me being gay or anything from him. And I'm the one who raised him. And I didn't hide it from anybody, even with school and stuff. We never had an issue, no problem. His friends came over here, they spent the night. Their parents didn't have a problem with me being gay, and they all knew it. Even when when I was with my partner, and we were together for 8 years, and I met him when my son was 5. They didn't have no problem coming over here, hanging out with us, dropping their kids off, spending that. Sometimes they'd be with us for 2 or 3 weeks. Sometimes they would travel with us when I traveled home to Cincinnati or Chicago to take my son home to see his mother and his brothers and sisters. They would travel with us. They had no issue with that. His school had no issue with it. My son has grown up perfectly. He doesn't have the what's that called, the negative thing about gay people or something at all. And he would actually defend people. My son that went to school with queer woman code on his shirt, written on his shirt, walking in there. No one bothered him or whatever. He played basketball, baseball, did ninjutsu, everything. And he's never had, he didn't have that type. Now, if they said stuff in the background, I don't know. But here, they never, I didn't get all of that type of stuff. And I wouldn't put up with it if it was, because if they were saying that type of stuff, then you can't come here. You can't, if you got a problem with your son or somebody being around gay people or whatever, then they can't come here. But, I didn't have that issue with any of them or whatever.
Well,
but I wouldn't put up with it either.
I guess
and I think people who know me know that.
Oh,
I guess in the words of the great Carlton Pearson, he said, "We don't have to go along to get along."
Right.
And again, I agree with everybody else. If it was just a belief that was subjective, but they were confident within themselves or really operate in the Christ part of the element, which means I'm going to love you. I don't know what it looks like or whatever, but I know that if my Savior died upon the cross for all of us, I got to be able to hold on to that promise, which means I got to love you too. So if people are operating in that way, then yes, I wouldn't have no problem, because whether they agree or not, I can still live my life. I don't need their permission. It's when, like you said, and even like how T said, when it is something that becomes forced, and with organized religion and God, and kind of like what the Theo Bros said, you ain't got to believe what we believe, but we kind of like force you to do it. And the only way they can do that is through the fear, which is why it's against the fear narrative the entire time. So yes, for the people who can be objective about it, that's cool. But for the ones that don't change their mind, that's cool as well. But don't overstep your boundary, bitch. That's all I'm saying. Do not overstep your boundary. Sean?
It's just but like I said, but then there's people that also like then there's straight people like, oh, we shouldn't have no gays in the church. We shouldn't have no gays in church. Kick them out. But when you kick them out, when they have their own church, then you want to go to the church and then say that, oh, this is a sin. It's an abomination, the abomination of the church. You need to be forgiven and all that other stuff like that video you sent, Bugs, and all that other shit. And it's like, y'all are so freaking, how should I say this? Like, y'all are so freaking not just biased, but y'all are so narcissistic. It's ridiculous. One minute you're saying get out, and then the next minute when they're trying to make their own, you're gonna stop them.
Get out, then
It
come
goes
back.
to all businesses too, not only of church or anything like that. Let's just say a gay store or anything like that. You actually get mad about it, but you shouldn't care because you have a lot of heterosexuals with you on your side. So why are you worried about a gay person's sexuality? Because you shouldn't care. Is there something going on with you? Because that's That's the only way. You cannot just go to another facility messing with someone that you don't fuck with. You don't fuck with it, don't go near it.
I would rather them just call it down the middle. Even old boy, I thought he did a Peter Pan in his dissertation on the unconscious and conscious immorality. Like that was really no, not even him. The guy before that.
He called him Peter Pan. I just caught that.
The individual,
not Peter Twink.
The guy who was talking to Joe Rogan, him when he was.
Oh yeah,
him.
Yeah, Peter
Shapiro. Was it Shapiro? The Shapiro.
Yes.
Was it the Jewish guy?
Yes, him. And he was trying to give this like palatable homophobia. He was trying to find this like soft homophobia between like, well, you know, it's only a sin in action. And I was just like, sir, even that's biblically inaccurate, because Christ said that sin that's committed in the heart is equivalent to sin committed in action. So if a man lusts in his heart, then he has already committed the physical act of sin. So it like you just if you're just gonna bow down to homophobia, just go ahead and bow all the way down to it. But then it's just so interesting to me because everybody can specialize in every other verse that seemingly is in reference to homosexuality and homosexual behavior, and none of them were master in Christ, having a whole dissertation about eunuchs and how some men are born that way from their mother's wombs, while other men choose to be that way, and other men are made that way by other men, and they don't even do the etymology on these terminologies and on these words to understand their historical and cultural relevance. Because if you did, then you would know that Christ is talking about two distinct classes of men: those who went through the cultural Jewish ritual of castration, and then those men who chose to live a life of celibacy and abstinence, such as Paul would fit that description. Christ himself would fit that description, as he never married nor participated in heterosexual paradigm. And then you have, oh God, here we get, it gets real juicy, those men that are born that fucking way, men who are, I'm gonna say this without all the added shit connected to it, but the men that are born that way are the men who are, I ain't even gotta say it the way I was gonna say it, the men who are castrated organically from hetero paradigm. These are the men who don't need their penises chopped off. They don't even have to make a choice in the matter. They're not going to participate in the social paradigm of heteronormativity. And then we know that these men, these eunuch men, they all filled the harems and were entrusted servants and etc. And Christ also knew what he was saying was deeply controversial, because he said, look, out of all you ignorant motherfuckers, I know that this message is only going to appeal to those who have ears to hear and eyes to see. So let whomever can receive the totality and exclusivity of what I'm saying today, receive it. And so for all these anti-queer, evangelical, right-wing crusaders, I want to know, where in the scripture can you find our Lord and Savior pressing and beating down and bulldozing over people in order to project his reality onto people? Because if I'm not mistaken, when the rich man came to him to experience and see the kingdom of God,
come on now,
Christ didn't give him no dissertation. He didn't give him no speech. He told him what he could do in order to experience that. And when that man decided that the price of heaven was a little bit too high for him, he went on by his way. And guess what Christ let him do? Go on about his motherfucking way. And Christ kept on his. So I want to know, where are the examples of this aggressive evangelism? Where is this demonstration? Because if I'm not mistaken, Paul was also called out for this aggressive, hyper masculine, violent evangelism. He had to be knocked out of his damn body and taken to a third heaven in order for God to even pull a reverse Uno and show him the error of his ways. Because love attracts, not enforces.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, it's just not making sense to me. It never makes sense to me, and I just want them to actually just make the shit make sense.
Please, thank you.
I mean, listen, look, Bubs the God, when he was on BMU, he asked the guy, okay, if two men was raped, what is that called? This dude said, oh, you gay, you gay. Put in the crime to gay people again. Put in the crime to gay people again, like gay people automatically will turn you gay or force you to be gay. That's out here, but they're in jail. And these people, I want to read it again. Types of rape, prison rape, rapes of prison. Listen, rates of prison rape has been reported as affecting 3%, 12% of prison inmates in the U.S., although the prison rapes are more commonly same-sex crimes. Since prisons are usually separated by sex, the attacker usually does not identify as homosexual. Pause. Now, once you like that, this phenomena is much less common elsewhere in the Western world. This party, because of the differences in the structure of prison systems in the U.S. as compared to prison systems in Canada and Australia and Europe. Statistically, there are higher prevalence of mentally ill individuals who are in prisons instead of psychiatric facilities. In these individuals are part of the high-risk group of sexual assault, as according to the NPREC, 12 and 13% of rape instances involves in individuals who are mentally ill 8 times more than non-mentally ill prison populations of rape instances. The attacker is most commonly another inmate. It's mostly the other inmate. So they're basically saying that the victims are gay. And they're not gay. The ones that are actually being gang raped, because I watched the video of an African that got raped by 8 men.
Oh wow.
And he didn't like it. And he's supposed to be, and he's heterosexual. What do you call him? Now he's gay? Because that's what you basically said. You said it right on live. I don't get it. I mean, so just raping a man, it's automatically gay. It's gay, but you don't see it on the outskirts. And then when he gets out, he's back with his wife and kids. But he did the crime in prison. He's automatically gay. If you see it, he's gay. But when he's out in that with his wife, he's not gay. How are you just going to label something and automatically go to the group of the LGBT when the LGBT is not raping anyone? There is individuality here. You cannot box everybody in one thing to create bad people when they're not all bad people.
Well, when you scapegoat, you can. And when you scapegoat, you will. And when you're afraid,
and people like that are dangerous. Those are dangerous people. They're the ones that talk all this shit.
Yep.
And this is the reason why people lose their lives and kill themselves, because of who they are, because they think that they're pedophiles, they think that they're rapers, and they're not even of the sort.
But then don't want to deal with the ones that are in the church. But never mind. Go ahead.
It's just really, really interesting. Really, really interesting of what the words that they be saying. They just try to, whatever pops up in their head, they create something of a narrative. They create this agenda where this person is a bad guy when he ain't even doing anything to you. I don't get it. I just don't understand. Never understood what people be doing. But this is all a freaking program. This is all control. This is all fear-based. You're doing it because of fear. But the thing is, when y'all rape women and these men raping girls and stuff like that, you won't. That's a whole different story. It's a whole different story. Oh, it's heterosexual. Then it's heterosexual. That's the norm for you. You own that. Also, pedophilia, you own it too. Because the thing is, you allow older women to do everything to these boys at 13 and 9 years old. Let's just bring the cards in. Let's just throw the cards on the table. Let's just throw the cards on the table. Let's get dark here. Because y'all are the ones that are actually doing the shit that you're doing for eons. Including gay kids. That goes for every kid. You don't protect them. Now, some heterosexuals have sense enough to know that that shit is sick. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the low vibrational ones that have no freaking sense. Don't have no self-respect because of what they witnessed when they were kids. So they have to inherit that same sick shit to the next generation. That's who I'm talking about. Absolutely sick. Absolutely sick. This is just twisted in their mind. This is some twisted shit.
And the gag is it's going to become more twisted. So that's why that self-love is very important.
The self-love is very important. It's definitely self-love is definitely very important because if you don't have self-love, you're done. You're done. It's over. You're obsolete.
Well, how you feeling, T for T? You think you can still do them 3 videos, Pimpin'?
Yeah,
It's gonna be a part 2.
It shouldn't take that long here.
Okay, cool. Good.
Let's go on and move into this religious trauma here.
Okay, cool. Let's do it.
People brush
have to
past
roll up
that
again.
wound and they have no idea the pain that it causes. All they see are these intense emotional responses, and to them it just seems like an overreaction. And so to try and fit in and feel normal, you numb it, maybe with drugs, alcohol, or staying busy, and that works for now, but it doesn't let the wound heal. Part of healing is to recognize how that sensitivity and the intense emotions that come with it are not a fault in your personality. They're a reaction to that past trauma. And healing happens best when we're safe to open things up and take a look at what we're dealing with.
About 8
Agreed.
million adults have PTSD during any given year, and 7 to 8% of people will have PTSD during their lifetime. So, Lisa, what is trauma?
It's a wonderful question because there is no one definition. And I think that's really important because it broadens out and speaks to people's individual experiences. So there are 2 key definitions in the field. One of them comes from the DSM-5, and it's the experience, threat, or witnessing of death, serious injury, or sexual violence. And basically what that's referring to is a physically based trauma. So things like child physical or sexual abuse, hurricane or other natural disaster, a fire, car accident, which is actually the most prominent trauma in the US population, and other physical events. But there's a second definition that's often used because that first definition doesn't include some of the very damaging experiences that people go through that are non-physical in nature. So there's a much broader definition with the Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration, which is the federal government entity that really works with a lot of frontline providers and systems. And they define trauma as events experienced as physically or emotionally harmful or life-threatening with lasting adverse effects on the individual's functioning and mental, physical, social, emotional, or spiritual well-being. And as you can see from that definition, it will include things that are non-physical, things like emotional abuse, which some people will say was even more damaging than sometimes the physical events that they may have been through, things like very severe stressors like discrimination, poverty, job loss, very difficult divorce, and other kinds of events like that. living with a trauma-related disorder is an incredibly challenging thing. And we want to keep in mind that trauma does not equal a disorder. And that's an important distinction because most people in the US population actually live through one or more traumas in their lifetimes. However, most people do not go on to develop a trauma-related disorder. So when we think of that, we're usually referring to post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD. And it's about 25 to 30% of people who live through a trauma that go on to develop PTSD. But for those who do, it can be incredibly difficult and can go on, in some cases, just for a short while, just for a couple of months, but in other cases, it can go on for years and even decades. And it consists of all kinds of different symptoms, but basically boiling down into a couple key categories. Re-experiencing, meaning the person relives in some fashion what happened to them in the sense of thoughts that they can't get rid of, images that they can't get rid of, sometimes called flashbacks, which are almost like little movie clips of the event. They have avoidance, meaning they don't want to go near the story of what happened. It's too upsetting. It's too triggering. Arousal, meaning they feel intensely upset when reminded of the event. Some people will have startle reflex where they feel very agitated if they're reminded of the event. Other people will have hypervigilance, meaning they're scanning the room for danger. They're always on guard, on alert. One person I worked with would say he would sit with his back against the wall because it felt like at any moment someone would come up behind him. So all sorts of experiences like that. And negative thoughts and mood, often going to the core of how people view their life, their identity. So they may feel damaged, they may feel worthless, they may feel that they have no future, and all sorts of difficult moods, depression, of course, anxiety, anger, sometimes rage, hopelessness, all sorts of feelings that get caught up in it.
What are some other ways trauma may impact someone?
Sadly, trauma does impact throughout the person's life. So it can affect things like substance use or other addictive behaviors, which are definitely elevated in people who have post-traumatic stress disorder. It can be things like not only substances, but for example, excessive eating, like binge eating. It can be gambling problems. It can be excessive use of pornography, sexual behavior, sexual addiction, things like that. It also shows up as self-harm. It can be cutting, burning. It can be people acting out against others, sometimes violently, sometimes emotionally. It can be lack of self-care, not bothering to go to the doctor or the dentist. So many, many different ways.
Okay. Any thoughts on that? And I'm gonna get into this last video here, and I'll stop this in between, as you know, and then that'll probably wrap us up here. I'll go into this, and then I'll just stop it a little bit through, and y'all let me know if you want me to stop it. You know, if y'all have something to say through it.
Okay.
All right. I know it's
Topic
getting
tonight
late.
that might not apply to everybody, but from my experience and the work that I do, it applies to a lot more people than we expect, and that's religious trauma. And in 2011, Marlene Winnell actually coined the phrase religious trauma syndrome, and it's becoming more and more recognized and understood. And it's sadly something that's been misdiagnosed often as just depression, anxiety, OCD, borderline personality. But we're beginning to get a clearer and clearer understanding that religious trauma is a very real thing that has affected lots of people. And I find because of my past as a pastor, that many people gravitate to me wanting help in this area. I think it's important to note right up front that people from complex trauma tend to be drawn or attracted to high control religions. So religions that exercise lots of control, very black and white, often rigid, and they're drawn to that because it gives them a sense of security. It gives them a solid structure to organize their life around. These people say in black and white what you should do, what you shouldn't do. It takes away kind of all questions about life and unknowns, and you just have this very clear picture, and it's a great starting point to build your life around. So that, for many people, they get drawn into these high control religions that end up causing religious trauma. So that's what we're going to dig into. So if you take a child in a complex trauma family, there's an unsafe environment, but they adapt. And so they develop roles. And so you get some children that become heroes, some that become comedians, some that become invisible. Now, if you were to go to those children who are basically compliant to the authority figures that are neglecting them or abusing them, and they're trying to make this a less dangerous place by them being the ones that adapt and take on these roles, if you were to go to them when they're younger, they might say, wonderful family I live in. It's not hurting me at all. This is really, really good. They would deny or not see that they are actually in a trauma environment because they're so compliant and it seems to be working for them. If you were to go to the problem child who's become the scapegoat, the one that's very honest, they would say, this isn't a healthy home. There's a double standard in this home. This isn't love. And then they'd be criticized.
So anybody experience any of that, like in their childhood growing up? Anybody want to speak on any type of their trauma? Any type of?
I didn't really experience like that type of trauma as far as it was more so outside the home than in the home. I've had a few that were inside, but mostly it was outside. So again, it was just the ideologies of the parents of my peers who literally projected that onto me. And then also with me being in organized religion, to what he said is absolutely true as far as it gives you a sense of structure. And then on top of that, you can cast all your cares and worries on the altar with the pastor, and then you can be distracted from everything else. Like, of course, who wouldn't want to do that? But I think it defeats the purpose, because one of the aspects about life, what I'm learning and just being more honest with my own self, is that you don't know what life is going to bring. So there has to be some sort of love or anchor that no matter what happens in your life, that you are covered and that you're going to be okay. Because there are people who believe in and spend 10, 20, 30, 40 years in organized religion, and then something happens in their life that challenges them, and now they don't know what to do. But you've been doing this for 20, 30, 40 years, and no one has taught you how to work through this stuff. So that's where the exposure is. But yes, that religious trauma is absolutely real, and it sticks with people. There are people right now who are literally turned off to God because of the expression of a lot of people who are Christians. So hopefully that narrative changes. But yeah.
They're the one that's causing all the trouble. And so many compliant children are in trauma, but they don't yet realize it. And it's not going to be until years later that they realize it. And that can be the same for people who go, religion's never hurt me. And it's because they're so compliant to all the pieces of religion that they're not seeing that it's actually an unsafe, unhealthy environment, and they may not see it for a long time. And you get the same thing for people in a relationship, an intimate relationship, where one is very compliant to the other who's actually very domineering, controlling, even abusive, but they're super compliant, and they go, this is a wonderful relationship because they're keeping the rules of the dominant person and they don't see the trauma. So religious trauma is the physical, emotional, or psychological response to religious beliefs, practices, or structures. So three things: the belief system, the practices, and the structures or the culture that is experienced by an individual as overwhelming or disruptive and has lasting adverse effects on the person's physical, mental, social, emotional, or spiritual well-being. Another way to say that is that religious trauma syndrome refers to the psychological damage that is the result of religious experiences, messages, doctrines, and teachings. So there's three sources I just want to highlight. It can be the people within the religion who abuse you. It can be the teachings that have a negative effect on you, or the culture that is unsafe. Now, we need to make a little distinction as we begin exploring this, and that is between religious trauma and religious abuse. So I think the best way to explain this is that religious abuse is different from religious trauma, but they're connected. So abuse is what happens to us. Trauma is what happens to our nervous system inside of us as a response to the abuse. So the abuse is what others are doing. The trauma is what's happening inside of us. So traditionally, abuse in the context of religious systems was about pastors or clergy that were sexually abusing people, that were physically or emotionally abusing people, or ritualistic abuse. So it was kind of limited to looking at those very obvious aspects of, yes, that is abuse by an authority figure, that is wrong. But what we're beginning to understand is there's more subtle forms of abuse that in many cases have not been understood as abuse up to now. And so a lot of people have shied away from calling them abuse because they're saying, well, that's just part of my religion. And so if I say that that's abuse, people aren't going to believe me. People are going to say I'm making too big a deal out of it. And so there's the shying away of calling it abuse. Secondly, often our culture just says, oh, that's not abuse, because they want to still see that religion is good for society. Therefore, let's not get too nitpicky about whether that's abuse or not. That's just part of religion, which is basically good. And then many within religion have twisted scriptures in order to support these forms of subtle abuse. So if God is for it, since the scriptures teach it, then how can it be abuse? And so it gets very much framed in a way that this is what God does for your good. So it can't be abuse. So let's go back and look at what is abuse. At its core, it is the improper use or treatment of something or someone. So physical abuse is the improper use of one's body to harm another person. Sexual abuse is the improper use of sex against somebody else. So religious abuse is the improper use of religious beliefs, teachings, doctrines, and relationships that harm another person within that religion. So we got to take that a little bit further, because abuse doesn't require intentional malice or harm. So it's possible for a person to abuse somebody without realizing it or intending to. That is so important to understand, especially when it comes to religious abuse, because many within religious systems are teaching what's always been taught, and they think it's normal. They think it's acceptable treatment and behavior. They don't see it as abuse, and they're not intending to be abusive. They're just wanting to pass on the teaching. And so, sadly, much of what we now consider abusive and harmful behaviors were first taught within religious systems as spiritual practices, as necessary God-given hierarchies, as spiritual disciplines which were seen as essential for a godly life. So religious abuse is abuse administered under the guise of religion. So it includes harassment, humiliation, mind control, psychological abuse, isolation, threats, intimidation, minimizing, denying, blaming, asserting a spiritual authority, making it difficult to leave the religious community. And then on top of that, it can include sexual abuse within the religion, and then using religion for selfish, secular, sexual, or ideological ends. So coercion and threats. And so convincing individuals that they must follow certain rules and lifestyles to secure their eternity, or to keep using threats to keep people from stepping out of line, threatening excommunication, threatening hell, threatening individuals that they shouldn't seek help outside of that religious denomination, that it's all evil out there, and making individuals drop or not seek to press charges in certain cases, and saying we should just handle this internally within the church. So that happens. And then intimidation and using fear basically as the main way of motivating and controlling people, making people afraid by using actions and gestures that would suggest we're going to disconnect you from the community if you continue to do this. Or if you do this, you're going to lose your salvation and you're going to go to hell. All of those things become fear-based motivators that are intimidation. And then not looking at abuse, but hiding it, minimizing it, dismissing it, blaming the other person. And then emotional abuse, making individuals feel bad about themselves, calling them names, calling them worthless or sinner, publicly or privately, humiliating them for mistakes or act deemed sinful, making them feel guilty, gaslighting them, teaching it theology that promotes human worthlessness as a foundation of human existence, refusing to allow individuals to be autonomous and to make choices for themselves, but wanting to control all aspects of their life. Then isolation, requiring individuals to have relationships only with people from that religious organization, requiring relationships with individuals not in the system.
I find this interesting that this is coming from a pastor.
Oh wow! Well, shout out to him. Shit.
Yeah, he's a pastor, and he's reporting on religious abuse, so and religious trauma.
To cut off. So you got to stop having these close relationships with people not in this organization. And then beginning to control what people do, who they talk to, what they read, where they grow, where they get their information from. And then using fear to justify those actions. So we're trying to protect you from people who don't believe like we do. We're trying to protect you from being influenced by people who are going to draw you into sin or into bad behavior. And then minimizing, denying, and blaming. So not taking concerns seriously, shifting responsibility for abusive behavior, calling abusive behavior, or those are sin issues that require spiritual discipline instead of legal help, and convincing an individual that they maybe caused the abuse. It's their fault. And then patriarchal privilege. So men should have more power over women. Women and children are actually inferior. And so only men get leadership positions. Only men are allowed to define gender roles, what the Bible says or what the holy texts say. And so there's a supremacist behavior of men toward women, children, and marginalized peoples. And then economic abuse. So preventing people from pursuing education, discouraging people from obtaining jobs that aren't part of the church, guilting people into giving money to the church that they really can't afford, telling them that God will take care of their needs, putting the church's needs ahead of their own children's needs. All of those would be economic abuse. So what I want you to see then is that systems that are built where there's a group that gains power that then defines what life should be and the role should be for everybody under them, those are systems that are built on the dynamics of power and control. And at their core, they are abusive. That to follow God, you have to submit to this system. So often what begins to happen within those systems is you begin to submit to what you see as clear. This is what the Bible says, or the scriptures say. But then they begin to try to control other areas, how you dress, who you see, who you talk to. And they maybe use verses that you go, I'm not sure that's what the scriptures say, but they must be representing God, and they take over more and more control of your life with more and more rules, and it just gradually grows till they're taking over all of your thinking, who you see, what you do. And if you disregard the rules, if you start to say, I don't like this, then you're being sinful, you're faithless, you're rebelling, you're being tricked by the devil, you're demon possessed, you're a rebellious spirit, you're prideful, you're engaging in idolatry of self, and that can lead to punishment, excommunication, or the threat that you're going to be going to hell. There's another piece that I want you to see here. What happens as this gradual increase in power takes place and control, and the other person submits to it, is that there's a gaslighting process. And that, to me, is the scary piece of this. Now I can indoctrinate you. Now I'm going to get you to stop listening to your gut. I'm going to get you to stop thinking for yourself. I'm going to get you to allow me to think for you and tell you what to think, what to feel. And so the person basically becomes stripped of autonomy, of voice, of choice. And that's a very gradual process. And that's a key piece in understanding religious trauma. It's often not just this sudden one act thing. It's a very gradual process that takes place that is really a gaslighting process. What often speeds it up for many of these leaders is that they claim that they are backed by God. They represent God. They speak for God. They wield God's authority. And so if you disagree with them, you're disagreeing with God. And it sounds so convincing. And there's lots of verses they use to support that, but it really feeds into this abuse of power. And then on top of all of that, what many of these leaders will do is, if a person stands up and said, this is not right, this leader is abusing authority, they will then drag out verses that say you shouldn't speak against God's anointed. You shouldn't speak against leaders. So you're now involved in doing the devil's work. You're trying to tear down God's messenger. You are now engaged in creating disunity, creating spreading of doubt. You're doing damage of unity within the church. You're gossiping, you're persecuting the leader, you're trying to stir up warfare, your drama, you're creating spiritual warfare. And so all of your concerns will then be dismissed because of those responses that they will give. And so you're silenced is the bottom line. So let me take this abuse thing to the next level that has to be considered, the cycle of abuse. And it basically has three phases to it. There's the honeymoon initial phase that draws the person into the relationship and makes them think it's absolutely wonderful. Then there's the tension building phase, And then eventually there's the explosion phase. And so again, it's important to parallel that to the religious world to see, is there similarities for people in the religious world that actually follows the cycle of abuse. So begins with this honeymoon phase, which is always begins with love bombing at the very beginning. So you do all kinds of wonderful things for the person, you give to the person. So in this phase, the person, the organization shows intense displays of affection, including giving compliments, gifts to the people, providing opportunities where it looks like there's real connection, looks like there's unconditional love. They demonstrate this. Looks like they completely get who you are and they love you and accept you. That just feels so wonderful to a person in pain, to a person who's coming out of bad relationships, bad circumstances. And so in this phase, person who actually is a victim, but they don't know it, they feel a sense of belonging. They feel a sense of connection. They feel that they're understood. All the things they've longed for but never received, they're now getting. There's this group camaraderie. And so often religious organizations at this time present this very romanticized version of this God, Jesus, other savior figures. You're told stories about other group members who were saved from their sin, found a profound purpose in their life, and how good their life is now as part of the group. So it's just this very positive messaging that is given to the person. And then if a person receives the group's message, welcomes the group, joins the group, then they experience this conversion experience, this rush of positive emotions. They feel different physiologically, even they feel lighter, they feel more connected. It's like they've tapped into a source greater than themselves, and everybody celebrates this phase. And they may have rituals of baptism and stuff that just take it to a new level of celebration. And this person is just given so much grace and validation and patience and attention. And it's just this wonderful, wonderful time of experience. What's important is that honeymoon phase is going to play a role down the road when tension is building, because they're going to keep thinking, but it was like this at the beginning. I should be able to go back to this. Maybe it's my fault. If I just change, I can get back to this. So this becomes a powerful, ongoing thing within their mind. But then you get to the tension building phase. So the honeymoon phase starts to wane. The individual starts to look at some of the teaching, some of the practices, and they begin to question a few things. They begin to struggle with some of the expectations of what they should be doing. And they raise questions. They have some doubts. But then what happens as soon as they start to express some questions and say, I'm not sure I agree with this. Is that really what the Bible teaches? They get shot down. They get told with a certain amount of curtness, well, but this is what God says. And nobody explains anything to them. This is what God says because God says so. And they're made to feel like they're the problem, that they don't need to look at their teaching, their religion. You just need to submit to this. You just need to comply, and then you'll be happy again. And that is a powerful thing that sends a shame message to the person. It says, you're the problem. You're not getting it. You must have some sin in your life. You must have some issues that you haven't looked at that are causing this. So we have no need to look at our teaching because it comes from God. And so for you to question it, you're going against God. You're questioning God. You're the bad one here. And so it shuts down all questions. You're not allowed to ask them. and it makes you feel, wow, I am the problem, and it deepens shame, and it deepens, I just need to submit. And what happens if you submit is all of a sudden you go back to the honeymoon stage. Everybody loves you again, everything's great, but then you start to question, like, something's just not adding up here. I'm not feeling that this is actually a love thing. This is a rule that just doesn't make sense. And the tension starts to build again, and you question, and then you get shot down again, told it's your problem, and you better go back to compliance. And this cycle goes on and on. And what you're told when you question stuff is, okay, now you're doing the devil's work. Now you're creating disunity. Now you are causing a drama, that is, you're being unfaithful. Now you're attacking God's anointed leadership. Now you have reason to doubt whether you're even saved. You're given all these extra messages just to frame it that you're the problem, that this is on you. And so again, these cycles can go and go until the person gets to the point where they go, I can't take this anymore. There's something wrong here. This is not what God teaches. This is the interpretations of humans. And I got some issues with that. And finally, the explosion phase happens. Now, usually in relationships, the explosion phase, there's abuse. But in churches, it's often emotional abuse or verbal abuse, not physical. Or it can go into, you get all kinds of pressure. If you don't conform, we're going to have to excommunicate you. And then you could actually be shunned, ostracized, to add to the pressure. And if you still continue to resist, then you get excommunicated. Let me take it to the next stage. So Laura Anderson took the ACE study, which is Adverse Childhood Experiences. So 10 questions that were asked of, did this happen in your childhood? Because if it did, then you can expect these kind of problems in your adult life. And she worked with that and came up with the adverse religious experiences. So things that happen in your religion that could have an adverse effect on you. So let me just share those with you, because I think they're so important to think through. So if you grew up and there was the ongoing threat of hell, God's wrath, eternal punishment, that could have had a very traumatizing effect on you. If you grew up with rapture teaching that Jesus is coming back at any minute, and if you're not ready, then you're lost and there's no chance of getting saved, or lots of prophecy, it's all going to burn, then that could have a traumatic effect on you. If you've ever been excommunicated, or you've experienced watching an excommunication ceremony, that could be very traumatic. If you've experienced very scary sermons that then result in altar calls that put great emotional pressure on you to greater
Didn't we just see that with what was it, Sister Mother Mary Francis or something like that earlier in our show?
surrender to these man-made rules that you're told are God's rules, that can have a profound effect on you. If you were in a religious system that was very much patriarchal oppression, where men rule, only men should be in leadership, women and children are inferior to that, and men define their roles. If you grew up in purity culture, virginity culture, abstinence culture, where if you have sexual desires, that's sin, that no sex till marriage, and if women don't cover their body adequately and create desires in men, women are failing. All of that kind of stuff. If you grew up with teaching around inherent sin nature, total depravity, that you can't trust your gut, you can't trust your thinking, you need others to think for you. If you grew up with religious organizations that taught corporal punishment, that you need to spank children severely to drive the rebellion out of them. if you were involved in an exorcism ceremony or even healing ceremonies, that can be quite traumatic for people. If you grew up where the church actually became a shame culture, where there's all kinds of rules about every little detail of life, and if you didn't keep one of the rules about how you talked or how you dressed, then all of a sudden you got tons of people looking down on you, shaming you. That can be very traumatic. If you asked a question about some of the beliefs and challenged some of the beliefs, if you got a very negative response and were made to feel it was all you, that's an adverse experience. If you were going through problems in your life and were basically told there are 4 tools and they're all spiritual, you got to read your Bible more, pray more, go to church more, and have more faith, and you tried those tools, but it didn't bring resolution to your problem, and you said, well, I'm doing everything and it's not helping. But then instead of saying, well, maybe we don't have enough tools, they said something else, you're wrong, something's wrong with you, and they put it all back on you. If your religious organization respond to mental illness in a very derogatory way and made it just a spiritual issue, if you were sexually abused by a leader, if you grew up in a religious organization where you constantly had to be on guard of evil, constantly had to abound in the work of the Lord, always be giving and sacrificing, what you don't realize is that you activate your sympathetic nervous system all the time. You get out of balance in your sympathetic nervous system. You end up with a sympathetic nervous system that's just like somebody in complex trauma. If you have this activated nervous system going on inside you, your gut's talking to you, your emotions are talking to you, and that is then interpreted that either you're in sin, either you're being convicted of some sin, or God's trying to talk to you, and those are the only explanations, that could be adverse for you. If you have parents who could be so loving as long as you complied, but as soon as you broke one of the many rules of your religion, your parents actually flipped and became sources of great fear in your life, and they punished you severely, that could be an adverse experience. If you had the leadership of your church that tried to control everything in your personal life, who you talked to, activities that you did, wanted you to give them all the information of everything that was going on in your life, that's an adverse experience. If you shared all kinds of information with the leadership and then they blabbed it, they shared it with others, that's an adverse experience. So I don't know how you did on that test, but if you had many of those true of you, I really would encourage you to look deeper. So let me just take it a little bit further. If you went through those adverse experiences, what do you expect in adult life? What are some of the consequences? So let me give you some of the characteristics of religious trauma. You're confused about what you are being taught and are scared or uncomfortable with voicing questions. So if they've silenced you to the point where you feel wrong to ask questions, that's a sign of religious trauma. Or you attack or dismiss or shame yourself if you have questions, if you differ from what they believe, if you start to question your belief, instead of saying maybe they're wrong, you attack yourself. You are terrified of death, evil, the rapture, the devil, hell. You may have nightmares or recurring fears of when the world will end and what will happen after. That's a common characteristic. You have a decreased sense of self-worth. You just don't like yourself. You're always feeling like failure, failure, failure. You're just a terrible person. So many people, when they go into religious systems, it looks like it's going to heal their shame because it looks like they're being loved unconditionally. But then they find it's very conditional love, and it actually feeds their shame. It makes them feel even worse about themselves. You constantly criticize and judge yourself due to fear that I might sin, I might upset God, so I better be super, super hard on myself so I don't sin or upset God. So you strengthen the internal critic. You live with this constant fear of being led astray by the devil, led astray into sin. Another one that's very interesting is you often begin to dissociate from your body and emotions without even realizing it, because you're told you can't trust your emotions, you can't trust your gut. All of those are evil. And so you just need to focus on others and God. And so people begin to live in a very dissociative state, and they're validated for that, totally out of touch with themselves. You become afraid and then very critical of the outside world, that evil place. You no longer can look at it objectively. You feel unable or uncomfortable to say no to other people. Saying no is just bad. If you're a woman, you're afraid that your body is bad and others should not look at you or think you're beautiful, and that it's your responsibility to make sure that doesn't happen. You struggle to trust your own thoughts, your own feelings, your intuition, because you've been taught that you're wrong or bad. You attack, dismiss, or alienate anybody who doesn't believe the same way that you do. So now you develop this fortress mentality that we're the ones that are right. Anybody that disagrees with us is the enemy. They're wrong. They're out to get us. You have poor critical thinking skills because everybody's told you what to believe. Everybody's thought for you. You don't know how to think for yourself. You have difficulty making decisions because all your decisions were made for you. Some develop what has become known as religious scruples OCD, where religious scrupulosity, it's a form of OCD where you develop this extreme anxiety around your thoughts, your words, your actions, that you might do something sinful or wrong. And so you're just OCD about every thought, every word, every action, that you don't sin with that, because then you would go to hell. Many develop difficulties building relationships. Many become so isolated from mainstream culture that they no longer know what to do or fit in with mainstream culture, how to function in mainstream culture. Many just struggle to fit in with people because they've just been so indoctrinated to live a different lifestyle that they don't know how to fit in with normal people. Some go through nightmares, some sleeping issues because your sympathetic nervous system has been activated so much you begin to have trouble sleeping. Others have eating issues, sexual dysfunction because of all that purity culture stuff, anxiety issues, depression issues, grief symptoms, and deep loneliness. So those are the characteristics of people with religious trauma. So again, if these are true of you, please look at it. Now, if you're feeling overwhelmed, go, okay, where do I start? What do I do? Let me just end with the steps to growth and healing. Number one, find somebody who's gone through the process of deconstructing all of their religious faith and reconstructing a healthier spirituality that has separated the baby from the bathwater, the truth from the lies. Somebody that you trust and know is safe, that can help you. That is so important, to have somebody that can help you get through this. But secondly, understand that when you start the process of honestly examining what you've been taught, deconstructing it, the people that are still in that religious organization are going to accuse you. They're going to oppose you. So expect opposition. They're going to accuse you of walking away from God, of abandoning your faith. But here's what's helped me. I'm not walking away from God. I'm walking away from their version of God. In order for me to try to walk closer to the true God, I have to walk away from the false God. And so to the people over there, it looks like I'm walking away from God when actually I'm walking closer to the true God. Another way to say that is I can abandon that version of Christianity. That doesn't mean I'm abandoning God or Jesus. I'm just abandoning that version of Christianity. Many people, when they start this process, just need to take a break from organized religion for a while. They need to do that to heal, to get to a safe point, to deal with their religious trauma. Give yourself permission to do that. Some, when they do that, they just say, you know what, I'm staying away from organized religion. I'm finding a spirituality that works for me, that is much more healing, that has enabled me to grow. I'm going to continue on with that, and I don't plan to return to organized religion, and that's perfectly fine. Others, they go, as they deconstruct, you know what, I think over here there's a type of organized religion that's much more suited and safer and healthier, and I'm going to go there. And that's perfectly fine as well. They've done studies on people that have left organized religion in order to heal. And what they have found is they basically all tend to miss three aspects. Number one, they miss the friendships, the community. And so many get drawn back into it just because they're lonely and miss the friendships. Others miss the music, the corporate singing, the power of that. And others miss that organized structure to build your life around that just simplifies everything, where people think for you and tell you what to do. So if you're deconstructing and you're missing those things, realize, okay, I'm not missing the religion. I'm missing those three aspects. I can find those in other places. So the final thing that I want to say about this is this. Again, we know that many people coming out of complex trauma actually are drawn to highly controlling religions, and many need that because they have an emotional immaturity that needs, like parents, to provide a very safe, rigid structure so they know what to think, what to do, how to behave. It's all laid out for them. It organizes their life. It helps them get on the path to growth and healing. And it's a very, very important piece in their initial growth process. But what many find is that after a while, if they want to continue to grow, they're going to have to leave that behind. And so how I look at it is this. It's almost like that highly controlling religion was like kindergarten, grade 1, grade 2. You needed that in the beginning. You needed the structure. You needed to be told exactly what to think about everything, because that's where you were at emotionally in your life, and it helped you lay a foundation. But you don't stay in kindergarten and grade 1 for all your life. You move on and learn to think for yourself and explore other stuff. And it doesn't mean you go, grade 1 was terrible, I hate grade 1, it's a terrible thing. No, that was an important part of my growth. I'm grateful for it. I value it, but I had to move beyond it. And that's okay.
All right. What's your thoughts before we get out of here?
Well, first of all, that video did everything. I mean, they gave a hell of a damn breakdown. And like you said, because of time, if you want to know more about my experiences as far as some of the trauma I've dealt with in reference to organized religion, you can go to my channel. And I have, again, a series called Wonderfully Made, okay? 3-part miniseries. And you can go ahead and get the information there. But a lot of things that he shared was absolutely true. I also like the fact that he was able to close the gap as far as what the avenue is after you've left organized religion. Because I kind of had to go through that process as well. Organized religion presents to you that this whole idea of love and inclusion, they got Jesus outside like he the damn Little Caesars man. Pizza, come on in, as the mascot. But when you get into the building and you actually see the people, you understand what's really going on. And to his point, that's a very cult-like type of mentality, to where if you leave, you can have all these horrible things done to you. And because there's all these type of mental, emotional, spiritual, and psychological manipulation going on, it can really fuck with your psyche. Like, again, you're talking about people who say they know the pathway to heaven to get you out of your hell. So a lot of people will use that to prey upon people. But for those who have been through religious trauma, I'm proud of you. Continue to love yourself and just try to find a healthier way of connecting to the God, source, universe, consciousness within. Okay, so yeah, but excellent video and excellent live tonight, T for T. Thank you for that.
All right. You got anything to say, Conscious?
Yes, I want to speak to the first female who was speaking on trauma. As a spiritualist and a healer, I've come to understand that trauma is simply spiritual mutation. It's when your consciousness experiences a event, whether mental or physical in nature, that scars the mind or body beyond a state of recovery, or as psychologists would say, dramatically disrupts the nervous system. The reason why trauma usually persists and is often dubbed as incurable is because the fracture happens on a cellular level, which typically only makes the trauma manageable rather than curable. But I deviate from that attitude as a parapsychologist that trauma can't be fully healed. I think the contrary, that this is where spirituality comes into play at, because potent and genuine spirituality is the only phenomenon that can cure or cause the psychospiritual shock to human cells, where the regenerative properties that restore neurological connectivity are that not only can result in a restoration of the mind and the brain, but also even lead to teeth growing back, limbs growing back, sight to the blind, and hearing to the deaf, what science calls miraculous breakthroughs. It's when we realign ourselves on the subconscious level that the miraculous occur. What is a miracle, you say? Well, a miracle is simply a potent dose of organic life. And when I say life, I'm talking about energy, untainted, non-polluted energy, the type of energy that is without the damage of the ego, energy that is thriving at its highest level of potency, the same life that Christ said would pour infinitely from his beingness. It's the life or energy that is separated from the trauma and struggle. When we meditate or surrender to love, we stimulate and access ourselves at their most maturest levels, which is why the effects or results are so dramatic and life-changing, and we call that dramatic expression of life or energy the miraculous. Now, because most people do not strive that deeply for their healing, and hardly do we have mainstream systems that know how to effectively bring people into contact with their subconscious to restructure the damage to the core cells, which trickle up to the conscious mind, most people end up only finding coping mechanisms instead of liberation and restoration. But full healing is actually available. But our current capitalistic medical pharmaceutical system doesn't specialize in healing because it's more profitable for people to be sick than it is for them to be saved.
Come on.
Now, as Bub said, this white man kind of took it home. I really ain't got much to say. He laid out the mind map. He laid out the whole thing. But as I was listening to him talk about how some people that are attracted to high control religious systems are trying to manage their trauma through the predictability of those high regimented systems, I couldn't help but think about how this is also the case for the psychology of the ones we call coons in the Black community, which is a psychology birthed out of survival and mitigating the harsh reality of racial oppression by partaking in it or adapting to it rather than resisting or warring against it. Which is why, for me personally, I have a lot of pity and compassion toward even the coons, the down low community, and really any minority community in general, because the collaboration between the socialization of the system and the trauma of the person that religion typically uses to its gain are actually all systemic indoctrination and how trauma works in principle. So you can take what he explained about deeply traumatized religious people and actually slap every other ism there. Homophobia, racism, sexism, imperialism, patriarchy. And I think this is the type of these are the type of TED Talks and unpacking and dismantlings and the type of deep dives that unfortunately, like a lot of everyday people are just not exposed to, that can be revolutionary and groundbreaking in terms of people having the ability to be introspective and to be able to challenge the surface self and to make these lines of demarcations between the surface self and what might actually be the authentic self. I always tell my platform that most people are living, walking, biological, artificial intelligences who have no idea who the fuck they truly are, because most people,
I said, right. I've heard you say that on your platform too, and I'm just agreeing with you.
Yeah, everybody is, saying, this is me, this is me, this is me. And then when you really start to talk to people about who they think they are, they have no idea where it even comes from. They're like, it's just me, my fucked up ways are just me. My cheating ass ways are just me. My temper is just me. It's just me. And I'm just like, it's funny that you think you exist in a vacuum and you don't. Your whole psyche so far has been informed by your lived experiences, by your demographic, by your culture, by nationalism. All these things have informed the way you walk, talk, and show up. And the only reason you don't know it is because we inherit most of these systems at birth. So this is a seamless indoctrination. So it feels like you. It feels like you. It feels totally like you. You're the authentic self. So this is good stuff. And, may God help the fallen.
Well, thank you for coming on with us today.
Yeah. I'm so glad that Bub sent me the link. This was a joy. I got to catch the replay, so I'm gonna have to go all the way back to see what y'all been doing for the first 4 hours.
Oh, the first one was we were going off. Bubs was letting them have
He was kind of rigged a little bit. He had used some clips that I didn't know he was gonna use. So I was like, you know what? I usually do my own little recap, but the universe set this up, so fuck it. And I'm at somebody else's house, so I can kind of mess up a little bit more.
Period. Yeah, but thank you for letting me up. Yeah, if y'all ever want to afford these conversations, y'all are always welcome to come and drive my people crazy. I'm always trying to crack their head open and piss them off for all the right reasons. So
I slip over there. I slip over into your channel sometime. I'll be in them comments sometimes.
And are you under this name when you're under there? Or are you under another name?
I'm under Tit for Tat.
I've never seen you in my comment section.
Yeah, you said hi to me before.
What? Okay.
Yeah, you said, hey,
Well,
Tit
you
for
do
Tat.
a lot of live streams. So
Yeah,
you do a lot. Yeah. And you got so many. You have so many people coming into your channel. Because we're like a small channel. We're just now starting out, really. And you up there in that $50,000, $60,000. I mean, 60 subscribers, 60,000.
That too.
And you have so many people in your comments that you ain't gonna see most of us in there because it's just flying. That's just like they're just constantly flying, so they don't really see all of us in there commenting. And then you can't keep up with all of that anyway with some of it, with all that stuff that's going on in there.
Well, I'm gonna help to get y'all to where y'all gotta go too. I shared the stream out, so wherever y'all live, like whenever y'all live, just let me know so I can send out the link and definitely encourage my folk to come and show some love. So thank you for having me. This was a pleasure. Hit me later, Bubs.
Most definitely.
And thank you so much, Tick for Tat.
Tit for Tat. Yeah, thank you for coming on, Bubs. Thank you for sending that link out there.
No problem. I told you I know dope ass people. People be thinking I'm lying. I'm a leprechaun in real life.
Real life.
Lord.
So elemental. All right, y'all. Good night.
All right. Good night. Have a good night. And Bubs, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you, Miss Stevie. everybody get over there and check out Bubs the God. He's got great content on there, and he's fire too. I mean, he's absolutely authentic, and he's fire. There ain't no other channel out there that's putting it out the way he puts it out, and his graphics and his analogies. His analogies sometimes have me on the floor because he.
Well, I learned from the best, so I had great representation.
And check out Conscious TV because he puts out he puts out every day. He's putting out just like you, Bub. You're out there pretty much out there every day putting out content. And so
I'm trying to get on his level, baby.
Miss Stevie too. Miss Stevie every day she has interviews with movie stars and singers and actors and actresses and beauty people. I mean, every day she has somebody on.
Right.
And so we got a diverse group of people in this short staff. And I appreciate you for starting it, and Deshaun and you bringing me into it.
Yes, and I thank y'all for just showing up and again creating community. And the only way up, the only way now is up. We already about to deal with the dark shit, so let the dark shit happen. But there's beautiful shit on the other side. We just got to get through it. So
check out Deshaun. Deshaun's channel, which he's mainly in IG. He doesn't really post much in YouTube, but he's all over YouTube. He's in everybody else's channels, giving his opinions and stuff. But he has a channel out there also. Keon has a channel. Boss Man. Yeah, go check out everybody's channel and subscribe. Everybody's putting out good content, and we're getting into this political season now. So we're going into a pathocracy, a theocracy, a fascist society. So we're putting out a lot of information and stuff on that. So we're working on that. Yeah. So see how we can get involved and try to combat some of this, some of this stuff that's going down.
Yeah, bullshit.
Right.
I'm with it. I am with it. Deshaun still, I thought he was asleep.
He said he would be right back, so he came back. But
okay,
we about to get out of here now.
Yeah, I'm about to say, Deshaun, if you want to go check out his channel, if you want to be able to listen to music backwards and find out what God is saying with the music being backwards and shit, it's some messages, and Deshaun be deciphering it. So make sure you go to his channel and listen. Okay.
Yeah, it's just Deshaun sends us a lot of good content. I mean, so does everybody. Everybody in our little short stack sends out a lot of content and a lot of good content too. That gives us stuff here to talk about on our channel. So I appreciate Deshaun for turning me on to everybody and sending me all that great content.
Oh Lord, you putting everybody information.
What'd you say?
No, I'm just my intrusive thoughts starting to come in my head now. Yeah, it's about time to go.
Right.
Okay.
Deshaun said he ain't asleep. I'm just putting this stuff up here now. And we getting ready to get out of here. So I appreciate everybody, and I'll see y'all all in the short stack.
All right, then y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night. And thank you again, TPT. I look forward to more of the conversations. And we'll be talking to y'all. We are.
All right. Good night, everybody. And thanks everybody out there for joining us today. Thanks Conscious TV. Thanks everybody. Yeah. Thanks everybody who came in and commented, and the people who will comment later and watch the show. Please like, share, comment, and subscribe.
See, mommy. Mommy say good night. See, mommy.
Now that cracks me up. All righty. I'm gonna end this stream. Good night, everybody. My world. Good night, Dallas. Oh, somebody got another comment up here. Oh, that's Deshaun. Good night.